382. When Qin Pingan returned to the inn, he found that not only was Pei Qian not asleep, she was playing with a talisman stuck on her forehead. The four of them were gathered in the same room, waiting for the results of the Wenwu temple. Qin Pingan found it strange. They had traveled from the center of Tongya continent to Qinghuan country in the southeast of Aquarius continent. They had experienced so many life and death battles. Logically speaking, they should not be interested in the Wenwu and Wenwu temples in a small county. Even if there was a demonic wind and demonic rain in a small place, it was destined not to cause any big waves. Qin Pingan quickly figured out the key point. It was very likely that tonight was the first time his student, Cui Dongshan, fought. Wei Xian and Sui Yu must be more concerned about it. After sitting down, Zhu Lian had already served tea. Qin Pingan said frankly, "Someone did something to the Wenwu temple. Cui Dongshan will handle it properly and will not delay tomorrow's trip." Sui Yu's temper was the most straightforward. He asked directly, "This Cui Dongshan, is he really your student?" Qin Pingan patted Pei Qian's head and told her to go to sleep first. Pei Qian said that she could not sleep and was afraid of ghosts. She also said that her sleeping posture was not good and she liked to kick the quilt. If the talisman on her forehead was rubbed off, ghosts and demons would have an opportunity to take advantage of her. Wouldn't she be unable to protect Sister Sui? This was because Qin Pingan had mentioned some rules and taboos to Pei Qian regarding talismans. For example, talismans were protective talismans that could be used to travel across mountains and rivers. They could deter evil spirits and make some of the deities and ghosts in the waning waters revere them. However, at the same time, they were also bright lights that could easily attract the greed and hatred of some malicious spirits that were not afraid of the strong winds of the mortal realm. Qin Pingan did not force Pei Qian to go to sleep immediately next door. He said to Sui Yu, "Although Cui Dongshan shamelessly came to me at the beginning, he is indeed my student now. Along the way you should have a general understanding of his temper. He is a very conceited person. As long as you don't provoke him, Cui Dongshan will not take the initiative to plot against you. There are many rules and regulations in the world, such as what I told Pei Qian before. Don't bully the mountain, don't bully the water, don't wait when you enter the temple to worship Buddha, don't wait when there are many people." These are actually what Cui Dongshan told me when I traveled with him. In fact, Qin Pingan did not say it too bluntly. Probably in the eyes of the Dali imperial tutor, the four people from the picture scroll who walked out of the lotus blossom blessed land were not worthy of his crooked thoughts. However, this kind of truth was too hurtful, so Qin Pingan was too embarrassed to say it. Just like on the day of their reunion, Cui Dongshan went straight to the point and talked about Du Mao's immortal slough. He begged Qin Pingan to generously give him the slough, but in his heart, Cui Dongshan did not care much. Cui Dongshan was willing to pester Qin Pingan, but his true vision might not be on Qin Pingan at all. Mr. Qi, who had already passed away, had always been hidden in the shadows and behind the curtains. He was the old scholar who had lost his physical body, the sage of literature who had merged with the Tao, with the entire vast world, A Liang who had already ascended to the heavens beyond heaven and wrestled with the second brother of Taoism, and Lu Qin, the leader of Taoism who was currently in charge of the White Jade capital's 5 cities and 12 buildings. For Dali to be able to build the sword tower that was a replica of the Bekokekyung building, there was already the shadow of the school of Yin Yang and the school of Mo. In addition, Jinwu Mountain and the Wind Snow Temple were the ancestral courts of the military school of the Aquarius continent, especially the former, which had long been deeply involved with Dali. In addition to the prosperous Old Dragon City at the southernmost end of the continent, the most powerful school of thought, except for the school of legalism and the school of Zongheng who had not shown themselves, the Dali dynasty had actually gained the favor of many forces outside the continent. This was where the Song clan's confidence in swallowing half of the Aquarius continent came from. The Dali cavalry and the vassal king Song Jianqiang were fighting for the country on the surface, but how to defend the country was more of a test of the Dali dynasty's skill and foundation. These were things that Qin Pingan figured out himself after seeing the history of the lotus flower blessed land and seeing the long river of time. There was still some distance from the truth, but the general direction should not be wrong. And the whole game of chess of the Dali dynasty involved so many complicated forces. The specific planning and the person who helped the Song clan to prepare everything was the white-clothed youth, who stayed in the martial temple. Looking back now, Qin Pingan's travels in the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom and the vassal Huangting Kingdom in the north, the Tsai Kingdom, Guyu Kingdom and the Shushui Kingdom in the middle, and the southernmost Old Dragon City in the southernmost part, actually fell on the chessboard of the imperial tutor Cui and did not leave the chessboard. It was just that the two imperial tutor Cui and Cui Dongshan, whose souls had been separated, each wearing a different skin, did not pay any attention to Qin Pingan. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "This Mr. Chui, is he a cultivator who has a profound cultivation and has returned to the origin?" Qin Pingan did not know how to answer and could only say, "He used to be a disciple of the Confucian school. His hometown was in the Aquarius continent. Later on he went to the Central Plains to study. In the past his cultivation realm was relatively high, but later on he dropped. I can't tell which realm he is in now, so I didn't ask him." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Previously, I heard young master say that the great cultivators in the world have strong bodies and are not inferior to the pure martial artists of the third realm of spirit refinement. I wonder how is the fist technique of this young immortal on the mountain? If he has a magic weapon, I wonder if he can break Wei Xian's sweet dew armor." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Let's put it bluntly first. If any of you are willing to test Cui Dongshan, I will definitely not stop you, but you will have to bear the consequences." Pei Qian whispered, "I don't dare to fight with him for the position of the first disciple. In the future I will just call him senior brother." Cui Dongshan pushed the door and entered. He said angrily, "Little girl, why are you scolding me behind my back? Who is your senior brother? You are the senior brother. Speak properly." Cui Dongshan questioned her out of nowhere. Pei Qian was so scared that her face turned pale. Qin Pingan asked, "What about the martial temple?" Cui Dongshan poured a cup of tea for himself and drank it in one gulp. He smiled and said, "It has been settled. I have met the culprit of the martial temple and the culprit. Both sides can be considered to be amicable. As a student, I have laid out the facts and reasoned with them. If I didn't rush back to inform you, perhaps the masters of the martial temple and the martial temple would have dragged the local lord along and brought some jars of aged wine buried deep in the ground to chat with me till dawn." Qin Pingan was puzzled and asked, "Who is the culprit?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It was a local rich man who cherished his life and wanted to live for another 20 to 30 years. Coincidentally, he had a descendant who cultivated in a celestial sect in Qinghuan country. He didn't learn the good stuff but learned the bad stuff. After learning some crooked ways, he wanted to change his fate without permission. At the cost of harming the fate energy of the land, he wanted to increase his lifespan and improve the geomancy of the Yin house. Naturally, he had a dispute with the local civil and martial temples. Since the cultivator had learned the celestial arts, the young so-called gods favored children in the small sects naturally had bad tempers. They went all out and that young cultivator almost wanted to seize the golden body as well. It is said that the mountains and rivers of the Qinghuan kingdom and the Qingshan kingdom have been slaughtered by the imperial courts in the entire southeast region of the Aquarius continent. However, the golden body fragments are still in short supply. If the martial temple and the martial temple have a problem with the incense, the local cultivators will take action. Although it is a little unsightly, at least they won't be pursued to death by the sages of the academy. If the young cultivator and his backer operate properly, they can directly understand the matter in the royal study of the Qinghuan kingdom. The news won't even reach the Lakeview Academy." Hearing this, Qin Pingan's heart was heavy. He took a sip of the medicine wine. Cui Dongshan's expression was as usual, as if he didn't notice his teacher's abnormality at all. He continued with a smile, "The mountains and rivers of the Dali kingdom all have their own destinies and karma. It's just a little earlier. When the Dali dynasty really annexes a continent in the future, the banning of the temples will be a sure thing. The method will only be more ruthless. Now, to the north of the Lakeview Academy in the central region, there are already officials from the Ministry of Rites working together with the Qintianjian kingdom to follow the map. In the 2 years that you weren't in the Aquarius continent, just south of the Huangting kingdom and north of the Tsai kingdom, more than 4,000 temples that violate the rules and etiquette of the 62 kingdoms on the underground dragon path have been destroyed. This is because the officials from the Ministry of Rites of the Dali Kingdom are all greasy and soft-hearted. Otherwise, the number would at least double. Regarding the banning of the temples, Lakeview Academy is naturally happy to see it happen. Even if they are unwilling to deal with the Dali Imperial Court, they still sent dozens of gentlemen and sages led by the deputy headmaster to help the Dali Kingdom investigate this matter and draw a boundary for the Dali Imperial Court. The Dali Kingdom has given Lakeview Academy a lot of face on this matter." After rambling on, Cui Dongshan put down the teacup and looked around. He smiled and said, "Why? Sleeping early and waking up early is good for the body. You don't know how to maintain your health. Do you want to delay my teacher's rest?" Pei Qian was the first to get up and run away. The 4 people in the painting had different expressions. They didn't say anything and left one after another. Cui Dongshan was the last to get up and bid farewell to his teacher. Qin Pingan needed to lock the door. He walked to the door with Cui Dongshan. One was outside the door and the other was inside the door. Qin Pingan asked, "If you are secretly involved in the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the Qingyuan kingdom behind my back, you'd better tell me clearly in advance. At worst, I'll go around the capital and wait for you at the Immortal Ferry in the easternmost part of the city. Otherwise, when you and I turn against each other, you Cui Dongshan, will do the dirty business of deceiving your teacher again." Cui Dongshan had an aggrieved expression on his face as if his crotch was stained with yellow mud. "Teacher, you have an open mind as clear as the wind and clear as the moon. When you and I traveled the great Sui kingdom, your student was always as warm as the spring breeze. How can you measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain?" Cui Dongshan wrung his hands and lamented, "I know. It must be because those 4 squires didn't know how to behave. Teacher, you have been with them for a long time, so it's inevitable that you are a little unruly. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow your student will—" Qin Pingan closed the door and said unhappily, "Get out." Cui Dongshan, whose white robe fluttered like an immortal, spun in circles in the corridor and went away. It should be considered as rolling sideways. When he passed by Pei Qian's room next door, Cui Dongshan paused for a moment. While spinning in circles, he kindly reminded, "Pei Qian, since you and I are from the same school, then let me tell you a piece of good news. As long as you don't open the window, you definitely won't see the ghost hanging upside down with its tongue out. As long as you don't poke your head out of the bed, you definitely won't see the female ghost wearing a bright red wedding dress and married to the ghost king in the mass grave. As long as you don't get up in the middle of the night to drink water, you definitely won't see the pale water ghost with a belly full of water plants after drowning in the water. Oh, by the way, some long-haired girls who died in vain like to curl up at the feet of little girls. Don't be afraid. No matter how you look at it, it's just a big mass of hair." Pei Qian hid in the bed, shivering and covering his ears with his hands. When he arrived at the room of the 4 people in the painting, Cui Dongshan, who was spinning non-stop, only laughed outside the door of Lu Baixiang's room. "I heard from my teacher that your chess skills are excellent. Tomorrow I'll learn how to play chess from you." Lu Baixiang, who was playing chess with the light in the room, smiled and said, "If Mr. Cui is willing, how about we play a game before resting?" Cui Dongshan had gradually gone away. "Forget about it tonight. Things like chess, you have to pick a time and it depends on your mood." Outside the small inn, there were 2 immortals with golden bodies that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. One on the left and one on the right, one on the civil side and the other on the military side. With a straight face, they were like 2 door gods guarding the inn. 383. At dawn, Qin Pingan had just finished practicing the heaven-earth stance when Pei Qian knocked on the door with sleepy eyes. When he opened the door, Qin Pingan saw a dispirited girl. It seemed that Cui Dongshan's kind reminder last night scared Pei Qian. Qin Pingan asked her to take a nap in his room. Pei Qian felt relieved and fell asleep immediately. After covering Pei Qian with the quilt, Qin Pingan sat at the table and read the alchemy book given by Lu Yong, the Earth Immortal from the Cyan Tiger Palace. Although it described the path of alchemy, it was a secret book exclusive to nascent soul cultivators after all. It contained a lot of exquisite insights about the Great Tao. Qin Pingan learned a lot every time he read it calmly. The inn was simple and crude. For 2 or 3 meals a day, the guests had to go out and settle it themselves. From the innkeeper to the waiters, they all had a bad temper. When Qin Pingan and his group checked in, they saw the innkeeper and a group of traveling merchants were cursing and scolding each other. However, Qin Pingan's group had Cui Dongshan, Lu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu. The innkeeper looked at the dishes and was a lot friendlier. He took the initiative to recommend some local delicacies. Qin Pingan took Pei Qian, who had just finished her nap, out for breakfast. He didn't go back to the room. At the entrance of the inn, he told Pei Qian to take the food to Cui Dongshan and the others and also told her to tell them that he would stay in the county for 2 days. He wanted to walk around alone. Pei Qian was happy to rest for 2 days. She didn't have to travel, which meant that she didn't have to do the boring 6-step stance. While Qin Pingan was walking around the county town by himself, Cui Dongshan, picture scroll, and the others received the breakfast that Pei Qian had brought back and met up to eat. Cui Dongshan's face was full of gratitude, saying that this teacher was helping the students to fill in the gaps. He had put in a lot of effort and thought that where else could he find such a considerate teacher? Pei Qian didn't dare to talk back. She only dared to criticize him in her heart. What do you mean by finding out what they missed? It's obvious that he doesn't trust you. After breakfast, Cui Dongshan was in a good mood. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, "Do Do you know how to play 5 pieces in a row? Let's make a small bet for fun. If you win, you'll get a copper coin. How about that? Pei Qian had played 5-piece chess before. It was a little trick that Lu Baixiang had taught her. The rules were simple. Pei Qian often pulled Wei Xian and borrowed Lu Baixiang's chess pieces to play chess. The two played back and forth. Compared to Lu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu's game was dull and boring, Pei Qian and Wei Xian's game was very lively. Every time a chess piece was placed, it was louder than the previous one. It was full of momentum, and it was as if they wanted to smash a hole in the chessboard. When playing chess with Wei Xian, Pei Qian won more than he lost. Once he gained the upper hand, he would get carried away, but once he lost the upper hand, he would regret his moves. Fortunately, Wei Xian didn't care much about winning, losing, or playing chess. Now that she heard Cui Dongshan say that he wanted to gamble, Pei Qian shook her head vigorously. She wasn't stupid. Even if Cui Dongshan said that he wanted to learn chess from Lu Baixiang, 5 pieces in a row was an unorthodox game. Pei Qian didn't have the confidence to win money. After all, it was rare to find a blockhead like Wei Xian in this world. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "Let's play chess. As teacher's disciples, you and I can't hurt each other. Whoever loses wins money." Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Losing a game of chess and winning a copper coin? How could there be such a wonderful thing in the world? Therefore, in Pei Qian's room, Lu Baixiang took out the chess set. Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian, who were from the same school, didn't know their seniority yet, started to play 5 pieces in a row. The 4 people in the picture scroll were watching the game from the side. Pei Qian placed her chess pieces randomly. Between 2 chess pieces, there was a distance of 108,000 li between them. Cui Dongshan also didn't play in a systematic way. Sometimes he followed behind Pei Qian's pieces, and sometimes he played a piece in each direction. It seemed that Pei Qian was more likely to lose, but when the space on the board became narrower and narrower, Pei Qian was both distressed and surprised to find that it was easier and easier for her to play 5 pieces in a row. When the board was full of crisscrossing black and white chess pieces, Pei Qian actually won. No matter how she placed her chess pieces, it was always a 5 pieces in a row. Just like that, she lost a copper coin. Pei Qian regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She couldn't wait to eat the board into her stomach. But when she glanced at Cui Dongshan, who was sitting opposite her and eating melon seeds, she didn't dare to act shamelessly. Cui Dongshan looked at the game and said regretfully, "I lost a game of chess, I lost a game of chess. It seems that my gambling luck is slightly better than yours. Why don't we play again? If you don't like one chessboard and can't fully display your chess skills, we can add another 2 or 3 chessboards. However, for each additional board, the bet has to be increased by 1 copper coin. As for me, as long as I win, I will immediately pay you money from my own pocket. However, you, Pei Qian, can add as many chessboards as you like until you lose and win money. Isn't that fair?" Pei Qian hesitated, "But the table can't fit 2 boards." Cui Dongshan pointed to the ground. "We'll play chess on the ground. What's there to be afraid of? If there are many boards, we can even play outside the house, right? Anyway, the more boards there are, the more money you can win. I know you have a good memory, so I'll make do. Let's let Lu Baixiang or Sui Yuyu borrow 2 pieces of charcoal from the inn. When the time comes, I'll use the charcoal to draw the board. We won't use chess pieces. If anyone remembers incorrectly, it's also considered a loss." Pei Qian turned his head and glanced at old Wei. Wei Xian probably felt that this method of asking for a loss was too stupid and directly left. Julien rolled his eyes and left the house. On the other hand, there were 2 chess experts from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. As expected, Lu Baixiang went to borrow some charcoal and returned. Sui Yuyu stood at the side with an indifferent expression. The 2 of them patiently stayed in the house, accompanying the 2 who were squatting on the floor and fooling around. Pei Qian's memory was excellent, and Qin Pingan and the other 4 had long been aware of it. It could be said that Pei Qian was outstanding. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to poke Pei Qian's eyes. "If you keep talking, not only will you temporarily become a little mute, but you will also become blind. No matter how angry Qin Pingan is, he can't beat a student like me to death. But you will be miserable. You will become a little blind person. What hope do you have in this life? Isn't that right?" Cui Dongshan stood up and pretended to be blind. He stretched out his hand and randomly touched her. Pei Qian's face darkened. She pursed her lips, but she didn't dare to pick up the mountain staff and beat this bastard to death. The more she thought about it, the more desperate she became. She sat on the edge of the bed with a dull expression. Her heart was dead and her tears fell like rain. Cui Dongshan suddenly took out something that looked like a silver ingot from his sleeve and gently threw it to Pei Qian. Since you are tactful, I'll lend it to you to play for a few days. If I learn chess well, maybe I will give it to you when I am in a good mood. But when I play chess with Lu Baixiang, remember to return it to me first." Pei Qian held the heavy silver ingot in her hands and suddenly smiled through her tears. Cui Dongshan left again. Pei Qian placed the large silver ingot on the table and looked at it from left to right. She never got tired of looking at it. Just as she was thinking about how to keep the silver ingot in her hand, her eyes suddenly widened. The silver ingot began to wriggle and then turned into a snow-white grasshopper. It hopped toward the window and disappeared in an instant. Pei Qian came to her senses and immediately climbed up the window. She jumped down and began to search for this silver ingot in the backyard. She searched the weeds, the wall, and the crevices of the stones for an hour. In the end, she even dug the ground with her hands. In the end, she still couldn't find the silver ingot that had turned into a grasshopper. Exhausted, Pei Qian sat on the muddy ground in a daze. This time she didn't even have the strength to cry. When Qin Pingan returned to the inn from the Confucian temple, he saw Pei Qian's gloomy and thin back. He called her a few times but she didn't respond. Qin Pingan had no choice but to jump out of the window. Pei Qian turned her head stiffly. When she saw Qin Pingan, she lowered her head and clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Qin Pingan sighed and returned to the house. He went straight to Cui Dongshan and soon stood at the window. He shouted to Pei Qian, "You can win the 7 copper coins back if you can. If you can't, just admit defeat. However, you can play with Cui Dongshan's silver ingot. You still have to do as he says." Although Pei Qian was still heartbroken, she quickly stood up and climbed up the window. She jumped on the ground and carefully took the silver ingot that had turned back into a silver ingot with both hands. Qin Pingan pulled Pei Qian's ear and pulled her to the table. "You've grown up. You even know how to gamble with others now." Pei Qian sat at the table, trembling with fear. She held the silver ingot tightly with both hands. Qin Pingan asked, "Since you like to gamble so much, I'll give you the treasure box in the bamboo chest. Anyway, you have a lot of money now. You can gamble with Cui Dongshan many times. Do you want me to get it for you or do you want to go by yourself?" Pei Qian looked flustered and shook her head. Qin Pingan slammed the table. "Go get the treasure box. Carry it yourself in the future." Pei Qian turned her head away with a straight face. She didn't cry or beg for mercy. She didn't look at Qin Pingan or listen to him. Qin Pingan was furious. Pei Qian gritted her teeth and threw the silver ingot out of the window. Qin Pingan stood up and opened the bamboo chest next door. He took out the treasure box and returned to Pei Qian's room. He threw the box on the table and left. Qin Pingan had just taken a sip of the medicinal wine in the room when Pei Qian rushed in with the treasure box in his hand. He stuffed the treasure box into the bamboo chest and ran away as fast as lightning. Qin Pingan took out the treasure box again and went next door. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian had locked the door. Qin Pingan was furious. He wanted to kick the door open and throw this guy and the treasure box out of the inn. Qin Pingan stood outside the door for a moment. Inside the door, Pei Qian, who had locked the door, pressed her back against the door. She raised her 2 slender arms and used the back of her hands to cover her charcoal-like face. On the roof of the inn, the main culprit, the white-clothed youth, was lying on his back with his head on his arms. He had a faint smile on his face. Lu Baixiang was concentrating on playing chess in the room. It was the extremely famous Rosy Clouds manual in the vast world. The Rosy Clouds 10 games were derived from various chess manuals. Some people specialized in cutting the Rosy Clouds 10 games, while others only delved into the intricacies of the Rosy Clouds 10 games. It was said that this manual had nurtured countless wild chess masters in Jianghu. In terms of chess, Lu Baixiang was invincible in Lotus Blossom Paradise. When he first came to Vast World, he thought highly of himself in the art of chess. It was only when he inadvertently obtained this Rosy Clouds manual that he understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better. The more he studied it, the more he realized the depth of the chess skills of both sides. Not to mention the city lord of White Emperor City, who had the qualifications to play against this demonic powerhouse in Rosy Clouds, even though he had lost a lot, without looking at the backups of White Emperor City, just looking at this expert's arrangements alone, every move was brilliant. It was practically enough to teach all future players of the game how to play chess. Lu Baixiang only felt the sound of wind and thunder penetrating through the paper and hitting them in the face, suffocating them. So much so that Lu Baixiang painstakingly searched and collected most of this expert's chess games. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this person's chess skills could be said to be flawless. Vast World's chess grandmasters all had an extremely high evaluation of this person. There were roughly 3 points. The first was that he was able to damage the local situation and seek the big picture, breaking the established conclusion of the golden-horned, silver-edged grass belly. The second was that although this person occasionally showed his sharpness and bloodthirstiness in his moves, overall, this person was worthy of the praise of diluting the essence, reaching the highest level in the world. The third was that this person had created many wonderful ideas such as the Great Avalanche Inward Turnstile and the world's #1 small point. That guy also said that he couldn't move his hands and feet. Julien then asked if he was an Earth Immortal sword cultivator. Cui Dongshan said that he definitely wasn't. Thus Julien agreed. Cui Yuyu also went to watch the show. After only an hour, Cui Dongshan returned to the inn with a smile on his face. Following behind him was Cui Yuyu, who had a strange expression. Of course there was also Julien, who was covered in dirt. Julien went straight to his room and slammed the door shut. Lu Baixiang, who was meditating in the room, didn't ask any questions. Cui Yuyu walked into the room and sat across from him. He said to Lu Baixiang, Cui Dongshan said that he will soon come over to learn chess from you. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, how did Julien lose? Didn't he just sneakily become an 8th-stage martial artist not long ago? Cui Yuyu said helplessly, that guy didn't move at all. However, this person has a lot of magic treasures on him. From beginning to end, Julien couldn't get within 10 feet of him. It was like walking a dog. If I were to play against this person, I wouldn't fare much better than Julien. Lu Baixiang poured a cup of tea for Cui Yuyu, but Cui Yuyu didn't drink it. He shook his head and said, you guys play chess. I won't watch. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, what, do you think my chances of winning aren't high? Cui Yuyu stood up. I don't think this person's chess skills are that high. I just believe in one thing. As long as he gambles with someone, it seems that he won't lose. The thing that chilled Julien the most was that the man stood where he was and controlled the endless and dazzling, magical equipment one after another. Not only did he beat Julien until he could not raise his head, he even cheered for Julien with a face full of regret, saying that an ant like Julien could only be a cook by his master's side. As for the thing that almost made Cui Yuyu draw his sword, it was that person who talked about Julien. He then glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and said that she was slightly better. After all, she was quite good-looking. My master might even sleep facing the right every night. Lu Baixiang sank into deep thought. After Cui Yuyu left, she habitually flipped through the Rosy Clouds manual. Not long after, that white-clothed youth came to her door sloppily. He had been eating melon seeds all the way here. After entering the door, he hadn't even sat down when he saw the chess manual that Lu Baixiang had just put in her hand. He said blankly, you're just looking at this thing to learn life and death, chess tendon, chess set and chess theory? Lu Baixiang asked back, what's wrong with that? Cui Dongshan sighed and sat down across from Lu Baixiang. He said with a frown, forget it, I don't want to learn chess from you. Lu Baixiang frowned. He picked up a chess piece and asked, why is that? Cui Dongshan held the melon seeds that he had swindled from Pei Qian. He stretched out his free hand and pointed at Lu Baixiang with his index finger. Then he raised his thumb and pointed at himself. You'd better learn chess from me, see. 384. Good. Lu Baixiang stood up and smiled at the handsome youth with a red mole between his eyebrows. He gestured for Cui Dongshan to take a seat. It doesn't matter who is teaching and who is learning Go. This was one of the strongest Go players in the history of Lotus Flower Paradise. He had an intuition that today he might make a masterpiece of his life. Cui Dongshan sat down with one foot on the stool. He bent over and rested his chin on his knees. Compared to Lu Baixiang, who was sitting upright, the difference was like heaven and earth. Cui Dongshan stretched out his arm and gently brushed his finger across the edge of the box. Languid, he said, you haven't decided yet, right? Lu Baixiang laughed involuntarily. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be looked down upon like this on the Go board. But Lu Baixiang would not let such a small matter affect his state of mind. He nodded and smiled. I've just arrived, so I haven't decided yet. Cui Dongshan nodded. According to the rules of the mortal world, you can first play 3 games with a 9th rank Go awaiting order. 3, 2, 1. The Go awaiting order will give the newcomer 3 stones, 2 stones and 1 stone respectively. Of course, winning or losing will not affect the final ranking. It is more of a kind of support and honor. Your luck, Lu Baixiang, is much stronger than your chess skills. The real deciding factor for the newcomer's ranking was, of course, the games with the 4th or 5th rank Go players. Cui Dongshan suddenly raised his head. Maybe you think that you have a chance to make a perfect match with me. I might as well tell you that this is just your misconception. But you definitely won't be convinced, so I'll reverse the order. 1, 2, 3. I'll let you know your true weight. How about it? As for whether it's a set or an empty opening, it's up to you. Lu Baixiang shook his head. There's no need to let me win. Even if I lose, I will know the difference between you and me. Cui Dongshan stretched out his finger and pointed at Lu Baixiang. I like people like you who are fearless and blindly conceited. Alright, I guess if I let you win you won't agree. Then let's start with an empty opening. But I won't play. You Lu Baixiang will play black first. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, then how many stones should I place? Cui Dongshan restrained his smile and said impatiently, let's talk about it later. Lu Baixiang was a bit of a guest following the host's wishes. The box in his hand just happened to be filled with black stones, so he took the lead and began to play. Cui Dongshan allowed Lu Baixiang to take out the world-famous number 1 small tip from the iridescent cloud manual. Black 1, 3 and 5 occupied the corners, black 7 guarded the corners and black 9 small tips. It was not only indestructible, but also contained a faint murderous intent, as if a storm was coming. Cui Dongshan was unmoved. He played in a straight line and did not even use any of the no-loss countermeasures of the later generations. Lu Baixiang was like an old monk in meditation, immersed in the game of chess, completely forgetting himself. Cui Dongshan, on the other hand, was a chatterbox. Not only did he play the game carelessly, but he also began to talk nonsense as if he was teaching Lu Baixiang how to play chess. Actually, the seat system is more fun. The currently popular empty opening has its own advantages. It will make the chessboard bigger. But if you don't have enough skill, you'll use up all the ingenious patterns of the predecessors in the opening board. It looks like a bunch of flowers and brocades, but once it reaches the middle board, it'll be unsightly and unsightly, like an old farmer digging a manure pit, a mad dog randomly biting people, or catching a loach in a smelly ditch. It's very boring and it can make the spectators doze off. There were temples for civil and military officials, city god temple, county government schools, and all kinds of shops. The bumpy yellow dirt road, the budding willow trees, the crowing of chickens, the barking of dogs, and the brand new spring festival couplets. There were foreign peddlers hurriedly doing business without roots. There were children running around. Most of them were wearing new clothes for the new year. They were full of youthful energy. As he walked, he unknowingly walked to the entrance of a martial temple. He passed by a temple for the god of wealth. Compared to the deserted Confucian temple, this temple was full of incense. Qin Pingan had already walked through millions of miles of mountains and rivers. He discovered something interesting. The people of the mortal world seemed to respect the gods but were not close to them. They were closer to the temples for the god of wealth, the god of earth, and the various temples for the goddess of wealth. For example, in Qinghuan country where there were many temples, the main god in the main hall would be worshipped by the people after they had offered incense. They would not stay for long. However, when they reached the feet of the god in charge of something, they would pray and make a wish after they had sincerely kowtowed. Qin Pingan walked into the martial temple. There were only a few worshippers. The god statue was in the shape of a general. It was painted with clay and hugged an iron mace. It was ferocious and looked very majestic. The temple attendant did not show himself. Qin Pingan was now at the 5th level of martial arts. It was just that his injuries had not healed. There were pros and cons. There was a glimmer of hope for him to fight for the illusory title of the strongest. Of course, the prerequisite was that the genius Chao Ci of the Great Duan Dynasty had reached the 6th level of martial arts. The key to the 6th level was to find a hero's courage. It was similar to the Qi refinement warriors forming the Golden Core. Generally speaking, there were 2 shortcuts. One was to enter the martial temple and try his luck. He wanted to see if he could be favored and be gifted with martial arts fate. The other was to go to the ancient battlefield ruins and fight with the heroic spirits of the battlefield. However, it was very dangerous. There were very few heroic spirits wandering alone in the ancient battlefield ruins. Those heroic spirits and generals who had not lost their intelligence had varying numbers of nether soldiers and generals under their command. They were very difficult to deal with. The immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain recorded that there was a huge ruin in the central plains. The heroic spirit had a cultivation equivalent to the 12th level of Qi refinement warrior. In addition, he was equivalent to a military saint overseeing the battlefield. He was no different from a legendary ascendant realm. He had hundreds of thousands of nether soldiers and generals under his command. Pei Qian was copying books in her room. After copying the books, she quietly stood at the door, eavesdropping on the movements outside. However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear any footsteps. She squatted with her back against the door looking at her toes. In the beginning she wasn't used to walking on the mountain road, so the soles of her feet were full of bloody blisters. She didn't dare to use a thorn to prick them. Someone squatted beside her and helped her prick them one by one, and then applied some crushed herbs on them. Then it didn't hurt anymore. While Pei Qian was in a daze, a familiar voice came from outside the door asking, "Have you copied books today?" Pei Qian immediately jumped up and shouted, "I finished." The footsteps gradually faded away, and then there was the soft sound of the door next door closing. Cui Dongshan laughed and asked, "The earth goddess here is too daring and does not know life from death. She dared to follow teacher's journey to the martial temple, and saw some things that she should not have seen. What's even worse is that she actually dares to claim credit in front of me. Does she not know that heaven, earth, ruler, parents and teacher?" Qin Pingan directly asked, "So you killed the earth goddess?" Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "How is that possible? I only spoke some principles with her peacefully, and told her to be careful and not do it again in the future. This earth goddess is also a well-educated and reasonable person, and it is obvious that she listened to me. So I gave her a good fortune and it can be considered as a small good karma." Qin Pingan saw through Cui Dongshan's thoughts with one sentence. "If you did not have to come here, I reckon that this earth goddess who failed to claim credit would have already been removed from the Qingyuan kingdom's landscape register." Cui Dongshan laughed embarrassedly and said, "Teacher has wronged me too much, now I am always being kind to others." Qin Pingan drank a mouthful of tea and said, "Then let's talk about serious matters." Cui Dongshan drank the tea to moisten his throat and carefully worded his words, "About that seemingly useless immortal slew, if teacher's luck is better, you might be able to get the best of both worlds." Qin Pingan's eyes widened. "Cui Dongshan, are you crazy? The female ghost in the talisman, let's not talk about whether or not her bones were hard enough in the eyes of the school of yin and yang. Even if you used the method of weighing weights, she was still a female ghost that couldn't be lifted. A female ghost. This immortal slew is Du Mao's yang spirit body." Cui Dongshan's fingers gently twirled the teacup, and his expression was indifferent. He stared straight at Qin Pingan. "Why do you care about this? Even if you care, shouldn't it be about the female talisman ghost? Why do you have to work so hard?" Qin Pingan was stunned at first and then he nodded and said, "That makes sense." Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "There is no but, right?" With a thought, a piece of yellow paper talisman made of special material appeared on the table out of thin air, fluttering slightly. Qin Pingan used the talisman's door-opening technique, which was not very difficult, to release the withered bones and colorful ghost Shi Ro. The talisman was both a house and a cage. Shi Ro hovered on the table, her colorful clothes dragging on the table. Cui Dongshan raised his head. Shi Ro looked down and saw a handsome young man with a red mole between his eyebrows. Although the young man did not speak, his eyes clearly told her 4 words, "Do you want to die?" Although Shi Ro didn't know the identity of this person, and couldn't even see the depth of his cultivation, an instinctive fear surged from the depths of her heart. She immediately floated to the ground and turned around, not daring to meet the eyes of the youth. Facing Qin Pingan, even so, she still felt as if there was a blade at her back. She lowered her eyebrows and for the first time, revealed a more sincere and delicate expression as she said to Qin Pingan, "This servant greets master." Cui Dongshan stood up, rubbing his hands and smiling, eager to try. Qin Pingan nodded at him. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and pressed on the shoulder of the female ghost in colorful clothes. She looked as if she was struck by lightning, the evil spirit of an otherworldly item poured out in torrents. Her face was distorted, and her hair fluttered crazily. Cui Dongshan turned a blind eye to this and just gently lifted her up slowly. When she was about a foot away from the ground, he increased the strength of his fingers and lifted the ferocious withered bones and colorful ghost up another foot. Cui Dongshan did not stop and lifted her up for the 3rd time. The female ghost Shi Ro's skeleton instantly loosened, as if all the bones had been removed from her body. It was as if she was a puppet being held in the air so she did not collapse to the ground. Cui Dongshan loosened his hand, but the female ghost was still suspended in the same place. Her spirit was trembling and drifting. Strands of original evil spirit flowed out of her 7 apertures, almost like a living person bleeding from the 7 apertures. She opened her mouth wide as if she was wailing, but no sound came out. Cui Dongshan walked around her and lifted the female ghost 3 times. Each time he was very particular. The first time he used the fortune-teller's skill of weighing weight to measure her integrity. The second time he used the ancient witch's skill of plucking seedlings. The third time he was even more secretive. He used his improved method of summarizing and summarizing, which was born out of a divine sense of reading created by the Confucian sages. It was the same as the method of reading from 8 sides. They were all methods that only the master of the Academy of Confucian could use. In addition to having many magic treasures, Cui Dongshan was good at many occult arts. Looking at the whole world, he was also an outstanding figure. Cui Dongshan glanced at Qin Pingan and found that the latter's expression was normal. After all, he was not the young man with straw sandals anymore. Cui Dongshan collected his thoughts and shot a small coin at the female ghost's glabella. The latter fell to the ground with her hands on the ground. Her shoulders trembled and she could not even lift her head. Obviously she suffered a lot. Fortunately, the small coin melted into pure spiritual qi in mid-air, and the pain in the depths of the female ghost's spirit was slightly relieved. Qin Pingan asked, "How is it?" Cui Dongshan sighed, "It's okay. Your luck is quite average." The two sat opposite each other again. Qin Pingan said to the female ghost of dried bones who was staggering to stand up, "I have a shed that is equivalent to the immortal realm. Would you like to live in it?" The female ghost was shocked beyond words. She could not believe it and was speechless for a while. How could an otherworldly item like her enjoy such a great fortune? Not to mention Jindan and Yuanying, who were earth immortals in the eyes of the secular world, the shed of an immortal would be coveted by unpolished jade cultivators. Perhaps even immortal realm cultivators would be envious. After all, if one could concentrate on refining an immortal shed and use it as an armor for a wandering Yin god, it would be able to attack and defend. It would be like adding wings to a tiger. It was a magnificent feat, although she was an otherworldly ghost with low cultivation, or else she would not have been imprisoned by a cultivator who was not even an earth immortal. However, because of certain reasons, her vision was not low. In the twilight of the first day, the haggard Cui Dongshan came to Qin Pingan's house to complain. He asked for a pot of osmanthus wine and shamelessly took another pot. The next day, Cui Dongshan's face was ashen. He staggered to Qin Pingan's house. Pei Qian was seriously immersed in copying books. Cui Dongshan asked the little girl to move closer and then lay on the table. He slept for an hour before waking up. He saw Qin Pingan practicing the heaven-earth stance and Pei Qian practicing the six-step stance. He left silently, but of course he didn't forget the pot of peach blossom wine on the table. On the third day, Cui Dongshan said that he would set off the day after tomorrow. He was in high spirits. When he visited, he even brought Lu Baixiang's chess set, saying that he wanted to relieve his boredom and teach his teacher how to play chess. With his teacher's talent, he would definitely surpass Lu Baixiang in 2 or 3 days. It would be easy for him to beat Cui Dongshan in 5 or 6 days. Before the game officially began, Cui Dongshan looked at Qin Pingan, who was sitting across the table with a serious face. He was in a trance for a moment. Cui Dongshan taught him the small point on the colorful cloud chart. No matter how brilliant this Joziki was and how it was praised by later generations as unprecedented and unparalleled, it was still just a Joziki in the end. However, Qin Pingan stubbornly clung to this stereotype. As a result, he spent a whole 2 hours explaining the essence of this pattern and the many changes after it. If Lu Baixiang or any other Dali was so stupid, they would have scolded the other party. However, probably because of Qin Pingan's identity as a teacher, Cui Dongshan didn't have the slightest impatience, which was very rare. It was also possible that Qin Pingan, who made Cui Dongshan suffer a lot, never asked him for advice like this. In short, Cui Dongshan taught chess and Qin Pingan learned chess. The crisp sound of chess pieces, as well as the question and answer, rose and fell one after another, leisurely. Late at night on the 4th day, when Qin Pingan opened the door, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and then he had goosebumps all over his body. He saw a Du Mao standing beside Cui Dongshan with a shy smile. She said timidly, "This servant greets the master." 386. Qin Pingan struggled for a while before he finally let Cui Dongshan and Shi Ro's yang spirit body into the room. Cui Dongshan still drew a big circle with the golden flying sword. Qin Pingan could not help but ask what kind of magic it was. Cui Dongshan laughed and said it was the method of the ancient deities. It could be used as a shelter, but it could also be used to imprison others. Therefore it was called the Thunder Pool. Later generations improved and evolved the magic of the immortals. There were as many as 10 kinds of magic, but most of them deviated from the right path and were not worth mentioning. After they sat down, Cui Dongshan talked about Shi Ro with joy. He praised Shi Ro's root bone very much. He said that the opening of the mountain, except for the 2 bags of gold and copper coins, was smooth sailing. The glazed golden body stripped by the Ascendant Realm cultivator actually gave Shirro's soul great perseverance and great luck. It successfully became a fairyland for her soul. Now, although there was still some mutual rejection between Du Mao's body and Shirro's soul, it was just a matter of time and money, so there was no big problem. After Cui Dongshan said the good news, he began to nitpick. Opening the door and turning the guest into the host is just the first obstacle. Shirro is blessed by the heavens in terms of her bone frame. If there was someone who knew her stuff and was willing to spend money, it wouldn't be a problem for her to become one of our Aquarius continent's top 5 great mountain god. She has a good foundation, which is why she was able to gain such a huge advantage. However, her bone frame is good, but it doesn't mean that her cultivation aptitude is good. In fact, Shirro is a lonely spirit that has lived for hundreds of years, but she still couldn't cultivate anything. She couldn't become a ghost king. Other than her old master being unreliable, Shirro's cultivation aptitude isn't outstanding at all. Therefore, Shirro's bottleneck is rather terrible. She is destined to be unable to break through the restrictions of this glass golden body. Chen Pingan took out a bottle of osmanthus wine. After Cui Dongshan received it, he raised his head and took a big gulp. He wiped his mouth. Luckily, after entering this mountain of gold, even if it is a pitiful little ghost moving money, no matter how little she moves, after tens or hundreds of years, she will still be able to move out a rich person. After that, Shirro will only need to use her stupid method to gnaw on the hard bones. There will not be any big bottlenecks in her cultivation. This is the most enviable part of an immortal's shed skin. She can go all the way to the upper 5 realms without forming her golden core, nurturing her yuanying, and even ignoring the heavenly demons, who wouldn't be envious. Cui Dongshan chuckled. Of course, Mr.'s mind is strong. You won't be envious. As for me, your student, I have a gem in front of me. There is no need for me to be envious. In the end, I am still not as good as Mr. Chen Pingan reminded. No matter how much Shirro cultivates and accumulates the gold essence copper coins, I will keep 6 gold essence copper coins with me. Don't even think about it. Cui Dongshan said seriously. To have such a kind and benevolent mister as the master of those 4 ants in Lotus Blossom blessed land is really their good fortune. If they still don't know how to cherish their good fortune, they deserve to be struck by lightning. Don't worry, mister, your student knows a little about Dragon Tiger Mountain's 5 thunder execution technique. I might even be more proficient in it than some of the celestial masters' residences. When the time comes, Mr. just has to give the order and I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Chen Pingan shook his head. I still hope that I can have a good ending with those 4. Just as the cultivator was feeling heartache, Cui Dongshan spread his hands. The little ghost that was grimacing in pain seemed to be wearing an extra layer of red clothing. He threw it on the ground and ordered, Go steal a piece of gold from the rich families. The little fellow clenched its fists and ran away with its cheeks puffed up. It was running very hard. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it really did carry a piece of gold that was the size of a fingernail back. The cultivator was dumbfounded. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Immortal Master's remarkable abilities are truly an eye-opener. Cui Dongshan stood up and disappeared in a flash, leaving the excited cultivator behind. Cui Dongshan went to the civil and martial temples in the county town. He couldn't stand their reverence, so he chatted with them for a while and left soon after. He was really bored. Cui Dongshan casually gave the painted door gods of a family a finishing touch, so that the 2 door gods could condense the embryonic form of a golden body. They were still thousands of miles away from becoming real gods. They could only scare the most useless otherworldly items and block the evil spirit more. Then he went to the 2nd richest family in the county town and broke the ridge beasts on the roof of their house one by one and threw them away. He was aimless and did whatever he wanted. Cui Dongshan was the only one who was so bored as an earth immortal. That night, Chen Pingan practiced the heaven-earth stance after Cui Dongshan left with Shirro. Then he walked out of the house and gently knocked on the door next door. He laughed angrily and said, It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Pei Qian was reading a knight-errant novel by the light. After Chen Pingan knocked on the door, she quickly blew out the oil lamp and rushed to the bed, pretending that she had just been woken up. I'm sleeping. Why aren't you sleeping? Do you need me to open the door? Chen Pingan smiled and didn't care about the lie. He reminded her, You don't need to open the door. You can read anytime. Don't hurt your eyes. We don't have to hurry tomorrow. You can read it during the day. Chen Pingan turned around and left. Then he remembered something and said at the door, After I leave, don't hide under the quilt and read with the oil lamp in your hand. Pei Qian opened her mouth wide. Her master was really something. He could even guess that. She had to agree. I know. After Qin Pingan left, Pei Qian resisted the temptation and went to sleep, although she was still thinking about the Jianghu grudges and the sword shadows in the novel. However, she kept her eyes wide open and didn't feel sleepy. After a long time, she slowly fell asleep. The next day after breakfast in Qin Pingan's room, Cui Dongshan was teaching Qin Pingan how to play Go. He was still playing Xiaojian. At first, Lu Baixiang was watching from the sidelines. As soon as she saw the game, she was entranced. Finally, during a break, she quickly left and called Sui Yuyu over to watch the game. She said it was too wonderful for words. Sui Yuyu had once been defeated by Lu Baixiang's Xiaojian on the chessboard and was defeated so badly that she threw away her helmet and abandoned her armor. She did not believe in heresy and allowed Lu Baixiang to use this style for 3 consecutive games. As a result, she lost the initiative completely and lost miserably. It was to the extent that she made an exception and made a series of unreasonable moves, but was still unable to turn the situation around. Therefore, when Lu Baixiang said that her understanding of this world's number 1 Xiaojian was only 30 to 40% of its essence, Sui Yuyu was somewhat interested. She came over to watch how Cui Dongshan taught people to play chess and how Qin Pingan learned chess from others. For example, Lu Baixiang learned that in this world where there were all kinds of strange things, in addition to attaining the peak of Taoism and the limit of martial arts, in fact, there were also scholars who really worked hard on learning and cultivating the mind. There were also many Qi trainers from the 100 schools of thought who were regarded as immortals who cultivated Taoism. They valued the orthodoxy and looked down on the strength of cultivation. Sui Yu saw how Cui Dongshan's strange and variegated celestial spells fit in with daily life bit by bit. When there was no one around, Zhu Lian asked Cui Dongshan for advice twice. His idea was very simple. He just wanted to know how many celestial magic treasures this guy actually had. Wei Xian was still the most taciturn one. He was the only one who got along well with Pei Qian. The two of them were always impolite. Cui Dongshan was still the same as before when they left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The two of them traveled together, occasionally disappearing for a while, and Qin Pingan never asked about it. Old man Shi Ro finally shook off some of her cosmetics. She no longer swayed her waist like a woman when she walked, no longer had the natural flirtatious look, and no longer unconsciously twirled her fingers. She finally looked like a proper white-haired old man. However, Shi Ro was still the least likable one in this group. Her status in Jianghu was probably even lower than that of a scalper. Pei Qian practiced the white ape's backswordsmanship and dragging blade style more diligently. After all, they were all forms and were still impressive, so she didn't have to suffer the pain of breaking her tendons and bones. Compared to the 6-step stance walking, she preferred to use the bamboo blade and bamboo sword that Qin Pingan made for her, and practiced the set of blade and sword techniques that the female Taoist Nun Huang Ting taught her. However, once Cui Dongshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the cow, used a strange tone to criticize her backswordsmanship. Cui Dongshan held his stomach and laughed so hard that he directly fell from the cow's back to the ground. This hit Pei Qian so hard that she was depressed for a few days. Every day she only dared to practice the stance walking. The group of people arrived at the county closest to the capital of the Qinghuan Kingdom. It was unknown how Cui Dongshan found it. The group settled down in an immortal inn that was quiet amidst the chaos. Qin Pingan indeed didn't have much talent in playing chess. However, he didn't throw it aside and didn't waste time on it. He also didn't neglect his fist and sword techniques. Every day he would spend about 2 hours learning chess from Cui Dongshan. When they arrived at this immortal and called 100 Flowers Park, it was said that the shopkeeper was a middle-aged sea-viewing cultivator. However, he didn't show his face in front of Qin Pingan and the rest. The inn occupied a large area and planted many exotic flowers and herbs that refreshed the mind. As the debate between Buddhism and Taoism was about to be held in the capital not far away, there weren't many rooms left in this immortal inn. Pei Qian once again slept in a room with Sui Yuyu. Lu Baixiang, Zhu Lian, and Wei Xian squeezed into another room. Cui Dongshan, Shi Ro, and Qin Pingan were the only ones who occupied a room to themselves. It was very expensive to stay here, but it was worth it. There were many benefits that couldn't be bought with money. For example, some anecdotes about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism were given to the guests by the inn staff every day in the form of an official bulletin. In addition, there were a few small spiritual artifacts in each room. Although they had the title of spiritual artifacts of immortals, most of them were made of scraps and scraps. He did not know what went wrong with the child, so he cried and complained to the old master. In the end, he was beaten again. Qin Pingan heard this and laughed heartily. Pei Qian listened from the side and sighed. That fellow who stole the book is too stupid. Sigh, there are indeed too many idiots in the world. What can I do about it? Qin Pingan threw a chestnut at him. It's not about whether he's stupid or not. It's that stealing the book was wrong in the first place. After stealing the book, he was smart enough to not give himself away. That's even more wrong. Pei Qian felt wronged. I didn't say that it was right to steal the book. Cui Dongshan laughed. There are many stupid and bad people in the world. Confucianism can't teach these people. Pei Qian agreed and nodded. The legalism you guys were talking about is quite good. It seems to be very useful against bad people. Pei Qian immediately shut up, afraid that Qin Pingan would be angry. Qin Pingan laughed. You're right to think that way, but you still need to read more books. Don't think that you have the right answer now. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Then Confucianism is better. She was already tired enough from copying that Confucianism book. If she added another legalism book, wouldn't she be looking for trouble? Cui Dongshan gave her a thumbs up. As expected of Zhu Lian's unyielding character. Pei Qian pretended not to hear. Cui Dongshan laughed. Pei Qian, you have a good relationship with Wei Xian? Pei Qian became vigilant and smiled. Our relationship is just SOSO. Cui Dongshan exclaimed, you're quite smart. You know how to act according to the wind. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. When it came to her master, he would flatter her one after another. When it came to her, nothing good would come out of a dog's mouth. This fellow was really annoying. If one day this Cui guy angered her master, and she, as the first disciple, learned peerless swordsmanship and saber techniques, she would learn from the ranger novels and clean up the house. Cui Dongshan seemed to be able to read Pei Qian's mind. He laughed. What, with your clumsy swordsmanship and saber techniques, you want to arm wrestle with me one day? Pei Qian was bewildered. What are you talking about? Cui Dongshan picked up a date from the small plate and gently smashed it on Pei Qian's forehead. Little thing, you want to fight with me? Pei Qian reached out to catch the falling date and pretended to throw it back. Cui Dongshan was as still as a mountain. Pei Qian tried a few times, but Cui Dongshan just smiled and did not move at all. Pei Qian thought that she probably would not be able to hit this fellow. If she really succeeded, she would be the one to bear the consequences. She simply stuffed the date into her mouth and glared at him fiercely. Cui Dongshan suddenly panicked. Oh no, this date is the descendant of the spirit of the jujube tree in Baihua Park. Qi refinement warriors like us are not afraid of being pestered by the spirit. Wei Xian was looking at some local county records and unofficial histories he had bought along the way. He put down the book and asked, What's the matter? Cui Dongshan's cultivation swayed. After crossing the threshold, the door closed automatically. Cui Dongshan stretched out a hand and gently clenched it into a fist. You Wei Xian, don't look at the process. You only look at the result. Among the four of us, you are the worst chess player. But you are also the one who unintentionally learned chess. Sooner or later you will hit my master's weak spot. Why don't I just kill you today and be done with it? Wei Xian said indifferently, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Cui Dongshan waved his sleeve and a scroll fell on the table next to Wei Xian. There were also 3 golden copper coins. Cui Dongshan strode forward. With one hand behind his back and the other clenched into a fist, he said, If I kill you by mistake, then so be it. I'll kill you until your realm falls to the point where it can't fall any further. Once my master recovers from his injuries and breaks through the bottleneck of the 5th realm, it will be too late for you to make a move then. Wei Xian sneered, I want to see if my loss is greater, or if you lose your master-disciple status. Do you really think I don't know that this scroll is a smokescreen for you, Cui Dongshan? You and I both know what kind of person Qin Pingan is. Cui Dongshan was slightly surprised. He slowed down his steps. I underestimated you, the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Speak. We both know that you are the true hidden danger. But why haven't you made a move yet? I'm very curious. Is it because of Pei Qian? Wei Xian was expressionless. He didn't say a word. Cui Dongshan smiled and sat down. When I was playing chess with my master, I helped him review the game. I asked him about everything. I asked him about the lotus flower-blessed land. As for the background of the 4 people in the scroll, as long as he knew about it, I knew about it. If he didn't pay attention to it, I would pay attention to it. Cui Dongshan pointed at a mediocre unofficial history book on the table. For example, according to the unofficial history of the Nanyuan kingdom, their iron-fisted founding emperor doted on the little princess who died young the most. For her sake, he sent all the palace alchemists to search for immortals. Then, in your eyes, how similar is Pei Qian to your daughter? If you kill Qin Pingan, will you be able to revive her in the lotus flower-blessed land? Or will you simply attach yourself to Pei Qian's body and reunite with your daughter in this vast world? Yes, perhaps you will still die, but at least she will be able to live one more life. As for whether or not she will be in her homeland, the Nanyuan Kingdom, it doesn't matter. After all, her family is already dead. Perhaps she will have greater achievements in this vast world. So, Wei Xian, you choose to wait silently, hoping to pave the way for her? Sui Yuyu turned and walked towards the pavilion, and Cui Dongshan removed the restriction on the golden lightning pool. Sui Yuyu walked down the steps without turning her head, making Cui Dongshan click his tongue. She really was a spendthrift and a heartless woman. However, Cui Dongshan smiled knowingly, closed his eyes and clenched his hands into fists. He began to count, silently saying 1, and extended a finger. After Sui Yuyu left the pavilion, she found Pei Qian. Pei Qian quickly put away the kite and chatted with Sui Yuyu. After nodding and shaking his head, he quickly ran towards the pavilion, panting, "Teacher, Sister Sui wants you to send her off. You can just send her to the inn's entrance, there's no need to send her off." Cui Dongshan just happened to count to 10, and his fists turned into palms. He laughed loudly and winked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan felt that this was human nature, and quickly followed Sui Yuyu, who was gradually walking away. Qin Pingan followed Sui Yuyu, and the two of them did not speak. When they reached the inn's entrance, there were two painted door gods as tall as a person on the door behind them. Sui Yuyu stopped and Qin Pingan stopped as well. Sui Yuyu did not look at Qin Pingan, she raised her head and looked at the clear blue sky and spoke softly, "Did you always think that I was a burden, so when I said that I was leaving, you felt much more relaxed?" Qin Pingan turned and looked at Sui Yuyu's face and laughed, "Don't always think of people so badly." It was undeniable that Sui Yuyu was an extremely beautiful lady, especially when her expression was not so cold, it was like a flash in the pan, giving people a breathtaking feeling. I wonder if Sui Yuyu will meet a man she likes in the Jianghu, or if she will become a celestial couple with someone in the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent, and most likely a young sword cultivator with shocking talent? Qin Pingan was curious about which man Sui Yuyu would like in the future, and was looking forward to meeting her again in the Aquarius continent, and seeing her standing side by side and greeting him. Upon thinking about all these unimaginable yet extremely interesting scenes, Qin Pingan could not help but laugh. Sui Yuyu turned her head and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Qin Pingan did not dare to say what was in his heart, as it was somewhat rude and frivolous. Sui Yuyu was thin-skinned and had a big temper, so he did not want to be stabbed by Sui Yuyu in a good farewell. Qin Pingan only said, "Take care." Sui Yuyu left with large strides, leaving behind a sentence to Qin Pingan. It was a soft and heroic sentence. "I will quickly become a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms." Walking to the end of the street, Sui Yuyu turned her head and looked, but Qin Pingan's figure was already gone, only two painted door gods. Sui Yuyu smiled and left. As if they had made an appointment, as soon as Sui Yuyu left, Lu Baixiang also came to ask for leave, saying that he wanted to visit all the large temples in the Qinghuan Kingdom, including the Baishui Temple, and then go to Qingshan Kingdom and Yunshao Kingdom. After a few years he could go to Qin Pingan's hometown Longquan County. Qin Pingan was in the room. He glanced at Cui Dongshan, who hurriedly explained, "It has nothing to do with me. If I lie, use the 5 thunders technique to kill yourself." Lu Baixiang smiled, "It has nothing to do with Mr. Cui. It is me who wants to be alone, just like in the lotus flower-blessed land, to explore the mountains and rivers to my heart's content. I hope that in 3 years, besides reaching the 7th realm, I can also reach the far travel realm, and be able to travel with the wind like a chi cultivator so that I can see the beautiful scenery on the mountain. After that, Lu Baixiang will know my place and follow you as a retainer, serving you until one day when I feel like moving, and then I will go out to travel." Qin Pingan had just returned 2 bags of silver and divine money to Cui Dongshan not long ago, and now he had to fork out money again. He laughed angrily, "Say it, how much money do you want to borrow from me for travel expenses?" Lu Baixiang laughed loudly, "I don't need a divine money, just some silver will do." But Qin Pingan still gave 2 bags of money to Lu Baixiang. "A single coin can stump a hero, take this bag of money just in case you need it." Lu Baixiang did not reject politely. After receiving the money, he suddenly mocked himself. "If I die the moment I go out, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing?" Qin Pingan laughed, "You will soon be a 7th realm martial artist, and you are not that impatient. These two are enough for you to do whatever you want in the Aquarius continent. Lu Baixiang stood up and bid farewell. He cupped his fists and said, "Then goodbye." Qin Pingan cupped his fists and returned the greeting, "Goodbye." Qin Pingan joked, "This is the vast world, not the lotus flower blessed land. Don't mess around and create a demonic sect." Cui Dongshan said, "Lu Baixiang is not an immortal on the mountain. Establishing a sect in the martial world is not a big deal." Pei Qian suddenly shouted, "Xiaobai, wait for me." Pei Qian turned around and took out the money pouch that Lady Gue had given him. He took out a snow coin and ran to Lu Baixiang. "Xiaobai, give me your hand." Lu Baixiang laughed and opened his palm. Pei Qian placed the snow coin into Lu Baixiang's palm and said solemnly, "Xiaobai, this is for you. The gift is not light but the affection is even heavier." Lu Baixiang held onto the snow coin and spent money, to a small pai xiu, for her to take the initiative to take out a piece of divine money. Furthermore, it was a gift and not a loan. The affection was not light. Lu Baixiang laughed, "Don't worry, I have been traveling the martial world for the past few years, and will help you look for good things and see if I can get them, and the next time we meet, I will give them to you as a gift." Pei Qian nodded his head with all his might and said in a serious tone, "You can play but you must not delay your martial arts training. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. If you want to learn from me, you must practice your stance, copy books, practice your sword techniques and blade techniques every day, be diligent and sincere. The clumsy bird flies first." Lu Baixiang smiled and stretched out his hand, "I know." Pei Qian nimbly dodged the palm that was rubbing her head and complained, "I will not grow tall." She quickly smiled brightly at Qin Pingan, "Master rubbing my head, it is not a problem." Lu Baixiang laughed heartily, and finally looked at the young immortal in white who was sitting beside Qin Pingan with his legs crossed. Qin Pingan thought for a long time, took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a little medicine wine, finally nodded and said, "Okay, after leaving Qinghuan Kingdom, we will roughly follow the route you planned." Cui Dongshan did not hide his relief. "Teacher, don't worry, there is no plot to harm you. Besides, student and teacher, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope, walking the same path. The higher your achievements, even if I, Cui Dongshan, am too lazy to do anything all day, I will still be able to take advantage of your light and be forcefully promoted by you." Qin Pingan hesitated, "How do you deal with that person in the capital now?" Cui Dongshan's head knocked heavily on the table, looking like he wanted to die. Knocking 3 times, he raised his head and said, "Speaking of this, student's heart hurts." Qin Pingan laughed and said, "You asked for it, you can't blame others." Cui Dongshan said with grievance, "But why is that old guy enjoying his life, continuing to be the prestigious Dali Imperial tutor, while student doesn't even have the nickname of Embroidered Tiger, and every time I go out, I have to eat and sleep in the open, hiding my head and tail?" Qin Pingan gloated and said, "You should be content. In addition to the many magic weapons in the near hand, there is also this immortal shed skin that is better than Du Maoyang's body." Cui Dongshan sighed, holding his chin with one hand. He raised his head and looked at the sky. "That's true. Luckily I am not very interested in fighting and killing now. As a young man, it is easy to be bored. After leaving the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, it is still okay being with teacher day and night. I enjoy it. In the East Mountain, little treasure bottle does not care to talk to me. Yu Lu and Xie, I feel annoyed. Li Huai and Lin Shi have nothing to talk to. What a miserable and lonely life." Qin Pingan was too lazy to comfort him, and what's more, this Dali Embroidered Tiger needs others to comfort him? What a joke. Cui Dongshan straightened his back and said with a smile, "Teacher, the 4 people in the picture scroll of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land can be considered to have come to an end for the time being. Let me give you a little review. Just treat it as teaching you a game of chess before we part." Qin Pingan subconsciously sat up straight. Every time he played chess with Cui Dongshan, he was so serious. "Please go ahead." Cui Dongshan felt a little funny and a little sad, but these emotions were well hidden and did not show the slightest bit. First, he used the flying sword to draw the thunder pool. "That Sui Yu is a silly girl, a dragon kiln porcelain vase, beautiful and beautiful, it will break with a smash. But although she is silly, she is indeed an innate sword embryo. As long as the Jade Gue sect is willing to cultivate her, nascent soul sword cultivator is not a problem. As for whether she can become a female sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, it is not up to her alone, she has to ask whether this world agrees." Cui Dongshan was quite satisfied and said with a smile, "Of course you, Pei Qian, can't think of it even if you crack your head. It's that stick of candied haws." Pei Qian turned his head and pressed his cheek against the table. He looked at the guy with the mole between his eyebrows with some doubt. Chui Dongshan said softly, if you were there at that time you, Pei Qian, could eat that stick of candied haws as much as you want. You could kneel on the ground and beg others to let you eat it. You could steal it and snatch it. You could even eat a whole stall of candied haws. But Chen Pingan couldn't eat it. Not even a single one could be eaten. Things in the world, people in the world, people in the world, people in the world. They seem complicated, but as long as you look at the most minute details you can follow them. Pei Qian suddenly said angrily, call me master. You dare to call master by his name, you're really bold. Be careful or I'll complain to master. Chui Dongshan rolled his eyes and made a gesture of flicking his finger. Pei Qian hurriedly sat up and covered his forehead and his precious talisman with his hands. Chui Dongshan folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the table. He looked out the window and said softly, we shouldn't always disappoint master. These words made Pei Qian a little confused. Always. But soon he was not confused anymore. Pei Qian casually counted with his fingers and realized that he had indeed not made Chen Pingan angry. Chui Dongshan turned his neck and looked at Pei Qian with a smile. The sun and the moon shine in all directions, and people have eyes to see everything clearly. Pei Qian, you're very lucky. You're even luckier to have met Chen Pingan. It's like Chen Pingan met Qi Jingchen. Chui Dongshan's eyes were in a trance, but there was a smile on his face. He murmured, I remember when an old scholar, a guy who wasn't very bright, and the Mr. Qi in Chen Pingan's heart, were at the lowest point of our lives. We told our only 3 disciples at that time that if a person could live a peaceful life, having money was not so important. Even drinking water would taste sweet, and chewing a white steamed bun would taste like a roasted chicken leg. At that time, the one surnames was said stupidly that it was quite good to drink water and eat steamed buns for the rest of one's life. The old scholar was so angry that he slammed the table and glared at him. Can you be a little more ambitious? If you don't use these principles to make up for your hunger when you're poor, how can you live your life? There are no idiots in the world who don't want to live a better life. When everyone wants to live a good life and can walk a good path, the world will be able to move forward. Then Qi Jingchen asked, Master, when will we be able to eat food with oil? Master was deflated and couldn't say anything for a long time. In the end he could only point at me, the idiot of the 2 guys. He smiled and said, that depends on when your big brother's family will send money over. But these words will not be known in the future. All of them will be left in the elementary school in that shabby alley. Later on, the old elementary scholar participated in the debate between the 3 sects twice. His disciples were as numerous as the clouds, attracting the attention of the world. However, the 3 of us didn't want to think about these things often. It seems that after that, the old elementary scholar was busy every day running here and there. He was so busy that he was overwhelmed with work for the so-called common people. He had to run from one school to another, preaching and clearing the doubts of even more idiots. We were the 3 best disciples at the beginning, but as time passed, we all had our own paths. Pei Qian didn't hear it clearly because Chui Dongshan's voice was too soft. Chui Dongshan took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves like snowflakes. 388. About an hour after Chui Dongshan left, he asked an ordinary-looking man to make a trip to the inn and find Chen Pingan. He showed him a peace tablet that only the spies of the greatly immortal family could carry. Chen Pingan's expression was normal, but his heart almost exploded. One must know that the most ruthless scheme he had in Tongya continent was the jade token passed down from the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Taiping Mountain. Once bitten, twice shy. Moreover, both jade tokens happened to have the word peace on them. Chen Pingan inevitably felt apprehensive. That Dali spy who had been dormant in Qinghuan country for many years, to be able to hold such an identity, he must have all 3. He must have high ability, be able to kill and escape. He must have a tenacious mind, be able to endure loneliness, be able to stick to his original intention, and be loyal to Dali for years or even decades. Also, he must be good at observing people's expressions. Otherwise, he would be a dull chess piece without any vitality, which was meaningless. Therefore, the man instantly caught the slight abnormality of this young immortal master. However, these had nothing to do with him. This time he openly walked into 100 Flowers Park. After the matter was settled, he would have to solve a lot of problems. It couldn't be helped. The identity of that person was too scary. After entering this county city under the eyes of the Emperor of Qinghuan country, not only did he directly come to find him, he also showed the highest grade embroidered tiger commander's seal, which could mobilize all the spies and death soldiers other than Dali. Dali's spy agency was originally a tripartite balance of forces. The cow and horse bars, the bronze people holding the terrace and the green pavilion. Imperial tutor embroidered tiger, vassal king Song Jangkyung, and the imperial concubine each controlled a territory. A few years ago, the imperial concubine who controlled the Green Pavilion suddenly went to a celestial mountain adjacent to the capital to cultivate. She withdrew from Dali's central hub and the Green Pavilion was assigned to the imperial tutor. Later, even vassal king Song Jangkyung's terrace was given to the imperial tutor under the emperor's instructions. Embroidered tiger Chui Dong could now be said to be monopolizing the power. The man spoke to Qin Pingan in Dali's official language, which he hadn't used for a long time. It turned out that Yellow Ox, who was hiding outside the city, had decided to follow Chui Dongshan and travel far away. Chui Dongshan would also give this Earth Ox, a sea-viewing realm monster and Earth Ox, a lucky chance to successfully form a Jindan. Qin Pingan let out a slight sigh of relief and asked, "Dare I ask, what is the rank of this nothing medallion in your hand?" Without any hesitation, the man answered honestly, "Young master, it's the second highest rank. This lowly one is ashamed to receive it, and is in fear and trepidation." Regarding the rank of the peaceful jade tablet, this in itself was not a small secret. However, that lord had asked him to answer all questions, so the man did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The man stood up and respectfully took out a money pouch. "That lord also asked me to pass this item to young master, saying that it's a bundle." Qin Pingan stood up and received a pouch of copper coins. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he put it on the table and saluted to the Dali spy. "Sorry to trouble you to come all the way here. I hope I won't bring you a mess." The man smiled a little. This sentence was actually enough. Moreover, it was his duty to work for Dali. He saluted back, "Young master, you're too polite." After the man left, Qin Pingan opened the ordinary cotton pouch and poured out a small pile of copper coins. He did not know what Chui Dongshan was up to. Was it really just a gift from a private school for apprenticeship? Pei Qian complained, "Chui Dongshan is really too much. Not to mention a pouch of small summer coins, a pouch of snow would be enough. How can he be your student? So stingy." Qin Pingan saw that the money pouch and copper coins did not seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. Instead, his mood improved a little. He hesitated for a moment, but did not put them into the larger object nearby. Instead, he put them into the flying sword 15. Qin Pingan smiled and rubbed Pei Qian's little head. The little girl, Charcoal, smiled until her eyes narrowed. She was like a little kitten. Afterwards, Pei Qian began to copy and write. Every stroke was meticulous. Habit had become second nature. Nowadays, if she did not copy books one day, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Qin Pingan circled the table, practicing the fist stance that threatened to turn the world upside down. No matter how strange his posture was, others would not find it strange after looking at it for a long time. In the twilight of this day, Zhu Lian came to Qin Pingan's room. He saw Pei Qian sitting at the table, one hand holding the knight-errant novel he had given her. With the other hand she gestured the crappy moves described in the book. After Qin Pingan sat down, there was an unclosed legalist classic on the table. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master is really diligent in everything. There is nothing in the world that is difficult for a determined person." This old saying should be specially said for young master. Although the four people in the picture scroll had walked out of the picture scroll, even until today they still had their own thoughts. But putting these aside, they had accompanied each other all the way from the Great Spring Dynasty of the Tongyi continent to the Qingyuan nation of the Aquarius continent. They had fought side by side many times, and in the end, in just one day, Sui Yuyu, Lu Baixiang, and Wei Xian had left to travel far away. Only this stooped old man in front of him was left. If Qin Pingan said that he did not have the slightest bit of melancholy, he would definitely be lying to himself and others. Thus, Qin Pingan took out 2 pots of osmanthus wine, one for each person, and sat across from each other to drink. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master, why do you still not ask me how I was able to take 2 big steps on the martial path?" If it was before Chui Dongshan finished that game of chess, Qin Pingan might have considered it. Or perhaps it was because he had drunk a few mouthfuls of osmanthus wine that he did not want to be too scheming. He smiled and said, "You still don't have any hidden worries and secrets. It's normal that you don't want to take them out under the sun for others to see. Am I not the same? As long as you don't have the intention to harm others, you can hide it. Maybe it will be like the osmanthus wine in our hands, more fragrant the more it is." Zhu Lian shook the wine pot in his hand and grinned. Qin Pingan sighed and said, "I can be considered half a person of the lotus flower-blessed land, because the time I stayed there was not short. The 4 of you added together is probably about the same age. It is just like you said, my feet move fast and my strides are big. At that time I did not feel the passage of time that much. Julien said, young master is a blessed son of heaven, it is natural for you to have such good fortune. Pei Qian was suddenly furious. Bullsh *t. Julien was stunned, then smiled playfully. Oh, this little charcoal's backbone has grown quite a bit. But when Julien looked again he found that Pei Qian's expression was not quite right, unlike usual. Qin Pingan was also a little surprised. He knew that Julien would not get angry over this kind of thing, so Qin Pingan did not think too deeply about why Pei Qian was suddenly angry. Julien could not help but think of the immortal youth with the mole between his eyebrows. Before the first time they sparred, Cui Dongshan said, look at your smiling face but your dirty heart, I am very unhappy. Let's fight, I will do as I say. My hands and feet will not move and I will let you punch and kick me. If I even frown I will lose. In the end Julien knew what the great Sui Kingdom's Academy of Many Treasures Immortal was, and how he became famous in the capital, earning Cui Dongshan the nickname of Cheap Ancestor of the Kai family. Julien smiled and said, young master, this student of yours, Cui Dongshan, is really a wonderful person, too wonderful for words. Qin Pingan said helplessly, you know what's good and what's bad. If there is a chance in the future I will tell you about it. After Julien left, Pei Qian was still sulking. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, too spicy for lunch, so you have a bad temper? Pei Qian lowered his head, not saying anything. Qin Pingan only thought of it as a child's temper that came and went like the wind, and continued to flip through the legalism book. At dawn the next day Qin Pingan carrying the sword immortal and the bamboo chest, and Pei Qian, Julien and Shi Rou, with a bag slung over their shoulders and a mountain staff in their hands, set off for the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom. Of course there was also the little lotus person who could travel freely underground. As usual they traveled on foot, which was an old rule that Qin Pingan's group tacitly agreed to. Pei Qian wore a wreath woven from willow branches on her head. She told Qin Pingan that Cui Dongshan taught her to use the mountain staff to draw a circle on the ground, which could scare away the spirits and ghosts. But it was too difficult to learn. Today she had not even touched the edge of this immortal technique. Originally she wanted to tell her master when she mastered it, but after thinking about it she felt that if she could not learn it in this lifetime, she would have to hold it in for decades or even 100 years. That would be too pitiful. Qin Pingan smiled as he listened to Pei Qian's long-winded ramblings. Among the 4 people in the painting, the female ghost Shi Rou disliked the most was this lecherous hunchback old man. Now she and Julien were walking side by side behind Qin Pingan and Pei Qian, this pair of master and disciple, which made her feel uncomfortable. But every time she deliberately slowed down, Julien would also slow down. He never spoke and just looked at the Du Mao that the old man described with a smile. Shi Rou could not help but feel nauseous. She always felt that Julien's gaze was particularly greasy and disgusting. Especially when Qin Pingan helped Pei Qian break the willow branches, Julien, this old bastard, secretly pinched Du Mao's shoulder when she was not paying attention. Shi Rou was shocked. Julien smiled and said, it was an accident. Don't be offended. Although she was now the owner of the immortal slough, she was still in an illegitimate state. In the future, those who have the chance to squeeze out of the top 10 will not appear on the sublist so early. The woman tactfully stopped. Lu Chuan walked on a street that had recovered its bustling market. Earlier, there were people here who confronted the great grandmasters from all sides and fought fiercely. The noise was so great that the people in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom noticed it. Now it had become a sacred place in the martial arts world that foreign Jianghu people must come here to pay their respects. However, these Jianghu heroes and sect masters knew that there must be spies and informants of the Nanyuan Kingdom here, so they did not dare to be rash. Generally, they left after walking through the street. Previously, there were people of the devil cult who took this opportunity to sneak around and sound out the house that was very closely related to the devil cult. Without exception, they were all cleaned up by Lu Chuan. They either had their heads twisted off, or they each did something for him and left the vicinity of the house alive to cast a net. All of a sudden, the 3 factions of the devil cult, which had fallen apart, heard about this person. He wanted to reorganize the factions and gave them a deadline. If they didn't go to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom to kowtow to him, he would go to their door one by one and wipe out the 3 factions of the devil cult. This guy was so arrogant that he even sent people to tell them that the devil cult was facing a calamity of extermination. The 3 factions should unite against a common enemy to have a chance of survival. It was still early and there were not many people on the street. The smoke in the market was not heavy. Lu Chuan walked in the street and looked up at the sky. The weather is going to change. Could it be that the blessed land of lotus flowers was going to turn into a small cave? How many immortal coins would it cost? The Abbey Dean's wealth was really bottomless. Lu Chuan turned into a small alley and happened to meet the child who went to study in the private school, Chao Qinglang. Lu Chuan stopped and asked with a smile, "Why are you early today?" Chao Qinglang blushed a little and said, "Brother Lu, yesterday I went to the government office to get some money. Last night I wanted to eat wontons from a stall. It's a little far so I have to go early. Brother Lu, do you want to go with me?" Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. "I don't like to eat wontons. You go by yourself." Chao Qinglang said goodbye and trotted away. She stopped and turned around. "By the way, Brother Lu, I bought you a pot of wine on the way home yesterday. It's on the table. Drink by yourself." Lu Chuan nodded. He had the key to Chao Qinglang's house. Chao Qinglang turned and ran out of the alley. Chao Qinglang would be very serious when talking to others, so she would never run and talk to others at the same time. Lu Chuan walked to the house and opened the door. There was a pot of wine on the table in the main room. 7 silver coins was not cheap for Chao Qinglang, who had to think for half a night just to eat a bowl of wontons. Lu Ju took the wine pot and sat on a stool outside the threshold. With a twist of his wrist, a little worm that emitted the mellow aroma of wine appeared in his palm. He opened the wine pot and threw the little worm called the liquor worm into the pot. Then he slowly waited for the wine in the pot to settle down at an extremely fast speed. It was equivalent to the mellow taste of wine that had been stored in a cellar for decades. Lu Chuan gently shook the wine pot in his hand and smiled. Lu Chuan went straight to the point when he found Chao Qinglang for the first time. "My name is Lu Chuan. I'm Qin Pinggan's friend. We've been through life and death together." The child's eyes lit up immediately. Later, Lu Chuan told her something about Qin Pinggan. Chao Qinglang called him Brother Lu. Then Lu Chuan got the key to this lonely house. Once, Lu Chuan asked Chao Qinglang with a smile, "Do you want to be like Qin Pinggan?" "Yes." "Do you want to be better than Qin Pinggan?" "No." "You don't dare to think about it? Do you think it's too difficult?" "I just don't want to." After chatting with Chao Qinglang that day, Lu Chong, who had taken the key but did not open the door himself, often came to sit here. Sometimes when Chao Qinglang was in the private school and sometimes when Chao Qinglang was studying at home in the morning. In the beginning, Lu Chong would bring some fine food for breakfast for Chao Qinglang, who needed to make some porridge by herself. However, after eating it twice, Chao Qinglang finally could not hold it in for the third time. With a serious expression, she told Lu Chong that with the money he received from the yamen, he had enough money for school expenses, rice, oil, and salt. Lu Chuan patiently listened to Chao Qinglang's heartfelt words and asked with a smile, "Then you won't be able to eat the food from these century-old shops in the future? Won't you regret it?" Chao Qinglang was a little embarrassed and said with a blushing smile, "If I'm really greedy and can't help it, I'll tell you." Lu Chuan laughed and said no problem. But after that, until today, the only thing Chao Qinglang craved was a bowl of wonton that he could afford. So Lu Chuan was a little happy today. In such a small place like the lotus flower blessed land, he found Chao Qinglang who was very similar to that guy. Interesting. Lu Chuan finally felt that this trip to the lotus blossom blessed land had given birth to some vigor in his heart. When he returned to the house, there were girls of different sizes. Everywhere in the courtyard was spotless. The roads were all paved with bamboo and polished by the maidservants until they were as bright as mirrors. Along the way, 3 maidservants who were freed from suffering because of Lu Chuan greeted Lu Chuan, their benefactor and master, one after another. The way they greeted him was a little strange. It was some words of praise that Lu Chuan asked them to pluck from books. The 3 young maidservants were originally the daughters of officials in the musical house, so they were not unfamiliar with poems and essays. Now the old house had a lot of books, so it was not difficult for them to read. So some people said that the young master's poems were like the first blooming hibiscus, naturally cute. Some beautiful maidservants said that the young master's temperament was like the sail of the East Sea, beautiful in the wind. Some maidservants said that the young master's appearance was like the orchid tree, shining in the courtyard. Lu Chuan laughed heartily. Along the way, Lu Chuan took off his boots and walked in the crowd. Finally, he leaned on a simple and elegant arhat couch. Some beautiful maidservants wanted to come forward to serve him, but Lu Chuan waved his hand to drive them away. Although he was regretful, he was still polite. He even invited Qin Pinggan and the others to his abode to have a cup of tea. The man who delivered the incense had been silent before, but now he opened his mouth and invited Chin Pingan to drink tea with the temple attendant. He said that since ancient times river water was not good for brewing tea. However, the river water beside the Hebo ancestral temple was very particular. It contained some water essence which could be beneficial to the body. The temple attendant was a little angry. In the corridor, while Chin Pingan and the others were admiring the steel rubbing in the corridor, the temple attendant was a little behind and secretly kicked the man. He was a little too biased. The man seemed to be used to this and laughed. Chin Pingan politely declined the temple attendant's invitation to drink tea. He only asked Pei Qian, "Do you want to write on the wall?" Pei Qian shook her head vigorously. 3 to 5 pieces of snow cost money. Why didn't the temple attendant just rob the money? If it was converted into silver, it would be enough to smash Pei Qian to death. She was not willing to let her master spend this money. The wooden harrier bought from the kite shop in the county town only cost 8 taels of silver. But Chin Pingan turned his head to look at the old man in the temple and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you to help us pick a wall that isn't so conspicuous, the kind that 3 snowflakes spend money on." "Alright, is there a requirement for the number of words and length?" Pei Qian almost dropped the mountain walking stick in her hand. She grabbed Chin Pingan's sleeve and shook her head like a rattle drum. The temple attendant hurriedly said, "If not for the wall with the best feng shui here, 3 pieces of snow cost money. Even if you write on the wall, it would be fine." Afterwards, the temple attendant quickly led the way. He asked the man to help greet the people in the ancestral temple to quickly prepare the brush and ink. While waiting for the brush and ink to be brought back, the temple attendant's smile was somewhat self-satisfied. He pointed to a scholar's poem on the wall not far away and boasted, "Although this place is at the back and not conspicuous, it is actually our ancestral temple's feng shui treasured land. To speak the truth, I truly felt that there was fate between you and me, so I brought you here. Over there is the calligraphy of our Qing Yuan country's old assistant minister Lu. This old assistant minister Lu is truly a famous scholar of our Qing Yuan country, fully deserving of the title of a great scholar. With his semi-cursive writing, I'm sure that you have already seen the maturity of his skills." Chin Pingan nodded and said, "The strokes are strong and the muscles and bones are strong." This was not because Chin Pingan was trying to be cultured, but because he had seen many good calligraphy. For example, Li Shixing Chui Dongshan Zhong Kue. The temple attendant gave a thumbs up. "You are an expert. Your eyes are very good." Chin Pingan felt a little guilty. It was similar to learning to play chess. In the matter of writing, Chin Pingan's aptitude was really mediocre. Looking further ahead, he was also not talented in burning porcelain. Pei Qian was even more nervous. The money was definitely going to be spent. It would be a waste not to write. If no one cared, she could not wait to write all over the floor of this Hebo ancestral temple. She could even write on the statue of Hebo. Only then would she feel that it was worth it. However, she was ridiculed by the old chef Julien as words that crawled like earthworms and walked like chickens and ducks. She was afraid that she would lose her master's face if she wrote on the wall so casually. The man brought over a pen, ink and inkstone from a familiar youth that was adopted by the Hebo ancestral temple. Pei Qian became more and more nervous. When Chin Pingan was on the cliff behind the waterfall at the old sword sage Song Yu's manor, he also wrote the same crappy style. Chin Pingan didn't force Pei Qian to write more. He put her down and said to Julien, "Do you want to write something too?" Julien rubbed his hands and laughed. "Forget it. I haven't written for so many years. I'll be a joke." Chin Pingan handed the brush to Julien. Julien wasn't a shy person. After receiving the brush, he didn't hesitate. With one hand behind his back, he dipped the brush in ink and prepared in his heart. After seeing the little girl's writing skills, the temple attendant, the man who delivered the incense, and Sure Ro didn't have high hopes for Julien. Moreover, the stooped old man called himself Old Servant. He was a servant of a rich family. He knew a little about writing and had a rough understanding of writing. How good could he be? Chin Pingan, however, knew Julien's background. In Lotus Flower Blessed Land, before Julien went completely crazy, he was known as Noble Young Master Julien, Shameful Immortal. Julien had written a magnificent poem about the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It was written in cursive script. The number of words was not many, only about 100. The content was like a gem. As for the words on the wall, they were like moving clouds and flowing water. The temple attendant was someone who knew his stuff. He murmured, "Gathered like the mountains, scattered like the wind and rain, fast like lightning, agile like an eagle. It's wonderful to the extreme and has already reached the acme of perfection." He's definitely a hidden master of calligraphy. Julien used a dry brush with light ink, so he dipped little in ink. The style was closely connected and could be said to be written in one breath. Even Ro had to admit that an old pervert could write such good words. It was really intolerable. Julien handed the brush back to Qin Pingan. Young master, old servant boldly threw a brick to attract jade. Please don't laugh at me. Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, Julien, aren't you throwing yourself into the fire? The three people in the temple were full of expectation. Qin Pingan thought that he could only disappoint them. Julien wasn't throwing a brick to attract jade. Later, the three people in the temple would know what it meant to be in front of the pearl and jade and behind the rubble. Qin Pingan originally wanted to follow his heart and copy the words on the bamboo slips. Julien smiled, Young master, why don't you write something from your heart? Young master has a gully, you can find another way. There's no need to follow the ancient people everywhere. Qin Pingan thought for a while. After standing still, he clenched one hand on his abdomen and used the other to write. It was still a regular script. There was nothing outstanding about it, only serious and disciplined. After Qin Pingan finished writing 2 sentences, there was silence. Qin Pingan smiled bitterly and returned the brush. The temple attendant and the man who delivered the incense sent them out of Hebo Temple. On the way, the temple attendant mentioned that old assistant minister Lu. He was very worried. It turned out that after this great scholar of Qinghuan Kingdom resigned from his position and retired, a strange thing happened at the end of last winter in the Lion's Garden, which was known as one of the top 10 gardens of Qinghuan Kingdom. A fox demon caused mischief, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It caused old assistant minister Lu's unmarried daughter to fall head over heels in love with it. From a young girl in the prime of her life, she was forcefully bullied into a pitiful person who was only skin and bones by the fox demon. The fox demon with profound skills had a strange and unpredictable temperament. It did not kill people, but it was very literary and was proficient in the knowledge of the 3 religions. Once it sat down and discussed the Tao with old assistant minister Lu, it actually made the renowned old assistant minister Lu speechless. After that, the old assistant minister Lu spent all of his family's fortune and hired many immortals from the mountains to go to his home to subdue the demon. He did not expect that all the sects, many old immortals from the mountains, immortal masters, and even some unreputable but highly skilled cultivators from the mountains and lakes, without exception, were toyed with by the fox demon. They were either robbed of their weapons or stole their spiritual weapons and magic weapons. They even had to privately beg their grandparents to get the weapons back from the fox demon. Qin Pingan had seen this matter in the imperial bulletin on the Mountain of the 100 Flowers Garden, an immortal inn in the prefecture city. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. The imperial bulletin also had the reward of the Lion's Garden. No matter who it was, as long as they could drive the fox demon away, old assistant minister Lu was willing to offer up 3 ancestral antiques with both hands. As they approached the gate of the ancestral temple, the man who handed them the incense could not help but sigh. Old assistant minister Lu is a rare, good and upright official. His family style is very good. A few years ago, I was fortunate enough to have interacted with a child of the Lu family. That young scholar was indeed gentle and courteous. From this, it can be seen that the Lu family style is upright. The attendant in the temple sighed and said, That's right. Look at the child of the Lu family who is the county magistrate near us. In the past 4 years he has been diligent and has done many practical things. We have seen all of this with our own eyes. If the scholar of the Lu family that you met was only well educated, this county magistrate is a true man of the world and helping the people. Alas, I don't know how the Lion's Garden is doing now. I hope that the fox demon has been driven away. Hearing this, Pei Qian's hair stood on end. He almost took out the talisman and put it on his forehead. Julien smiled playfully. All right, you want us to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Ro naturally hoped that the less trouble, the better. A fox demon that can stir up trouble in the capital region definitely has a high cultivation base. What if it is a Jindan Earth immortal great demon, and Julien deliberately set her up and chose to stand by and do nothing? Do they really want her to block knives and magic weapons for the impulsive Qin Pingan? From beginning to end, Qin Pingan did not interrupt. After walking out of the gate, he clasped his hands and bid farewell to the attendant in the temple. Then they continued on their way to the capital of the Qinghuan Kingdom. Qin Pingan suddenly said, A wise man's house is overshadowed by ghosts. Julien smiled and nodded, That's right. After Qin Pingan and the others left, in the temporarily empty River Earl Ancestral Temple, An elegant scholar with an ethereal figure and flowing golden light walked out of the statue. He came to the corridor of the fourth entrance and stood under the wall. The attendant in the temple was a little flustered. He earnestly advised, "Master River Earl, there are not many incense offerings now. Don't stay for too long." If the gods of the mountains and rivers wanted to appear in the world with their golden bodies, they needed the support of pure incense offerings. The gods of the mountains and the incense offerings were flourishing. Naturally, it did not matter. However, this little River Earl ancestral temple must be carefully planned. The middle-aged Master River Earl, who looked like a Confucian scholar, smiled. He showed a relieved expression that had not been seen for a long time. He turned to look at the sky and said happily, "My temple is too small. The teacher is too bold. The little River Earl is drunk as if he is drinking wine. How fortunate, how fortunate, how fortunate." The attendant in the temple was at a loss and did not know what to say. However, he found that the Master River Earl, who had always been worried, was not only in high spirits, but also flowing with golden light, which seemed to be more condensed than before. The attendant in the temple suddenly turned his head and looked at the wall again. He was not looking at the cursive script. He was looking at the two sentences that were written in regular script. The moon in the sky, the moon in the human world, the moon on the shoulder while carrying books to study, the moon in the eyes when climbing high, the water in the bamboo basket is broken and round again. The wind in the mountains, the wind by the water, the wind under the feet when riding a sword, the wind when flipping books in the sage's study, the wind when the duckweed meets when the wind blows. 390. There were many luxurious carriages and horses on the official road, as well as some weirdos in distinctive attire. Apart from the muddle-headed Pei Qian, who could only see that they were rich, Qin Pingan and the other two had better foresight than the incense-bearer. Nowadays, there were many qi cultivators in Qinghuan country who were traveling and involved in muddy waters. Pei Qian was probably still worried about spending money on the incense-bearer and inscription. His spirit had not recovered yet and he was sickly. Of course, it was also possible that he was guilty of his worst handwriting. Julien did not mock Pei Qian this time. Thus, the journey was relatively quiet, which made sure Ro feel uncomfortable. According to the normal route, they would not pass by the lion garden haunted by the fox spirit. Qin Pingan reached the fork in the road leading to the lion garden. Without any hesitation, he chose to go straight to the capital. This made sure Ro feel relieved. If she had a capricious master who liked to fight all the injustice in the world, she would cry to death. The lion garden was the private residence of Senior Assistant Minister Liu. It was a famous garden in the southwest of the capital. The Liu family was a scholarly family and had been officials for many generations. The lion garden had been built by generations of Liu family members. It was not because of Senior Assistant Minister Liu's meteoric rise in power that the lion garden was built overnight. Thus, when it came to incorruptibility, the Liu family had nothing to criticize. There was once a busybody who specially collected poems and essays written by generations of scholars describing the scenery of the lion garden. After collecting them into a book, the engravings were excellent. It was said that it sold well in bookstores everywhere. However, after they had traveled more than 10 miles, the incense-bearer from the Hebo temple caught up with them and gave them 2 items, saying that they were for the temple. One was a bamboo incense tube with exquisite carvings. Judging from its size, it was filled with a lot of water and incense. The other was the collection of poems from the lion garden. Qin Pingan did not immediately accept the gifts from the Hebo temple. He caressed the sword-cultivating gourd at his waist. The man spoke frankly with sincerity in his eyes. "I know this is forcing your hand, but to be honest, if possible, I still hope that young Master Qin can help the lion garden. Firstly, the fox spirit does not harm people. 7 or 8 groups of immortals went to subdue it, and without exception their lives were not in danger. Secondly, if young Master Qin is not willing to help, you can go to the lion garden as a sightseeing tour. When the time comes, act according to your abilities and decide whether you want to help or not." Julien sneered. "What? You want to use morality to suppress my young master?" The man smiled bitterly and said, "How would I dare to be so insatiable? I'm even more unwilling to do such a thing. It's just that I've met young Master Qin and thought of that scholar Liu. I've always felt that the two of you are similar in temperament. Even if you've met by chance, you'd be able to get along well. I heard that this bastard son of the Liu family, for the sake of the saying in the book, where there are demons, there must be a Taoist master's peachwood sword, specially went on a long journey to find the so-called wandering celestial master of Mount Longhu. In the end, he went to the kingdom of Qingshan and met with a disaster. When he came back, he was already crippled and thus his career was cut off. Chin Pingan suddenly took the incense tube and book from the man's hand, nodded and said, "I can only say that I will go take a look, I can't guarantee that I will make a move." The man cupped his fists and smiled. In the history of Lotus Flower-blessed land, there were countless military and separatist forces that ultimately lost the foundation of their country for the sake of immediate benefits. Chin Pingan explained, "The history of Lotus Flower-blessed land is actually not quite the same. Dali's plans for a continent need to be more stable, only then can they have such a great layout from a strategically advantageous position today. I don't mind telling you about this matter so that you can roughly understand how far-reaching Dali's layout is. Previously, after Cui Dongshan left the 100-Flower Garden Inn, someone came to visit. Do you know about this?" Zhu Lian nodded and said, "I'm afraid it's some secret matter, this old servant will stay in his room." Chen Pingan patted Pei Qian's head and said with a smile, "First tell Zhu Lian about the origin of the peaceful and safe card." After Pei Qian learned about the function of the peaceful and safe card, she was determined to get it. She thought that she must save up money and buy one for herself as soon as possible. In the beginning, the peaceful and safe card was the military amulet of Martial Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, the two military ancestral halls of Aquarius continents north and south. It was used to protect the military disciples of the two mountains who went down the mountain to gain experience. Of course, the Dali dynasty was the first choice for the cultivators of Martial Mountain to go down the mountain to join the army. In addition, Ruan Qiong, the military sage of Wind Snow Temple, entered the Lizhu cave and became the presiding sage. Later, she directly established a sect in Longquan County. This was not a decision that was made overnight, which meant that the Song clan had been in contact with Wind Snow Temple for a long time. Gradually, the peaceful and safe card gradually became the top life-saving talisman of the entire Dali dynasty. Back then, the hero of the school of Moism, Su Rua, the man who could easily block the sword of Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin, gave a jade tablet each to the boy in green and the girl in pink beside Chin Pingan. At that time, Chin Pingan only felt that it was precious and the gift was very big. But now looking back, he still underestimated Su Rua's generosity. After listening to Pei Qian's background on the peaceful and safe card, Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Next, young master, you can add the finishing touch." Chin Pingan secretly said to Zhu Lian using telepathy, "The man who went to the inn to look for me is a spy of the Dali dynasty. He holds a peaceful and safe card, the second highest grade of the Dali dynasty." Zhu Lian instantly understood. "I understand." Although the Qinghuan country was prosperous and its national strength was not weak, it was stronger than Qingshan, Cloud Sky, and the other countries. But when compared to the entire Aquarius continent, it was still a small place. Compared to those big dynasties, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a small country. So this meant that the Dali dynasty had long set their eyes on the Qinghuan country. Moreover, it was extremely important and regarded it as a place that must be fought for. Then, the few waves of aristocratic families that were affected by the flames of war in the central part of the Aquarius continent, the scholars migrated south, and the people dressed in clothes went south. It was just a trap that the Dali had long planned. This Qinghuan country was not some utopia to take refuge in. Zhu Lian sighed in admiration. With the power of half a continent, he easily drove the fish into the net, caught them all in one fell swoop, and waited for the fish to be caught. The Dali embroidered tiger is really a good move. No wonder the proud and arrogant Liu Baixiang was most fascinated by this national master of the rainbow cloud chart. Chin Pingan smiled. Previously, the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, or more accurately, half an embroidered tiger, was right in front of him. However, among the four people in the painting, only Wei Xian, who was playing the most dangerous chess match, took the opportunity to recognize his identity. Between the towering green mountains and the gurgling green water, the field of vision suddenly opened up. The lion garden with white walls, black tiles and pointed eaves was located in the wide kernel. It was like a wild orchid, like a fragrant grass beauty. Zhu Lian laughed loudly. "The scenery is absolutely beautiful. Even if I only take this painting in my eyes and hide it in my heart, this trip is already not in vain." Zhu Lian always had some strange views. For example, when he looked at the beautiful scenery, taking it in his eyes was the same as taking it into his sleeves. It was what he liked, and it was also something that belonged to him. Chin Pingan always felt that something was wrong, but he also felt that it was actually quite good. Chin Pingan had never treated the four people in the painting as puppets. This was due to his own personality, but wasn't it also because the four people in the painting each had their own merits? Couldn't Chin Pingan see them as inanimate objects? Previously the road could only accommodate one carriage. On the way here, Chin Pingan was very curious. What would happen if two carriages met in this 3 to 4 miles of mountain and river path? Who would retreat and who would advance? There was a towering ancient tree by the stream, and the stone cliff was snow-white and jagged. There was a small pavilion nearby, and out walked an elegant old man who looked like a steward, and a young girl dressed in simple and elegant clothes. The two walked quickly towards Chin Pingan and the others. The old man smiled and asked, "Are you immortal masters who came from afar because of the fame?" Chin Pingan was a little embarrassed. However, the old man was the first to help. He said to Chin Pingan, "I believe that young master already knows about the changes in the lion garden. The fox spirit has been appearing very regularly recently. It appears once every 10 days. The last time it appeared to bewitch people's hearts, it has only been half a month. So if young master comes here to admire the scenery, it is actually enough. And the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital will begin in 3 days. The lion garden also doesn't dare to snatch away the beauty and is unwilling to delay the journey of all the immortal masters." Chin Pingan did not beat around the bush and said, "Then we will disturb you for a few days and see the situation first." The old steward must have seen many immortal masters in this period of time. It was likely that he had received many immortal masters from the mountains and lakes who usually did not show themselves in public. Thus, on the way to the lion garden he saved a lot of beating around the bush. He directly told Chin Pingan, who only reported his name and did not mention his sex background, about the current situation in the lion garden. The fox spirit called itself Master Qing. Its cultivation was extremely high and it had all kinds of demonic techniques, making people tired of dealing with it. The root of the disaster was at the market last winter. After this great demon saw the young lady, he was shocked and wanted to become immortal Taoist companions. At first, he brought gifts of money and came to ask for her hand in marriage. At that time, the master did not see through the handsome young man's identity as a fox demon. He only thought that he was a fair and graceful lady, a gentleman's desire. He was not angry and only thought that it was the young man's temperament. Thinking that his youngest daughter already had a marriage, he tactfully rejected the young man. The young man then left with a smile. Just when the lion garden thought that the matter was over, the young man unexpectedly came again on the 30th day of the new year and said that he wanted to play 10 games with Assistant Minister Lu. If he won, he would marry the young lady and give the entire Lu family and the lion garden an immortal fate. Although Assistant Minister Lu was good at talking and was not at a disadvantage even when playing against the chess players of Qingwan country, he naturally would not joke about his daughter's marriage and refused again. After that, the handsome young man came to pester the lion garden every other day and the young lady gradually became thinner and thinner. She was so haggard that she could barely walk normally. It was only then that Assistant Minister Lu realized that a disaster was imminent and immediately sent someone to the capital to ask for help. However, that person was like a ghost walking on a wall. Every time he returned to the lion garden, he could not walk out of the small mountain road. Fortunately, there was an advisor of the lion garden who knew a little about the affairs of the immortals. After a lot of hard work, they finally managed to spread the news of the lion garden. First, an old immortal from the Taoist temple in the capital who was on good terms with the Lu family came and successfully broke through the mountain and river maze barrier. He successfully entered the lion garden and guarded under the poor young lady's embroidery tower. He set up an altar and drew talismans everywhere. In the end, the next day the lion garden found this highly respected immortal of the Dragon Gate realm with his hands tied and hanging naked on a big tree. After being rescued, the old temple master was extremely ashamed. He only said that the fox demon's cultivation was too high and he was no match for it. After that, groups of Qi cultivators came to expel the fox demon. There were people who admired the chivalry of the Lu family and there were also people who came for the 3 ancestral antiques of Assistant Minister Lu. They were all played by the fox demon until they were in a sorry state. As a result, the fox demon publicly announced to Assistant Minister Lu that it would visit the lion garden once every 10 days. Father-in-law only needed to invite guests from all over to fight with him, the future son-in-law, so that the lion garden would know how powerful it was. In the future they would become a family. Today's disaster would definitely be a good story in the future. Chin Pingan listened quietly. The young lady with some freckles at the tip of her nose was the daughter of the butler of the lion garden. The young lady did not speak along the way. Previously she was probably chatting with her father in the pavilion. Before entering the garden, he glanced at the lantern talisman on Pei Chin's forehead. Chin Pingan secretly touched it with his finger. The talisman, who was extremely sensitive to the dark qi, did not move. Chen Pingan did not have the thought of removing the talisman. He was not relaxed. This audacious fox demon must have some unique skills. It might really be a big demon of the earth immortal level. There were still 3 groups of cultivators in the lion garden. They were waiting for the fox demon to appear in half a day. Including Chen Pingan, there were 4 groups of cultivators. Chen Pingan and the rest were led to the collapsed area by the butler of the Liu family, Old Zhao. They were arranged to stay at the 4 corners of the ladies' embroidery building in the lion garden. In fact, the fox demon came and went without a trace. This kind of simple arrangement was just to calm people down. On the way to their residences, they enjoyed the pleasant scenery of the lion garden. The grand buildings, pavilions, bridges, walls, grass and trees, the horizontal boards and couplets, all gave people a comfortable feeling of being a genius. If a scholarly family was wealthy and noble, taking a stroll in this private garden, even if they did not interact with people, and there was no zither, chess, calligraphy, wine or tea, it would still be so pleasing to the eye. There was no gold and jade as the common people imagined. There would not be a few gold-carrying poles and a few silver stools at home. The gatekeeper of the prime minister was a 7th-ranked official. There were no dogs barking in front of the houses of the aristocratic families. If one did not talk about the difference in power and only talked about the atmosphere, some of the suddenly rising rich families could not compare to the real aristocratic families. Chen Pingan and the rest stayed in an elegant small courtyard with a single door. In fact, the location was already past the flower garden and was only 100 steps away from the embroidery building. It was not in line with the customs and etiquette. In some places in the Aquarius continent where Confucianism reigned supreme, they would be extremely particular about women not leaving the house. There was also the so-called family affinity. However, the young lady's life was in danger now. As a father, old Assistant Minister Liu was not a pedantic scholar. Naturally, he did not care about these things. Old Assistant Minister Liu had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter had already married a talented aristocratic family. In the first month, she returned to her parents' home with her husband. Unexpectedly, she could not leave and stayed in the lion garden. The other children were also in the same bleak situation. Only the eldest son, as the parent official of a county near the Hebo temple, did not return home for the new year. Thus he escaped the calamity. After the incident, old Assistant Minister Liu sent out letters. Among them there was a letter to his family. The wording was very strict. The eldest son was not allowed to return to the lion garden and was not allowed to disregard public duties. Old Assistant Minister Liu's second son was the most pitiful. When he returned he was already a cripple. Although he was called Old Assistant Minister Liu, Liu Jingting was actually not that old. He was only born a child prodigy and passed the imperial examinations very smoothly. At the age of 18 he was the top scorer and had a meteoric rise in his career. He had been an official for 30 years, and among them he had been the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights for 12 years. Thus, after he resigned and retired before the age of 50, everyone in the court liked to respectfully call him Old Assistant Minister Liu. Just as Chen Pingan put down his luggage, Old Assistant Minister Liu personally came to visit. He was an elegant old man with a strong scholarly aura. Although his family had encountered a great calamity, Liu Jingting's expression was still calm. When he conversed with Chen Pingan he was cheerful and witty. There was no forced smile on his face. However, the worry and exhaustion between the old man's brows made Chen Pingan's impression of him better. He had the steadiness of the head of a family and the sincere affection of a father. After sending Liu Jingting to the courtyard, Old Assistant Minister Liu smiled and allowed Chen Pingan to walk around in the lion garden. Back in the courtyard, Pei Qian was copying books in the room. The talisman was stuck on his head and he planned to not take it off even when he slept. Shi Rou felt a little helpless. The courtyard was not big and there were only 3 rooms. The housekeeper of the lion garden initially thought that it would not be rude to have 2 elderly retainers squeeze into one room. Who knew that there was a withered female ghost living in the remains of Du Mao? Shi Rou would rather stay in the courtyard every night until dawn when she was asked to share a room with Zhu Lian. After all, as an otherworldly item, sleeping or not sleeping would not harm her soul and vitality. However, Chen Pingan said that he wanted her to stay in the main room and he would share a room with Zhu Lian. Shi Rou hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement, thanking him. Zhu Lian's regretful expression made Shi Rou's heart churn. Zhu Lian turned his head and looked outside the courtyard. Chen Pingan nodded at him and Zhu Lian stood up to open the door. 6 people walked over from afar. They should be two groups of chi cultivators who came to the lion garden to subdue demons. They were a couple of cultivators. The man looked older, around 40 years old, while the woman was younger, around 30 years old. They should be at the cave realm. The man carried a long sword in a scabbard made of shark skin. This was a common practice among cultivators. If a chi cultivator carried a sword and traveled, there would be an invisible deterrent force. What if he was a sword cultivator? The woman dressed in palace attire looked like an average person. However, her skin was whiter than snow and gave people a feeling of natural beauty. As for the other four people, there were old and young people. Looking at their positions, they were led by a young man with a jade-like face. He was actually a pure martial artist. The other three were true chi cultivators. On the shoulder of the black-robed old man was a lively little fox with bright red fur. The tall young man had a long snake that was as green as a bamboo leaf coiled around his arm. Behind the young man was a beautiful girl who looked like a personal maid. Zhu Lian led them into the courtyard and exchanged pleasantries in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent. The husband and wife were from the Yunshao country and came from a sect on a mountain. The young man's surname was Dugu and he came from a big dynasty in the central part of the Aquarius continent. The four of them were divided into master and servant, master and disciple. Both sides were good friends who met on the road. Together, they dealt with a group of demons and evil spirits that occupied the mountains and acted as kings. Because of this grand debate between Buddhism and Taoism, both sides traveled to the Qingyuan country together. The young man said that there was another person who lived alone in the northeast corner. She was a middle-aged Taoist nun who carried a sword. She spoke the elegant language of the Aquarius continent and it was difficult to understand. She was a little unsociable, so he couldn't get her to come and pay a visit to her fellow Taoist. Chen Pingan saw them off at the gate of the courtyard again. After returning to the courtyard, he thought of the Taoist nun who carried a sword and said to himself, "It can't be so coincidental." Zhu Lian asked curiously, "Is there a saying?" Chen Pingan nodded, "I once went to a place called the Master Saber Room on the inverted mountain in the south of the Saha continent. The second Taoist had a line of Taoists who all used magic sabers. They were called the Taoists of the Master Saber Room. They used to be very famous in the Central Plains. However, they gradually faded out of sight due to their fate similar to that of the mysterious Mahists." Shiro was still indifferent. After Chen Pingan noticed this detail, he knew that the Taoists of the Master Saber Room were indeed not famous in the Aquarius continent. The reason was simple and laughable. This line of Taoists with magic sabers were all arrogant. Not only did they have high cultivation bases, they were extremely tyrannical and had terrible tempers. They completely looked down on a small place like the Aquarius continent. When Chen Pingan was on the wall of the Master Saber Room, he saw with his own eyes that someone posted a bounty to kill the Dali vassal King Song Jiangqiang. The reason was that a small place like the Aquarius continent was not qualified to have a martial artist of the 10th realm. Killing him would be considered as an eyesore. Other than that, the imperial tutor Cui Dong and the wanderer Su Ruo had posted a bounty on the wall. However, sword immortal Su Ruo did it because he had an infatuated woman and his love turned into hatred. As for Cui Dong, it was because his reputation was too bad. After Chen Pingan told her about the rumors about the Taoists of the Master Saber Room, Shiro's expression finally changed. When Zhu Lian saw Chen Pingan looking at him with a smile, he hurriedly vowed, "Young master, don't worry. No matter how much this old servant is obsessed with martial arts and no matter how ignorant I am, I will not provoke a female Taoist from another continent who might be the Master Saber Room. Moreover, if she is a beautiful woman, how could Zhu Lian bear to destroy a flower? He would go to the lion garden to pluck flowers and pluck willows to please her. Sai, now that you mention it, this old servant is really curious. I wonder what that female Taoist looks like." Although Miss Shiro must have been a peerless beauty when she was alive, but after seeing old man Du's appearance every day, even if this old servant doesn't judge a book by its cover, I'm really tired of it. Zhu Lian said in annoyance, "Looks like this old servant's realm is still not enough to see through the surface." The hunchbacked old man turned his head and said to Shiro apologetically, "Miss Shiro, please don't worry. I admit that this kind of vulgar vision is not good and I have to change it. If you don't mind, I, Zhu Lian, will stay in the same room with you tonight and train my state of mind. Who knows, I might have an epiphany overnight and become a Buddha like that Buddhist monk. From now on, when I come to see you again, you will always be beautiful and moving." Chen Pingan coughed twice and took down the wine pot, preparing to drink. Shiro's face was as cold as ice. She turned around and went to the main room, slamming the door shut. Chen Pingan laughed softly and asked, When will you let her go? Julien said righteously, Young master, you may not know this, but this is also the cultivation journey of us playboys. As he spoke, Chin Pingan shook the blade-strengthening gourd. Julien understood tacitly. A handsome young man in a black robe squatted on top of the wall. He clapped his hands and cheered, Good, good, good. I didn't expect an old man like you to have such a good fist intent and an even better person. Chin Pingan looked up and asked, Immortals are different, demons and humans don't offend each other, birds and rats have their own paths, can't we go our own ways? The handsome young man sat on top of the wall and hung his legs on the wall, one on the left and the other on the right. His heels gently knocked on the snow-white wall and he said with a smile, Well, water does not offend the river water, everyone can live in harmony. That's the reason, but I want to drink from the well and stir up the river water, what can you do about it? Suddenly, a snow-white light flashed from the neck of the black-robed young man. His head fell from the wall. But there was not a single drop of blood. The handsome young man's figure disappeared, revealing a mysterious illusion. Apart from that, there was a strand of black fox fur that was as thin as a strand of hair fluttering in the air. The fox demon's exasperated voice echoed in the courtyard. Ugly woman, what a beautiful saber art. Just you wait, one day I will cover my eyes with a cloth and blow out the lamp. I'll let you have a taste of my crotch sword art. On the other side of the roof, there was an expressionless female Taoist. She wielded a shiny saber and stood on the tip of the roof, slowly sheathing her saber. Chin Pingan and Julien exchanged glances. She was indeed a female Taoist of the saber room. This female Taoist was a golden core cultivator and would be difficult to deal with. Julien did not dare to be careless. As a distant wandering realm martial artist, Julien should have a high chance of winning against an ordinary golden core earth immortal from the Aquarius continent. Even if he claimed that his golden body realm foundation was not good enough, that was only in comparison to Zheng Dafeng and Julien's previous 6 realms. But against Taoist magical saber who had made a name for herself in the Central Plains, Julien did not think that he would be able to win. After sheathing her saber, the middle-aged female Taoist with sunken cheeks and a haggard appearance said slowly in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent, This fox demon is mine. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame my saber for not having eyes. Julien smiled. This temper was to his liking. The hunchbacked old man was about to get up. Since it was to his liking, then he, Julien, could not stand it any more. .391. Not long after the Taoist nun left, Pei Qian tiptoed out of the room. He was a talisman with a yellow paper pasted on his forehead. Shi Rou stood at the door with a nervous expression. Although she couldn't sense the Taoist nun's aura, she still had lingering fears. She was an otherworldly item of a female ghost. Although she swaggered around the human world, she was actually surrounded by dangers. Wearing a crown like a monkey would only invite ridicule. However, she was like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest and stealing an immortal molt. If she was discovered by a great cultivator, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pei Qian walked to Chin Pingan and Julien's side and glanced at the foot of the wall. Julien smiled and said, It's just a fox fur with no spiritual aura. Do you want to pick it up and treat it as a treasure? He reached out and grabbed the black fox fur in the corner of the wall that was supporting the fox monster's illusion technique. He pinched it between his fingers and handed it to Pei Qian. If you want it, take it. Pei Qian hid behind Chin Pingan and asked cautiously, Can I sell it for money? Julien twisted the extremely tough fox fur with his fingertips and was surprised that he couldn't crush it into ashes. He stared at it carefully and said, It's a good thing, but it's hard to have any practical use. If you can peel off the fox fur, you might be able to make a natural magic robe. Chin Pingan reminded him, You'd better not talk about this kind of thing. Julien smiled and said, Indeed, I misspoke. The commotion here had obviously alarmed the other 2 groups of monster hunters. The young master surnamed Dugu and his group, as well as the cultivator couple, all rushed over after hearing the commotion. They entered the courtyard with different expressions on their faces. When they looked at Chin Pingan, the expression in their eyes was somewhat complicated. The fox monster, who was supposed to show up half a day later, unexpectedly showed up in advance. As for the swift and fierce saber light, its momentum was like a rainbow which frightened both sides. They never thought that the Taoist nun's cultivation level would be so high that she could destroy the fox monster's illusion with just one slash. According to the information given by the Lion Garden, the fox monster's movements were unpredictable. Whether it was formations or magic weapons, No immortal master could catch the corner of the fox monster's clothes. Chen Pingan did not reveal the conflict between the fox demon and the Taoist nun. He did not reveal the nun's identity. The old man with the fiery red fox squatting on his shoulder suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Chen, can you sell this fox fur to me? Perhaps I can use this opportunity to find some clues and dig out the hiding place of the fox demon." "It's not impossible." Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "What's the price?" The old man weighed the pros and cons and said, "The fox fur has already completely lost its spirituality. In fact, it's not worth the cost of a pellet of snow." Chen Pingan did not immediately give an explanation. The beautiful female servant behind young Master Gudu had a mocking look in her eyes. "It seems that this young master immortal with a white sheath sword on his back and a white robe in front of him looks like someone from the mountains, but in fact he is very cheap. He wants to make a fuss about a piece of fox fur that costs money?" However, she quickly felt relieved. Wasn't the so-called immortal Master Gudu just so sanctimonious? She had followed her young master and traveled the mountains and rivers together. Along the way she had seen and heard many things in the Jianghu, as well as many immortals who went up the mountains and down the rivers. Treating people with sincerity is a very beautiful thing, but how to take care of it and not hurt others or yourself, you have to accumulate Jianghu experience. Zhu Lian smiled, "Don't be childish with a kind heart. I'm not a shrewd person. This kind of advice is the real truth in the book." Chen Pingan nodded, "Zhu Lian said it better than me. He's not long-winded." Chen Pingan took out one of the last 3 pots of osmanthus wine and handed it to Zhu Lian. Back then the Fan family had brought quite a lot of osmanthus wine, but it was divided into 2 types. One was for Chen Pingan to drink along the way and there was quite a lot of it. However, along the way they had 1 pot and 1 pot for Su Yuanxia, 1 pot for Zhang Shanfeng. Before they even reached the capital of Qingluan they were almost out. The other type was extremely rare. It was said that Lady Gue personally brewed it on Osmanthus Island. There were only 6 pots. At that time even Fan Junmao coveted it and shamelessly took 1 pot. Pei Qian turned to look at Zhu Lian and asked curiously, "Which book said that?" Zhu Lian laughed, "The Book of Suffering. It's the best for teaching people how to behave." Pei Qian couldn't stand her master being oppressed by others. She sneered at Zhu Lian, "Then I have a boundless sea of learning and a bottomless bag of books. Who doesn't know how to make up a few words? My master said it better, much better." Zhu Lian shook his head and drank the wine. With good wine to drink, he no longer had the mood to be annoyed by this girl. Chen Pingan said to Pei Qian, "Just because you're not close to Zhu Lian doesn't mean you don't agree with everything he says. Forget it, we'll talk about this later." In the end, Chen Pingan still felt that there was no need to rush things. There was no need to instill all the things that he thought were reasonable into Pei Qian at once. Even someone like Pei Qian, who had memorized tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of words, could not compare to her own understanding of 1 or 2 sentences from the books. Zhu Lian's unintentional words at the Hebo temple made Chen Pingan ponder deeply. After returning the books to the sage, Chen Pingan began to reflect. Compared to a true scholar he did not read much. But compared to the common people he did not read much. Then thinking about it carefully, how many books had he returned to the sage over the years? Chen Pingan sighed and said that he was going to the house to practice his boxing stance. In the courtyard it was too eye-catching. The female ghost sure row in the house. After hearing Chen Pingan's words from the Buddhist scriptures, she was in a daze. Finally, she sighed slightly and collected her thoughts. Holding her breath, she began to breathe in and out according to the formula that Cui Dongshan taught her. Bit by bit, she refined the immortal's remains. After Chen Pingan closed the door, Pei Qian whispered, "Old chef, my master doesn't seem to be very happy. Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhu Lian smiled and asked, "Do you want to drink? Let's share the worries of the past." Pei Qian crossed her arms and said angrily, "I've already suffered a big loss at Cui Dongshan's hands. Don't even think about ruining my Tao heart." Zhu Lian almost spat out a mouthful of wine. "You little girl, what kind of Tao heart do you have?" Pei Qian stood up with her hands behind her back and sighed. She didn't forget to turn around and glance at Zhu Lian with pity, probably wanting to say, "I'm not willing to play the lute to a cow." After she turned her head, Zhu Lian kicked Pei Qian in the butt, causing the charcoal girl to almost fall flat on her face. Pei Qian's long experience in the mountains and rivers as well as her martial arts training, caused her to support herself with both hands on the ground and do a somersault. She steadied herself and turned around saying angrily, "Zhu Lian, why did you stab me in the back? Do you still have any morals in the martial arts world? I've only been wearing new clothes for a while now. Zhu Lian asked, do you want to learn a self-created martial art called Hibernation Awakening from me? With a little bit of success, your fists can be like thunder in spring. Not to mention confronting people of the Jianghu and beating them until their muscles and bones go limp, it's also very effective against demons and monsters. Pei Qian asked, who are you? It wasn't that Zhu Lian didn't mind her taking his kindness for granted, but he didn't want to listen to her fallacious reasoning. He waved his hand and said, go away and practice your mad demon sword art. Pei Qian had a lot to say and felt a little depressed. She went to her room and took out the mountain walking staff, and began to practice the martial art she also created. After subduing that roadside dog on the road, her confidence skyrocketed. During this period of time, apart from following Qin Pingan's 6-step stance, she put aside the white 8-back sword art and blade dragging technique for the time being. Occasionally she would do a few perfunctory exercises. Most of the time she focused on this set of extremely powerful and instantaneous peerless sword art. Pei Qian enjoyed it. Zhu Lian, a martial artist in the far travel realm, looked at her, hurt his eyes. Zhu Lian looked around. There was nothing unusual. It seemed that the fox demon had learned her lesson after being hit by the Dharma blade. In the 2 rooms of the small courtyard, Shi Ro was using the female ghost soul and the immortal's remains to practice the superior secret method taught by Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingan walked upside down with the heaven and earth stance, and only stretched out 1 finger on each hand. At the same time, his mind was immersed in the water mansion, where the water seal was refined. According to Cui Dongshan's explanation, the jade slip of the azure mansion that appeared when the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City was refined, was most likely a precious relic of an ancient Great Blasphemy Dragon Palace. It was a jade slip of water fortune condensed from the Great Blasphemy water essence. Cui Dongshan laughed at that time and said that the goddess of the buried river was quite like Teacher when it came to dispersing wealth. As for the words engraved on the jade slip, they were eventually connected with the person who refined it, Qin Pingan. When his thoughts rose, they were born with a thought, turning into small figures in green clothes. They carried the jade slip on their shoulders and entered Qin Pingan's Qi mansion. They helped Qin Pingan draw the door god on the mansion door, and drew the water of great blasphemy on the wall of the Qi mansion. It was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing of the Great Way. You should absorb and refine more spiritual energy. Qin Pingan knew that after the longevity bridge was broken, his bones were severely damaged. Because of this, the water source of the mansion of water was too scarce. Moreover, his refining speed was far from being worthy of the word genius. These 2 factors added to a disaster on top of a snowy situation. As a result, these little boys in green clothes could only waste their time and were unable to get busy. Qin Pingan could only leave the mansion of water in shame. After Qin Pingan walked out of the mansion of water, several of the biggest boys in green clothes gathered together and whispered. Qin Pingan did not interrupt the inner vision technique. Instead, he began to follow the path of the fire dragon and began to mentally walk. His divine sense was as small as a mustard seed, but the fire dragon formed by pure genuine qi could travel hundreds of miles in a flash. Qin Pingan walked on the meridian path and could be said to be thousands of miles away. Although he knew where the fire dragon was, he could not catch up with it. However, this was also related to the fact that Qin Pingan had been poked by the sword-swallowing boat. Otherwise, he could still have some spiritual energy and control the fire dragon to swim back. Perhaps he could even use it as a mount to patrol around. In the end, Qin Pingan returned to the mansion of water. He sat cross-legged and began to refine his spiritual energy. Diligence could make up for stupidity. Qin Pingan was good at this, very good at it. Qin Pingan still did not know how great of an acknowledgement it was to make Alliance say, everything follows the same origin. Practicing fist is also practicing sword. There were millions of martial artists in the world, but there was only Qin Pingan in the world. In an exquisite embroidered building in a girl's boudoir. The haggard girl was like a withered flower. With the help of her personal maidservant, she sat in front of the dressing mirror. Although she was terminally ill and pitiful, the girl's eyes were still bright and spirited. As long as there were thoughts and expectations in her heart, she would be alive. This pitiful person was old Assistant Minister Lu's youngest daughter, Lu Qingqing. According to the family tree, old Assistant Minister Lu belonged to the Jing generation, while Lu Qingqing belonged to the Qing generation. Although her eldest sister, Lu Qingya, was married, she was implicated by her younger sister and was now staying in the lion's garden with her husband. Her second brother, Lu Qingshan, used to come back often to talk to her, but he had not visited her for a long time. The girl had the best relationship with her second sister, so she was a little sad. Her third brother, Lu Qingyu, often came here to play, but he was young and too noisy. She was weak now, and this lively brother of hers could not stay still. "392. This is the first time Qin Pingan enters the boudoir. He asks Julien and Pei Qian to wait outside and only brings Shi Ro in. Before entering, Qin Pingan knocks on the door and explains the reason. Assistant Minister Lu wants them to check Miss Lu's room to see if there is a fox demon hiding. After a while, Lu Qingqing finishes dressing up and asks the maid Zhaoye to open the door. Qin Pingan knows this maid. She is the daughter of the old housekeeper. She is a gentle girl. He pays more attention to Lu Qingqing, who is rumored to be charmed by a fox demon. The first time he saw Lu Qingqing, Qin Pingan felt that the rumors might be a little biased. A person's state of mind was revealed through their facial features. It was easy to pretend to be gloomy, but difficult to pretend to be bright and clear. Qin Pingan is relieved, but he has new worries because the urgent situation may be easier to solve than expected. However, the human heart is like a mirror, easy to break and hard to mend. However, that was the girl's own fate and fortune. Qin Pingan was the one who saved her, and if he couldn't mend the state of mind of a girl he had met by chance, he wouldn't do it. Even though Lu Qingqing was the daughter of an influential family that did not have many restrictions, she had seen many scholars of Qingwan Kingdom, and there was even a Wan cage in her boudoir. However, she was still very curious about the real immortal scribe master and the cultivators on the mountain. Therefore, when she saw a young man who was not very handsome but had a gentle temperament, the knot in her heart eased a little. After all, this was a girl's boudoir, and outsiders were allowed to step in. Lu Qingqing inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. What if it was a coarse martial artist who only knew how to fight and kill, or a so-called immortal who seemed to have evil intentions? Qin Pingan makes a fist salute and apologizes. It is inappropriate for us to do this, but Assistant Minister Lu and the local Lord of Lion's Garden are worried about Miss Lu's health. My surname is Chen and my servant's surname is Shi. Only then did Lu Qingqing notice the old man behind the young immortal master. His eyes were cold. She squeezed out a smile and said, Immortal Master Chen and Senior Shi are here to save me. You don't have to worry about trifles. Just focus on searching. The maidservant, Zhaoye, felt a bit awkward in her heart. This group of people had suddenly paid a visit, and the first thing that came to her mind was that other men had entered her boudoir. If that black-robed youth were to find out, would he be unhappy? Zhaoye was, of course, very afraid of the handsome young man that the fox demon had transformed into. The first time they met, she was so frightened that she picked up the scissors and was about to fight it out with the lecher who had barged into her boudoir. In the end, she was stopped by her mistress. Over the past few days, Zhaoye had tried to persuade her mistress to no avail. She could only watch as her mistress became more and more haggard by the day. She could only suppress the sorrow in her heart and try her best to serve her mistress well. Qin Pingan took out a Yangqi lantern lighting talisman. It suddenly burned, but the spark was not big. It was obvious that the fox demon had indeed been here. Qin Pingan walked slowly with the talisman in his hand. He went to every corner of the boudoir and found that the talisman burned slightly faster on the table and the bed. Qin Pingan's expression remained indifferent. Lu Qingqing and Zhaoye were both laymen in cultivation. They could not tell what the burning speed of the talisman meant. Moreover, there were some differences in the burning speed that they might not be able to see. Shi Ro sneered in her heart. She had some complaints about the seemingly delicate and dignified girl, Lu Qingqing. So what if she was the daughter of a family of etiquette? She was still a prostitute. Qin Pingan suddenly thought of a problem. He had always regarded Shi Ro as the female ghost that he had suppressed the earliest. Even though her spirit had moved into the immortal slough, Qin Pingan was still used to seeing her as a woman. However, there were some hidden methods that involved the capture of souls and the cultivation of evil spirits in the aperture points. For example, the heretical cultivators of Eagle Fort nurtured the ghost fetus in the heart aperture of the Lady of the Fort. Qin Pingan was not good at this method. Shi Ro herself was a ghost, and she had the process of refining the immortal slough. In addition, with Cui Dongshan's secret teaching, Shi Ro was familiar with these sinister methods. Moreover, her intuition was sharper. However, Shi Ro was now using the skin of Du Mao to walk in the world of the living. This was somewhat troublesome. If Lu Qingqing insisted on not letting Shi Ro touch her body and refused to let Shi Ro check her qi meridian, it would be very troublesome. Chen Pingan twisted the talisman and walked to Zhao Ye's side. There was nothing unusual about the talisman and it was still burning slowly. Zhao Ye felt that it was strange. After asking and getting Chen Pingan's permission, she even stretched out her finger to touch the yellow talisman and found that it did not burn at all. Chen Pingan smiled and walked to Lu Qingqing's side. The small remaining half of the talisman suddenly burst into a palm-sized flame and burned it out in an instant. Chen Pingan asked, "Miss Lu, did that young man give you a token of love? Did Miss Lu accidentally carry it with you?" These words were implicit and not hurtful. Lu Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. Zhao Ye said softly, "Miss, what time is it now?" Looking at Zhao Ye's pitiful pleading eyes, Lu Qingqing could only turn around. In the end, she took out a colorful silk sachet that was hanging in her bosom. It was embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Chen Pingan asked, "Can you let me take a look?" Lu Qingqing shook her head and refused. Zhao Ye was about to die from anxiety. Chen Pingan's eyes were clear. Miss Lu is infatuated. As an outsider, I don't dare to say anything. But if the entire family is put in danger because of this, and I'm saying if Miss Lu has given her heart to the wrong person, and the other party has ulterior motives, what will Miss Lu do in the end? Even if we don't talk about the most extreme case and don't talk about the true love between Miss Lu and that young man, let's just talk about some things in the middle. I've seen this sachet. It won't reduce the love between Miss Lu and that young man in the slightest, but it can make Miss Lu's conscience feel a little more at ease toward the Lu family and the Lion's Denver. As Chen Pingan spoke, he actually thought of the father and daughter Zhu He and Zhu Lu who accompanied him on his first trip to the Great Sui Kingdom. The young girl Zhu Lu was willing to throw herself into a flame for the second son of the Li family on Fulu Street, Li Baozhen, for the sake of love. She was resolute and did not care about anything. She gave up everything and still felt that she had a clear conscience. Lu Qingqing's eyes were red. She trembled as she handed over her beloved sachet. The guilt in her heart towards her lover grew stronger and stronger. Handing over the sachet was like cutting her heart and liver. Her hands were empty, and her heart was even more empty. She turned her head and cried. Chen Pingan took the sachet and looked at it carefully. There were 5 colored threads. Among them, the black thread was made of fox fur that had fallen to the ground earlier. The other 4 were of unknown origin. Opening the sachet, there were only some objects inside. Chen Pingan was afraid that his eyelids were shallow and he could not see the supernatural things inside. He turned his head to look at Shi Ro. The latter also shook her head and said softly, "The sachet is like a lantern at night. It can make it easier for the fox demon to find this young lady. There shouldn't be much to say about the things inside." Chen Pingan handed the sachet to Shi Ro. "You take it first." In addition, Chen Pingan also took out the demon binding rope that was refined in the inverted mountain. It used the golden dragon whiskers of the old Yuanying dragon of the Flood Dragon Valley as the magic weapon's foundation. Among the thousands of magic weapons in the world, its quality was considered to be extremely high. With one hand, Shi Ro took the sachet and placed it in her sleeve. With her other hand, she held the golden demon-binding rope that even a blind person could see was extraordinary. Her resentment lessened slightly. The sachet in her hands was a source of calamity. With this demon-binding rope by her side, Chen Pingan could be said to have made up for her, making the best use of everything. Chen Pingan said to Lu Qingqing, "Miss Lu, please let us take your pulse. There are many spells on the mountain that are hidden very deeply. We can't see any clues just by looking at the aura." First he stepped into the boudoir. Then he wanted her to hand over the sachet. Now he wanted to touch her skin. Lu Qingqing's heart was extremely bitter. Her face was full of tears. She glared at Chen Pingan and choked with sobs. "Don't push your luck. After taking my pulse, do you want me to take off my clothes before you are willing to let me go?" Chen Pingan said calmly, "Of course not." Lu Qingqing flew into a rage out of humiliation. She twisted her waist and lay on the flowerbird mirror. Her shoulders trembled as she sobbed. She said intermittently, "I want to see my father. If he is here, he will not let you people humiliate me so wantonly." Chen Pingan thought for a moment and said to Shi Ro, "I will protect you. You show your true appearance and take her pulse." Although Shi Ro had various prejudices against Chen Pingan, there was one thing that Shi Ro did not doubt. That was, as long as Chen Pingan said it, he would do it. Therefore, the maidservant Zhao Ye only saw a beautiful woman in colorful clothes floating out from the old man's body. It was both real and fake. She was shocked to see it. Zhao Ye hurriedly shouted, Miss look. Before Lu Qingqing turned her head, she wiped away the tears on her face. Then she saw an unfamiliar woman whose beauty was above hers. As for the old man from before, he did not move at all. It was as if he was sleeping soundly. Shi Ro was expressionless. Give me your hand. Lu Qingqing raised her arm in a daze. Shi Ro grabbed Lu Qingqing's snow-white lotus root-like wrist. While Shi Ro was examining the flow of qi in Lu Qingqing's body, Qin Pingan, who was still carefully sizing up the room, suddenly realized that the maidservant was winking at him. Following Zhao Ye's hinting gaze, Qin Pingan saw an exquisite small box that had not yet been put into a drawer. It looked like a box for women to store rouge and powder. Qin Pingan did not say anything. He moved his feet and opened it. There were a few pills inside, emitting a faint smell of meat. Qin Pingan pretended to have just discovered it by coincidence. He turned his head and asked Lu Qingqing, May I ask Miss Lu, are these pills inside the Lion's Garden's own tonic, or were they given by an external immortal master? Zhao Ye felt that this young master with a sword on his back was really quick-witted. He was even more considerate of others. If it were the other immortal masters from before, they would all be arrogant. Not only would they wish to paste the word, immortal, on their foreheads, they would also like to call her a fox demon in front of her family's young mistress. How could it not hurt her when she heard it? Lu Qingqing timidly said, It's the heart-calming pill he gave me. He said it can warm the body and calm the mind. In fact, Shi Ro had already smelled the pungent smell of the medicine. After glancing at it, she sneered. Heart-calming pill? Do you know what a real heart-calming pill is? This is one of the unorthodox pills in the world for raising ghosts and making puppets. After taking it, the soul of a living person or a ghost will gradually solidify and the shape of the artifact will be fixed. The originally free and unrestrained 3 souls and 7 spirits will be like the mountain soil used to make porcelain. In the end, it will be molded into the embryo of the artifact bit by bit. Warm the body? Shi Ro smiled mockingly. Of course, it could also be young Mistress Lu's lover. He would say that this is a top-notch secret technique used by the immortals on the mountain to mend the congenital deficiencies of their family's juniors. It can help ordinary people without cultivation aptitude to reach the heavens in a single bound. These words are not entirely false. However, the immortals abode on the mountain who are willing to do this are either from a small family with no future prospects, or they are in a bad situation with a lot of worries. They must have more later cultivators who take shortcuts. After all, after taking the heart-calming pill, which is also known as the head-breaking pill, there will be endless troubles. You will be rejected by heaven and earth. Humans will be half dead, ghosts will be half alive, and humans will be neither human nor ghost. The most ruthless method is that after becoming a good vessel to carry the spiritual aura of the mountains and rivers, someone will break the money jar and sweep away all the money inside. As for the fate of the broken jar, either their souls will scatter and there will be no afterlife. If a bit of spiritual aura doesn't scatter after death, they will certainly become a malicious ghost. Shi Ro spoke very bluntly. Hearing this, Zhao Ye's face turned pale. At first, Lu Qingqing was terrified, but she was still unwilling to give up. Soon, she helped herself find a reasonable explanation. She just thought that this woman's vision was not high enough to see the deeper magical effect of the heart-calming pill. Qin Pingan's face was gloomy. This kind of immortal technique. Was it not similar to the natal porcelain of Liju Cave Heaven? If Qin Pingan changed his route at first and did not go to the capital city but chose to come to the Lion's Garden to wade in the muddy water, it was because of the scholar mentioned by the person who handed the incense to Hebo in the ancestral temple, and because of the sentence, where there is a demon, there must be a Taoist master's peachwood sword. It was because Qin Pingan thought of his good friend Zhang Shanfeng, who was a Taoist master with a different surname from Mount Longhu. If Zhang Shanfeng did not follow his master to Mount Longhu, he would definitely come here after hearing about this matter. But now, Qin Pingan really did not believe that a scourge who might even be a fox demon in disguise could really do evil. Not only did he move the qi of mountains and rivers and covet the Lu family's literary fortune, but he also wanted to kill people. His intentions were sinister and his methods were vicious. It was simply not enough for him to die once. Qin Pingan went to the door and asked Pei Qian to enter the boudoir first. Then he asked Zhu Lian to immediately go to the Lion's Garden to ask for the imperial court's official gold ingots. He wanted to grind them into powder and make as much gold paint as possible. He wanted to win by drawing talismans. As the local lord of the Lion's Garden, the old woman did not follow him to the embroidery house. The reason was that Lu Qingqing would definitely be safe for the time being with immortal Master Qin in the boudoir. She needed to protect the many Lu family members, including old assistant Minister Lu. In the ancestral temple of the Lu family, the old woman who was no longer bound by the 5 fox demon ropes was full of energy. In fact, the heads of the Lu family all knew this willow tree queen who was even older than the lion's garden. Every year, among the rich incense offerings to the ancestors, a large portion of this god who protected the Lu family would be included. At this time, the ancestral temple was packed with people. Many servants who were not qualified to enter were brought in by old assistant Minister Lu's housekeeper, old Zhao. If this matter were to spread, old assistant Minister Lu would be labeled as a disgrace to the educated and blasphemous to the ancestors. Old assistant Minister Lu and more than 20 Lu family members were gathered in a secluded area of the ancestral temple. For many of them, this was the first time in their lives that they had seen the willow tree queen with their own eyes. Other than that, there were also 2 outsiders who had lived in the lion's garden for many years. They stood at the edge of the crowd and did not interfere in the Lu family's affairs. There was a private school in the lion's garden. 30 years ago, after a highly respected scholar resigned from his post, an unknown teacher was hired to take over the school. This was also a strange matter. Back then, the imperial court and scholars were all curious as to just which scholar could be looked up to by old assistant Minister Lu and become the teacher of the Lu family's disciples. However, later on, old assistant Minister Lu's eldest son did well in the imperial examinations but did not attract much attention. He was only a jinshi and was ranked very low. His artistic works and poems were not outstanding. Compared to the brilliant old assistant Minister Lu, he was like a tiger father and a dog son. As a result, they were not interested in guessing the identity of the new teacher. How could a teacher be any better than a normal disciple? As for Lu Qingshan, he was like his father Lu Jingting when he was young. He was a child prodigy whose name shook the world. His literary talent soared. However, this was his own ability and had little to do with his teacher's knowledge. At this moment, Lu Jingting and the Willow Tree Queen began to argue. The Willow Tree Queen's view was that no matter what, they had to strive for it. She could even ask the young man surnamed Chen to kill the demon without caring about her reputation. They could not allow him to only save people and not kill the demon. They had to get him to remove the demon by the roots and not leave behind any future troubles. Lu Jingting then told her about how the Taoist nun destroyed the fox demon's illusion. The Willow Tree Queen responded with a cold smile. If the Lion's Garden placed all their hopes on a foreign Taoist nun, it would not end well for them. The eldest daughter Lu Qingya said weakly, "But that immortal Master Chen is also a foreigner." The Willow Tree Queen glanced at the short-sighted girl from the corner of her eyes. The latter was so frightened that she quickly shut her mouth. Then the old woman's next sentence was thought-provoking. "That young man surnamed Chen is at least a scholar." After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Jingting was still unwilling to tie the young man to the Lion's Garden through various underhanded means. The Willow Tree Queen pointed at the old assistant minister's nose and scolded him mercilessly. "The 7 generations of the Lu family have worked hard to achieve this. If you, Lu Jingting, die, the family line will end in your hands. Do you still have the face to meet your ancestors? Are you worthy of the names on the memorial tablets in the Lion's Garden's ancestral hall? In order to protect the Tang family's orthodoxy, you were beaten to death. In order to save the loyal officials, you were forced to wander 3,000 miles and died. In order to bring prosperity to the officials, you exhausted your mind and heart and died. Do you need me to report their names to you?" Lu Jingting's face was full of sorrow. The old woman continued to scold, "If your skin is not thick enough and you continue to act like an old assistant minister, then your Lu family will definitely not be able to cross this hurdle. Lu Jingting, you are already dead, but you still caused the Lion's Garden to change their surname, your children to scatter, and you hid so many rare books. In the twilight years of Lu Qingshan's generation, how many books will you be able to leave behind?" Lu Jingting was speechless. The others were even more afraid to speak. After a long silence, the atmosphere was heavy. Finally, the limping Lu Qingshan took a few steps forward and said to the old woman, "The Willow Tree Queen seems to have said something wrong." The old woman narrowed her eyes. "Oh, little child, how can you teach me?" Lu Qingshan said in a low voice, "The reason my Lu family has been able to pass down to this day and continue to burn incense is because of the righteousness of our ancestors. They left behind ancestral teachings and family rules. Our descendants scrupulously abide by them. That is why today, when one side of the Lion's Garden is in trouble, there are reinforcements from all sides. If I go against my heart and violate etiquette today, even if I am lucky enough to preserve this lion's garden, my Lu family style will no longer be righteous from today onwards. The old woman laughed endlessly and said mockingly, "Little child, don't think that just because you have read a few books, you have the ability to talk about such trivial matters with me. Everyone is dead. 100 years later, other than that lion's garden compilation, who will still care about your Lu family that is in trouble?" Without giving the scholar Lu Qingshan a chance to speak, the old woman continued with a smile, "You are a cripple with no hope of becoming a scholar, yet you have the face to say such nonsense. Ah, can you Lu Qingshan stand firm now?" In order to save his sister, Lu Qingshan had secretly left the lion's garden with the old immortal of the Taoist temple to search for a true immortal master of the righteous path. However, he had met with misfortune halfway. His crippled leg was a physical pain, but his official career had been cut off and all his ambitions had gone down the drain. This was the scholar Lu Qingshan's greatest pain. Because of this, the servant girl Zhao Ye did not dare to mention this tragedy to the young miss at the embroidery house. Otherwise, Lu Qingqing, who had been closest to her second brother Lu Qingshan since childhood, would definitely feel guilty. In fact, the first thing Lu Qingshan did after being carried back to the lion's garden was to ask his father Lu Jingting to hide this matter from his sister. At this moment, Queen Willow, the local lord who had protected the lion's garden for more than 200 years, had opened up a scar in his heart on the spot. Even a scholar like Lu Qingshan, who had never lost his composure in front of outsiders after becoming crippled, had his face ashen and his fists clenched tightly. The old woman continued to sprinkle salt on the young scholar's wound. "Before you became crippled, I still respected you somewhat. Now that you are crippled, you Lu Qingshan are destined to be a good-for-nothing who hides in the lion's garden and waits for death. I advise you to take down that couplet from the study room as soon as possible. Don't you find it laughable?" Lu Jingting's face darkened. "Queen Willow, please stop before you go too far." The old woman snorted coldly. Lu Jingting patted his second son's shoulder. Lu Qingshan's eyes were hazy with tears. He nodded to the father he respected the most in his life, indicating that he was fine. Then he lowered his head, his face full of tears. In life, a man's tears were bound to come when his heart was broken. There were two teachers in the lion's garden. One was an old man past his prime who did not smile much, and the other was a cultured and refined middle-aged scholar. The latter frowned. The old man gently shook his head, and the middle-aged scholar fell silent. Housekeeper old Zhao, who had been waiting at the bottom of the embroidery building, hastily ran into the ancestral hall. When he reached old assistant minister Lu and Queen Willow, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Master Qin wants our lion's garden to prepare gold paint for drawing talismans. We need to grind gold ingots into powder. Master Qin says that the more, the better. Then he will draw talismans at the embroidery building on the side street." The old woman sternly said, "Then why haven't you prepared it yet? This bit of gold and silver is nothing." The old housekeeper turned his head to look at Lu Jingting. The old assistant minister nodded. "Go." The old assistant minister suddenly called out to the old housekeeper and quickly walked out. "Old Zhao, I will go with you. Call some brave young men as well. However, they must all be willing." Unexpectedly, the old woman pressed down on the old assistant minister's shoulder. "You, Lu Jingting, have you gone mad? What if that fox demon has nothing left to lose and kills you first? Even if your daughter survives, the lion's garden will still be a rotten mess. Who will support this family? A cripple or the mediocre eldest son who can barely become a county chief?" Lu Jingting's face was full of anger. Did they really think that he, Lu Jingting, had been a useless person for his many years of official career? What was this local lord so anxious for? In the end, wasn't she worried that the lion's garden's Lu family's bloodline would be cut off, implicating her golden body? The old woman saw that Lu Jingting was rarely angry. She hesitated slightly and softened her tone. She kindly advised, "Didn't the scholar also warn you scholars that a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall? You Lu Jingting are a weak scholar. You can only move a few gold ingots. You can't compare to any of the young men who guard the lion's garden. What's the use of you going? Aren't you afraid that the fox demon will capture you and threaten the lion's garden?" Lu Qingshan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were resolute. "I'll go. Even if I can't move a lot of gold ingots, I can watch from the side to avoid any mistakes." Lu Jingting helped his son straighten his lapel. "Be careful. So what if you're not an official? A scholar with evil intentions who steals a high position is no longer a true scholar. My son is crippled and can't be an official, but he can still be a scholar for the rest of his life. Since he can't rule the country and bring peace to the world, then he can cultivate his body and take care of the family. Can you do it? Lu Qingshan finally smiled. Father, this isn't difficult. Lu Qingshan followed the old housekeeper and led a group of young and strong servants from the lion's garden. Their expressions were impassioned as they left the ancestral hall. Lu Jingting didn't even look at the old woman. He walked in front of two teachers who didn't have the same surname. He bowed and thanked them. Thank you, Master Fu, Mr. Lu, for teaching a scholar who can pass down righteousness to the family. The old man still looked stiff. He didn't even nod. Fortunately, the lion's garden was used to this. The old man had such a stiff expression in front of everyone. The middle-aged Confucian smiled. It's a teacher's duty to teach and dispel the doubts of his disciples. In a small courtyard lived 4 chivalrous people who had come from afar. They had become honored guests of the lion's garden even earlier than Qin Pingan. There was a young master surnamed Dugu, a beautiful personal servant named Meng Long, and a master and disciple cultivator who each had Shaoli and Jade Snake. The two of them had met by chance and suppressed a mountain full of demons together. Young Master Dugu had put in more effort, but he had only picked some ordinary items that were related to elegance. A few precious spiritual artifacts and a large pile of immortal money had been left to the master and disciple. The master and disciple privately weighed the pros and cons. They felt that the combined lives of the two shouldn't be worth that young master's long line to catch a big fish. Thus, they thickened their faces and mingled with the master and disciple pair. Later they really did take advantage of them. They killed demons twice and earned several hundred pieces of snow money. Of course, the old cultivator carefully probed. The noble young master who claimed to be from the Zhuang dynasty really didn't have the temper to fight over money with others. The young master never made a move. They said he was a Jianghu boor who learned some mediocre martial arts. The master and disciple weren't stupid, so they naturally didn't believe it. However, the few times that the servant girl made a move, it was really frightening. She was a sword cultivator. Not only that, she could even use the legendary Immortal Hall technique and control a 30-feet-tall night-roaming god. The servant girl, Meng Long, wasn't some old witch with a youthful face. She was really a girl who wasn't even 20 years old. A sword cultivator who was about to enter the middle 5 realms. The few times she made a move, she had clearly reached the level of the immortal cave realm. Taking a genius sword cultivator who had a great chance of becoming an earth immortal as a servant girl who served tea and water, and the latter thought it was right and proper. Those with a bit of brains would know that Master Dugu's background was unfathomable. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the old cultivator racked his brain, he couldn't think of any big shot with the surname Dugu in the Zhuang dynasty. He searched from south to north, but he could find 2 rich clans and sections. They were either pillars of the country's imperial court or had a Jin Dan in their family. Compared to the young man's family background that had already surfaced, it still didn't match. After thinking about it, he could only assume that the Zhuang dynasty, which was full of sword cultivators, had too many old bastards at the bottom of the water. The young man came from some immortal mansion that didn't like to show off. This was also the reason why the wild cultivator and his disciple, who wouldn't wake up early without benefits, dared to instigate the master and servant pair to come to the lion's garden to subdue the demon. At this moment, Master Dugu was standing by the window, looking at the unusual sky outside. It seems that the fox demon's tail has been stepped on by that young man surnamed Qin. This is even better, we don't have to do anything. It's just a pity that among the 3 items in the lion's garden, that painting and that plum vase are all first-class items. I wonder if that Qin guy will be willing to part with them and buy them for me when he gets them. The maidservant, Meng Long, smiled and said, those who know their stuff would have their eyes on that useless ancestral treasure in the hands of the Lu family. Young master, on the other hand, only wants that toy that is not worth a few divine coins. Master Dugu sighed. Now that this matter is over, we have to run around and work again. Meng Long was also frowning. Master, looking for people and clues like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seems a little difficult. The young man said helplessly, there are no other convenient ways, so we can only use this stupid method. Let's just take it as a distraction and stroll around while waiting for news from the mountain. Meng Long was a little angry. We've found people who are willing to talk, but they don't know anything. Those who are unwilling to talk all have powerful backgrounds. We can't reveal our identities and can't afford to offend them. Those fellows rely on their status in the Julu continent. Their eyes are not their eyes, their noses are not their noses. What's so great about them? Aren't they just relying on the fact that they've lived for hundreds of years and have a higher realm now? In my opinion, in less than 30 years, Master can deal with them with one hand. Master Dugu ignored the servant girl's complaints. Let's find that young woman first. Sitting by the table, Meng Long had nothing to do. She fiddled with the chess pieces on the chessboard on the table, moving them around randomly. I only know his name, and he's just a nameless cultivator on that Dowdy Mountain ferry. There are really too few clues. If that wandering monk hadn't mentioned her, we would have been even more confused. Master, I'm a little homesick. Don't lie to me. Once we find that little cultivator, we'll have to go home. Master Dugu turned his head and teased, "Oh, you're a chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms, and you have the cheek to call her a little cultivator?" Meng Long smiled and said, "But I'm a sword cultivator after all." Master Dugu glared and pretended to be angry. Sword cultivators are Pichio. They eat money and hurt relationships. What's there to be proud of? Meng Long covered her mouth and laughed. Others can say this, but you can't say it. I've already eaten immortal money. Not to mention that I'll definitely be able to earn it back in the future. Isn't it just a drop in the ocean in your house? Master Dugu shook his head. When you really enter the middle 5 realms, you won't say this. An earth immortal sword cultivator consumes at least twice the amount of heavenly treasures on the path of cultivation compared to an ordinary land immortal. Meng Long nodded and said softly, "Master and mistress indeed spend money like water. Otherwise, we wouldn't be inferior to the Fu family of Old Dragon City." Master Dugu laughed angrily. "You've got guts. How dare you talk bad about my parents in front of me?" Meng Long said coquettishly, "Master, you're a good person. What's there to be afraid of?" Master Dugu smiled and said, "Sooner or later, a married daughter is like spilled water. I'm just a spendthrift." Meng Long shook her head and said, "I don't want to marry. Why should I marry those embroidered pillows? I'll only follow you for the rest of my life." Master Dugu did not comment. He turned his head and continued to look at the sky. That fox demon's actions are strange. It's not easy to deal with. He crossed his arms and raised his head high. "Sister my master is very good at drawing talismans, right? Do you think some of the flower and bird seal script are nice? Don't they have the demeanor of a master?" Zhao Ye wasn't a cultivator, so she couldn't tell how good Qin Pingan's talisman was. However, she was Lu Qingqing's personal maidservant. She was quite knowledgeable about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She really didn't feel that the white-robed immortal's talisman's ancient seal script was very well written. However, since Pei Qian had asked, she could only give a perfunctory reply and try not to disappoint the little girl. Unexpectedly, after Pei Qian heard Zhao Ye's dry agreement, he shook his head and said, "Sister you don't understand. My master's handwriting is thankfully immortal." Pei Qian was very satisfied with his last-minute explanation. Zhao Ye couldn't help but laugh. She pretended to be enlightened and said, "I see. It's my fault for being blind. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm not an immortal from your mountain. I can't tell the truth." Pei Qian could tell at a glance that she was still patronizing him. He secretly rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He continued sprawling on the table and widened his eyes to size up the scenery inside the cage. They stared at each other. Many of the strange spirits in the cage flew out of the attic and looked at the charcoal little girl. Zhao Ye walked to Lu Qingqing's side and said in surprise, "Miss, do you feel it? It seems like the room is much fresher and brighter." Lu Qingqing said bitterly, "I don't feel it." Zhao Ye moved a stool and sat beside her. She gently held her Mrs. Cold little hand. Chen Pingan and Zhu Lian floated back to the corridor outside the room. Zhu Lian, who was empty-handed, got Shi Ro to carry the remaining 2 jars of golden paint. Shi Ro didn't know what was going on, but she still did as she was told. She couldn't afford to offend this level 8 martial artist. Previously, Zhu Lian's murderous aura had soared into the sky in the small courtyard. He didn't conceal it at all and targeted her directly. This had actually terrified her. Pei Qian saw Qin Pingan's sweaty face and hurriedly ran over. "Master, let me wipe your sweat for you?" Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "I'm going to continue drawing talismans with Shi Ro in the Lion's Denver. This way, the talisman will respond at the slightest sign of trouble. With Zhu Lian here to protect you, you won't be in too much danger. Even if the fox demons come, I'll be able to rush back as long as they don't break through the doors and windows of the embroidered tower." Pei Qian patted the bamboo sword at her waist and nodded. "Master, don't worry. I'll protect Miss Lu and Sister Ya. Qin Pingan patted her little head and said softly, "Protect yourself first." Pei Qian beamed. Julien smiled but didn't say anything. Earlier on the roof, Qin Pingan had secretly instructed him to protect Pei Qian. The meaning behind his words. It made Julien feel very comfortable. If he really followed a young master who was walking step by step toward becoming a moral saint and aspiring to become a god in the Confucian temple, Julien would only feel very vexed. Qin Pingan floated down from the embroidered tower to the courtyard with Shi Ro. Qin Pingan asked Shi Ro to teach her one of the pots. Go and remind young Master Dugu's group and that pair of cultivators to guard the ancestral hall if they're willing. It's best to choose a high spot with a wide view. Perhaps the fox demons will appear somewhere soon. Shi Ro silently left to report. On an arch bridge in the lion's den, a black-robed youth and the Dharma saber nun stood opposite each other. The handsome youth pressed down on the bridge railing with one hand and crushed the railing into powder. Stupid Taoist nun, are you really determined to stop me? The nun stood on the bridge railing and shook her head. Stop you? I'm going to kill you for the treasure. The handsome youth's expression changed slightly. The nun sneered. You covet the literary fortune of the world. You demon, you've crossed more than 1.5 steps. The handsome youth gritted his teeth and said, Aren't you curious as to why a demon like me can openly plan this matter in the capital region beside the Tang Emperor's bed? The nun pressed down on the Dharma saber at her waist. The trivial matters of the mortal world have nothing to do with me. 393. The handsome fox demon who called himself Master Qing suddenly asked, Is this foreign woman really the famous Taoist from the saber room in the Central Plains? The middle-aged woman seemed to find this question interesting. She touched the hilt of her saber with one hand and flicked the lotus crown on her head with the other. What? Is there anyone who impersonates us in the Aquarius continent? If you do, tell me your name and I'll consider it as your contribution. I can promise you a quick death. The black-robed youth, who had single-handedly stirred up the storm in the lion's garden, clicked his tongue and said, You're really from the saber room. I wonder if I'll be stuffed to death after eating your precious Jindan. The corner of the woman's mouth curled up. No wonder it's the smallest continent in the vast world. Whether it's on the mountain or under the mountain, as long as they're related to Qi cultivators, they're all arrogant. Alright, I'm Lu Boqi. I came here because of the surname of the Lu family in the lion's garden. I've been having bad luck all the way, but now my luck has changed. I have to thank you. That's why I'm telling you this, so that you can understand why you're a slug demon. The youth's expression changed drastically. He couldn't figure out how this wicked woman saw through his disguise. She did not know that the crimson wine gourd tied to Qin Pingan's waist was a camouflage that could prevent Earth immortals from prying eyes. But after the Taoist nun performed her divine ability, she immediately recognized that it was a blade-strengthening gourd of good quality. The middle-aged woman still said in a plain tone, That's why I said that Lu Boqi is no different from a blind man. You've been in and out of the lion's garden so many times, yet he still couldn't see through you. But with that little fox scent and a few fox fur ropes, he really believed that you're a fox demon. The person who supported you behind the scenes in the lion's garden is also blind. Otherwise he would have skinned you long ago. The rise and fall of the Lu family's literary fortune is nothing. How can it compare to the wealth in your stomach? The youth who once said that he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by a Yuanying stage cultivator was scared for the first time. He asked in a negotiating tone, If I leave the lion's garden now, can you let me go? The middle-aged woman didn't answer his question. She probably didn't want to answer such a stupid question. She tapped the hilt of her saber and said to herself, This saber is called Wu Shen. He was ranked 17th in the inverted hanging mountain saber division. As for my natal item, it is still a saber named armor. But don't worry, you won't be able to see my natal item. This is your great fortune. The teenager's knees went soft. He said pitifully, The fox demon that I ate was not a good thing in the first place. It wanted to use marriage to prove its Tao and form the Aurus core. It also wanted to take the opportunity to absorb the literary fate of the Lu family. It was actually wishful thinking and wanted to participate in the imperial examinations. I killed it and swallowed it whole. In fact, it could be considered to have blocked a disaster for the lion's garden. After that, there was an old immortal master in Qinghuan country who coveted the Lu family's ancestral jade seal of a fallen country in the lion's garden. He joined forces with an influential figure in the imperial court in the capital. Thus, I took advantage of the situation. The three sides each took what they needed. It was a small business, not worth mentioning. Great aunt, you are a magnanimous person. Can you treat me like a fart and let me go? If I have disturbed Great Aunt's mood of admiring the scenery, I will give the half-formed Oris core of the fox demon to you with both hands as an apology. How about it? The female chief of the saber room, Lu Boki, laughed. Are you sure that I definitely won't be able to find your true body, so you have been acting like a fool here? The teenager suddenly changed his expression and laughed. Oh, you stinky old woman, your brain is not as bad as I thought. So what if you are the saber room? So what if you are the inverted hanging mountain and some messy saber god? Don't forget, this is the Aquarius continent, the Qingwan country beside the cloud forest Jiang clan. Ugly, stinky old woman, you didn't agree to a good business deal with me, and now you want Master Qing to scold you? You really are a lowly servant. Hurry up and go to the capital to pray to the gods. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands in the Aquarius continent one day, I will definitely whip you until your flesh is split open. Who knows, you might even be filled with joy at that time, right? Lu Boki was not angry at all and smiled playfully. As the old saying goes, a small temple has a big demon wind. It really hit the nail on the head. Your conversation with this slug spirit is quite interesting, compared to the demons begging for mercy after I used my saber, or the crazy shouting before death. This is much more interesting. The handsome teenager looked arrogant and despotic, but in reality he was muttering in his heart. This old woman dilly-dallying was not her style. Could it be a trap? But no one knew that she had done something to the body of the local god, the willow tree spirit. He would immediately sense any movement in the lion's garden that was slightly larger. If there was a conspiracy at the embroidery tower, he could endure it for the time being, and not pick the fruit to eat the girl's literary luck, and see who could outlast the other. Could it be that this saber room nun and that young man with a sword on his back could guard the lion's garden for a year and a half? Then what kind of unexpected reliance could make this ugly Taoist nun have so much patience and determination out of nowhere? Until now, she had not slashed away this illusion like she did at the wall of the small courtyard. Lu Boki stood sideways on the bridge railing, and extended her hand to signal the demon to just walk across the arch bridge. She would not stop it. If you reach the embroidery tower, you will know the truth. Previously, when Lu Boki stopped it, it really wanted to rush over and take a look at the embroidery tower. Now that Lu Boki was letting it go, it began to feel that this small arch bridge was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. The ghosts of people's hearts were even more terrifying than them demons. In its long years, it had suffered a few great losses. Otherwise, it might have touched the threshold of the upper 5 realms by now. This handsome teenager who had eaten a fox spirit and used the fox spirit's skin as a camouflage was not only a rare slug, but also a reason why Lu Boki was so unwilling to let it go. It was because it was one of the treasured transformation Taoists that had the operation of heaven and earth, and endless creation. It was already extremely difficult for a slug to become a Taoist, and it was even rarer to become a treasured transformation Taoist. It liked to eat all kinds of spirits and ghosts. The most extraordinary thing about it was not that it was extremely skilled at disguise, hiding, and escaping, and that it was extremely difficult to be killed by arcane treasures. Instead, it was because this Taoist could eat all kinds of spirits and ghosts. On its path of cultivation, it seemed to have absorbed the cultivation fate of the food it ate. It could advance on several paths simultaneously, using its original Taoist core as a ladder, step by step forming multiple golden cores. It was basically a treasure-swallowing whale on the map of the land. Whoever could kill it would make a fortune. As a result, even with Lu Boki's high standards, she was still determined to obtain this laughable earth-immortal slug. If that young man surnamed Qin dared to fight for it, the magical saber Wu Shun at her waist and her natal artifact, the ancient saber Jia Zhua, would be truly blind. Lu Boki saw that the fellow was cowering. It looked around and smiled. I know that your true body is somewhere deep underground nearby. You're hiding from my detection by relying on the mountain's roots and veins. The young man tilted his head. Since you're so arrogant, why don't you just take out your saber and hack at it? The mountain's roots and veins are hiding in there. They won't be able to withstand you digging 3 feet into the ground in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. By then wouldn't I have nowhere to hide? Why don't I do that? It's because you care about something, isn't it? It answered its own question. Oh, I've guessed a possibility. After all, your every move during this period of time has made me care more about you than that young master with a sword cultivator as a maid. Lu Boki narrowed its eyes. The young man raised his hands and snickered. I knew you wouldn't let me say it. Come, give me a slash. Let's be straightforward. The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. Just you wait. As expected, Lu Boki shattered the illusion of the young man on the other side of the bridge with a single slash. It was still a fox fur that fell to the ground. Lu Boqi looked around. The Lion's Park was surrounded by green mountains. She saw how charming the green mountains were and fell in love at first sight. Lu Boqi blushed slightly. Fortunately, there was no one around. Moreover, her skin was slightly dark and inconspicuous. She put away these thoughts and put on that cold and hard face again. She felt the subtle flow of qi in all directions. Lu Boqi waited to watch the show. That slug full of treasures was going to suffer a great loss this time. Since it was a situation of helping others and helping herself, Lu Boqi pulled out the famous magical saber of the saber room, the god of sabers. Her figure flashed, and she began to slash at a series of places in the Lion's Park. She either cut off the connection between the mountain's roots and the veins of the water, or stabbed at some of the most likely hiding spots. She also purposely made some movements and activated her qi to temporarily mess up the feng shui of the Lion's Park. She continued to stall for time for the young man in white with the blade-strengthening gourd around his waist. Against a cunning slug that was easy to kill but not easy to catch, Lu Boqi could only pinch her nose and do this kind of boring thing. Outside a study room whose door was tightly shut, the illusion of the handsome young man appeared again. With his hands behind his back, he kicked open the door and stepped over the threshold. It sniffed and felt slightly uncomfortable. It rolled its eyes and muttered, "I really don't know what kind of good karma the ancestors of the Lu family have accumulated. They have such a dense literary aura that lingers in the Lion's Park. No wonder that Dragon Gate Realm Fox demon was jealous. It's a pity that they have bad luck." It began to knock and touch here and there. It kept stomping its feet to see if there were any secret rooms or mechanisms. In the end it found none. It began to rummage through the places that could easily hide things. That treasure was indeed in this study room. It had interacted with the two big shots behind the scenes in the Lion's Park. Of course they were difficult to deal with. One had a high cultivation base and the other had great authority. Even it was not willing to have a deep relationship with them. The old man who liked to collect the royal treasures of the Aquarius continent had an aquiline nose. When he smiled it was even more sinister than ghosts. A certain physiognomy concluded by the school of Yin Yang was very suitable for this person. The nose is like an eagle's beak, pecking at the marrow of people's hearts. The old pervert walked the path of a great hermit hidden in the imperial court. What he liked the most was to plunder the relics of a fallen country. The closer the item was to the last emperor, the more the old man liked it and the higher the price. It was said that that person had collected close to 100 royal treasures of the past dynasties. He had everything he wanted. However, he only had two regrets. The first was that a certain set of imperial jade seals was missing a piece. There were rumors that it had appeared at Beetail Ferry. However, the old man seemed to be afraid of that alley where cultivators of the upper 5 realms appeared. He did not dare to put on a disguise and rob people. The second regret was that he could not obtain the treasure of scouting the world that the Lion's Park had collected for generations. This treasure was a relic of a fallen dynasty in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. This heirloom was actually not big. It was only 2 inches in size and was made of gold. Such a small piece of gold, yet it dared to inscribe, "Covering the heaven and earth, praising the gods, golden armor shining, autumn hunting in all directions." It would occasionally raise its head and look outside the window. That stinky woman really did not want to give up. She started to use the stupidest method to find its real body. Haha, if she can find it, then she has the ability. It was complacent. This was thanks to a wandering hero novel. It said that the most dangerous place was the safest place. The more it chewed on this sentence, the more chewy it became. It continued to search for the small piece of gold. It was a little irritated. This little cripple Lu was quite good at hiding things. Even if it found it, it would not be able to take it away for the time being. However, it would be good to look at it first. It was absurd. Now that it had some connection with the feng shui of the Lion's Park, it had become a pitiful guy who could not even carry the small piece of gold. If it did not care about the consequences, it would be fine. However, it was not willing. On the path of cultivation, the thing that monsters did not lack the most was time. This was probably a kind of compensation from God to the monster race that was more difficult to cultivate. It was difficult to become a spirit and enlighten the apertures. It was a threshold. They also had to transform into a human form to cultivate, which was another threshold. Finally, they had to find a secret book of immortals that pointed directly to the great Tao, or they had greater luck and were directly canonized. This belonged to the third threshold. According to historical records, there was an extremely lucky fox demon in the Celestial Master Mansion of Longhu Mountain. It was only lightly covered by the Celestial Master seal on its fur, but it blocked all the mighty thunder tribulations that should have occurred when a nascent soul broke through the realm. It jumped over the almost insurmountable natural moat. Which monster race in the world did not envy it? It had only heard rumors, but it was already envious. From the corner of its eyes, it inadvertently caught a glimpse of the couplet hanging high on the wall. It was written by the little cripple Lu Qingshan himself. As for whether the content was copied from the sage books or if the cripple came up with it himself, it had only read a few books, so it did not know the answer. On one side was thousands of army formations written by pen, 10,000 horse soldiers written by poem. On the other side was Li De Qi through ancient and modern times, book collection teaches descendants. One was releasing its aura while the other was restraining its will. Could still understand this little bit of meaning. It raised its head and spat on the couplet on the wall, one on the left and one on the right. Then it laughed loudly. It was really satisfying to see a scholar who had read a lot and was especially high-spirited fall into the mud. It was worse than a drowned rat or a drowned dog. It swaggered around the desk full of scholars' offerings and sat on the chair. It tilted its head back and twisted its butt. It felt that it was not comfortable enough, so it began to curse again. Damn it, scholars really had nothing better to do. They were not even willing to sit on a comfortable chair and insisted that it was tiring to sit on it with a straight back. It stared blankly at the top. It thought of the other big shot behind the scenes, an old man from the Tang family who held the authority of the Qinghuan kingdom. This person had disliked Lu Jingting for a long time. This was strange. Even an outsider like it knew that Lu Jingting was an upright and capable minister, a pillar that held up the imperial court. Why did you, the uncle of the current emperor of the Tang family, view Lu Jingting as an enemy? In these 2 years, how many people came to the south because of old assistant minister Lu's good reputation? It could not understand it even if it cracked its head. It thought of the father and son drinking game it had eavesdropped on at the end of last year in the lion's den. Lu Jingting and his 2 sons drank and chatted together. It was nothing more than Lu Jingting's concern for the country and the people, the eldest son's latest news, and Lu Qingshan's criticism of current politics. The scholars and civil officials who bore the most grudges against Lu Jingting were very amusing. They were not the enemies of the imperial court who did not have the same political views, but the scholars who had tried to rely on old assistant minister Lu but failed and tried their best to flatter him to no avail. However, he was still more amiable than the old man surnamed Fu. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar quietly walked to the entrance of the ancestral hall and waited for Lu Qingshan to return. After seeing Lu Qingshan return safely from the embroidered building, Mr. Lu was expressionless. It was only when the limping Lu Qingshan saluted him that he nodded his head in greeting. Lu Qingshan stepped over the threshold and went to his father, Lu Jingting. The middle-aged scholar stood at the door and then looked up and saw 2 figures hiding there. A master and servant from the central part of the Aquarius continent. It was unknown whether the middle-aged scholar's eyesight was weak or if he ignored them. He quickly turned around and returned to the ancestral hall. At the railing of the corridor under the eaves, the servant girl Meng Long smiled and asked, "Young master, do you think that Fu Sheng and the one surnamed Lu are like us, masters of the outside world?" Young Master Dugu was amused. "Explain to young master, when did we become masters of the outside world?" Meng Long smiled and leaned on the railing to look into the distance. In the Aquarius continent, were they not? Young master was just being modest. The Zhuing dynasty where she was from had many sword cultivators, the number of which was the highest in the continent. The power of the country was strong and there were more than 10 vassal states. Among the descendants of the dragon who had decided to give up the throne, there was a 10th realm sword cultivator who had sparred with the Aquarius continent's number 1 nascent soul cultivator, Li Tuanjing of the Wind and Thunder Garden, 3 times. Although he lost, no one dared to question the sword cultivator's battle strength. How many earth immortals in the Aquarius continent dared to block Li Tuanjing's sword? Li Tuanjing with 1 sword had suppressed Xingyang Mountain for hundreds of years. Then this Zhuing dynasty sword cultivator, after being defeated, was able to make Li Tuanjing agree to fight 2 more times. His sword skills were high. There were also 2 9th realm sword cultivators. They were an immortal couple who ignored blood ties, and broke off relations with the Zhuing dynasty at least on the surface. The husband and wife rarely showed themselves and focused on the sword path. It was rumored that the Zhuing dynasty's old emperor's treasury was actually managed by the 2 of them. They had close relations with the southernmost old dragon city, and their wealth was rolling in. Meng Long said angrily, "Young master, the cultivators of the North Continent are too overbearing. Especially that Taoist heavenly lord." Young Master Dugu smiled, In the eyes of those demons we wiped out, aren't we the same? Could it be that those servants and maids who died at the feet of your god of night were all capital crimes? Of course not, but we are too lazy to care. Meng Long was speechless. She could only angrily kick the railing of the tall building. Chen Pingan brought Ro. They did not draw talismans near the embroidery tower, but went straight to the Lion Garden's gate. The spirit chi of the two painted doors was thin, and could no longer support them to protect the Lu family. Chen Pingan muttered some apologetic words, and then began to draw demon suppression talismans on the two gates. Unlike the small squabbles of the embroidery tower, the two demon suppression talismans of the residence gate were drawn in a spurt of energy, and they were like splashes of ink. Ro, who was standing behind Chen Pingan, nodded her head inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that the brush in her hand was made of ordinary materials and the golden paint in the jar wasn't of high quality, Chen Pingan's talisman would have been even more powerful. After Chen Pingan finished drawing, he took a few steps back and stood side by side with Ro. "394. When a strange phenomenon appeared on the outer wall of Lion's Garden. Lu Boqi took the lead and flew to the top of a pavilion. He nodded slightly with an expression of admiration. Cultivating at the inverted hanging mountain master's saber room, one could see more strange people than any other continent in the world. Lu Boqi was also the favored one that the Lord of Heaven had high hopes for. He often followed the seniors of the sect out to sea to catch tired old flood dragons. Naturally, she had high standards. Zhu Lian stood beside the railing while Pei Qian stood on the railing and asked curiously, "Is that my master?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master knows how to use the talisman. I saw it with my own eyes during the battle at the border of Daquan." 3 iron cavalry circling talismans formed a set of tripartite talismans. It was very powerful and trapped the great demon-buried river. I didn't expect young master to be able to draw talismans by himself. His attainment is not low and his boldness is not small. Pei Qian said angrily, "What doesn't my master know? What's so strange about it?" Zhu Lian teased, "Then why were your eyes wide open like a dustpan and you were secretly smiling with your bloody mouth wide open?" Pei Qian pulled a long face and stopped talking nonsense with old chef. She raised her head and glanced at the roof. Then she looked at the ground outside the railing. She took a deep breath and jumped up high. She grabbed the roof with both hands and wanted to roll to the roof. However, she fell down with the roof tiles. Zhu Lian was about to grab this reckless girl's collar and pull her back to the corridor. However, he suddenly changed his mind and let Pei Qian fall into the courtyard. During the fall, her mind was blank. She relied on her instincts to circulate the chi of the fire dragon in her body. She instantly curled up into the shape of an ape that was similar to Zhu Lian's fist stance. When she was 10 feet above the ground, she suddenly stretched out her arms and legs and landed lightly like a little wild cat. Zhu Lian leaned on the railing and said, "This heroine can even leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Her lightness skill is amazing." Pei Qian sat on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned pale. When he came back to his senses, he yelled at Zhu Lian, who looked at him with ease, "Old chef, why didn't you save me? What if I fall half to death and lose an arm or a leg? What if master dislikes me? I'm already a burden. I walk slowly and I will always slow master down. At that time, master will not be happy and will directly abandon me." Pei Qian started bawling at the thought of that tragic scene. The howling made Zhu Lian's ears unable to calm down. Even the maidservant Zhaoye hurriedly ran out of the room and saw Pei Qian sitting on the ground. Zhaoye, who had been whispering to the young miss, was puzzled at the moment. She did not know why this strange little girl was sitting in the courtyard. Zhu Lian pretended to panic. "Quickly go upstairs. There's a monster." Without another word, Pei Qian quickly got up and stopped wailing. She ran up the stairs of the embroidery building and rushed into the unlocked door of the boudoir. She turned around and closed it tightly. She picked up the mountain walking staff and ran to Zhu Lian's side in one go. She looked around and wiped her tears while patting the yellow paper talisman on her forehead. She asked, "Where? Where?" Zhu Lian held back his laughter and said casually, "Consider yourself lucky. It seems that the monster saw that it couldn't take down the embroidery building and left." Pei Qian wiped the tears and sweat from her face. She was too scared. She did not pay attention to Zhu Lian's mischievous expression from beginning to end. She kept her eyes wide open and carefully searched for traces of the monster. She said in all seriousness, "Zhu Lian, if the monster comes to the embroidery building again, You must protect Miss Lu and Sister Yar. Otherwise, when Master comes back and sees that the two of them have been captured by the monster, even if Master doesn't scold me, he will definitely be angry with me." Zhao Ye turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. Zhu Lian said with a smile, "Aren't you worried about your own safety?" Pei Qian took out another talisman and stuck it to her forehead. She clenched the mountain walking staff in her hand. "Master wants me to protect myself, so I must do it." Zhu Lian clenched one fist behind his back and placed the other hand on his abdomen. He imperceptibly displayed the demeanor of a master. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. Your master also said that he wants me to protect you." Above Zong. Young Master Dugu said with a smile, "That sneaky monster will probably be locked up and beaten." Meng Long asked, "Can it really trap the entire lion's den?" Young Master Dugu explained, "It might not be able to withstand a few collisions from the monster. However, as long as it appears in its true form, it will be time for the Taoist nun to kill it." Meng Long asked again, "But what if the monster is determined to hide and not come out?" Young Master Dugu pointed at the spiritual energy phenomenon at the edge of the lion's den. Ordinary people might not be able to see anything in the lion's den, but in the eyes of experts, it was a golden light that flowed like a stream and circled around the mountain. This unknown talisman set up a formation and liquidized spiritual energy. The wonder is not just the word trap. If there are no accidents, it will also involve the mountain roots and water veins of this place. In addition, now that the land has been freed, searching for the hiding place of the monster will be even easier. Furthermore, since this young immortal master can draw such a large set of talisman formations, he will continue to draw in circles in the lion's den. Some of the central locations where wind and water gather will be drawn with talismans. Even if the monster doesn't suffocate to death, it will be disgusted to death. It will be like a person being placed in boiling water. It will be very uncomfortable. Meng Long said disapprovingly, "He drew so many talisman to create such a commotion. It's not considered impressive. Young Master's master can cause purple smoke to descend with a casual talisman, entangling a city with hundreds of thousands of people. Otherwise he can grab black clouds and turn them into flying snakes, directly suppressing and killing a golden core great demon." Young Master Dugu said helplessly, "I'm talking about how good that young man is. You are talking about how impressive my master is. The two are unrelated. You don't always look down on chi refinement warriors and pure martial artists other than me." Meng Long said bluntly, "I just can't bear to see others being compared to you." In the Luqing Mountain study room, the black-robed youth had a panicked expression. That damned young man with a sword on his back, how could he be proficient in talisman arts, and even have so many talismans with him? Was he determined to fight to the death with him? Was he not afraid that in the end both sides would fight to the death? No one would be able to gain any advantage? What are you, an outsider with the surname Qin, trying to do? The treasure on the table was taken by that old pervert from Fu Long. With so many talisman thrown down, did he really think that he was the disciple of the Lu family, the god of wealth of the snow-white continent? He was like an ant on a hot pan, walking in circles in the study room. Lunatics, they were all lunatics. Forget about the god of gluttony, or some bullsh T saber room. There was also a righteous gentleman who did not expect to be repaid for his kindness. The two of them were completely unrelated to each other, but they actually knew how to work together to set up a trap for him. One was outside drawing talismans around the wall, and the other was inside the garden to divert his attention and disturb his line of sight. Could it be that this time he had followed the general trend and plotted against the lion's garden? Would all his efforts be in vain? When he thought of that old pervert with a hooked nose, and that old man from the Tang family who held great power in his hands, he felt somewhat weak. It almost had the urge to reveal its true form and smash through the wall. As long as it could leave the lion's garden, it would be able to fly freely in the vast sky. With its innate earth-tunneling technique, and the garden being surrounded by mountains in all directions, unless an earth immortal of nascent soul realm personally came to hunt it down, or someone with an earth-shattering strength capable of splitting the mountains in all directions, it would not be afraid of anyone. However, he quickly and silently reminded himself that he had to remain calm in the face of danger. The lion's garden had temporarily become a cage, and it was a foregone conclusion. He could not be anxious and he absolutely could not mess up in his hurry. It cracked a smile and came up with an idea. "Then let Master Qing test you guys first." On the outermost wall of the lion's garden, Qin Pingan was hesitating whether or not he should let Shiro ask Lady Lu for the official silver ingots of the Qinghuan kingdom. He could also draw talismans, but the material of the silver book was far inferior to the gold book made by grinding gold ingots. However, there were pros and cons. The downside was that the effect was not good, and the power of the talisman was reduced. The upside was that Qin Pingan could draw talismans with ease, and he did not have to exhaust his mind and spirit. To be honest, this was a losing deal. Meng Long changed her posture and sat on the railing. She said disdainfully, "So weak?" The lonely master explained, "That demon has already scattered a bit of its spiritual aura. It's quite good to have such a strong body." Probably because they had seen the god of night crush the fox demon with their own eyes, the disparity between the victory and defeat was great, so the danger shouldn't be great. Therefore, the master and disciple, as well as the Taoist companion cultivator, who were looking into the distance at other places in the lion's garden, intentionally or unintentionally, started to use their divine abilities to slay the demon. The fiery red fox on the old man's shoulder leaped into the air. Its body trembled and suddenly became countless times bigger. When it landed on a roof ridge, it was already a firefox with a body as large as an ox. Its entire body was covered in flames. The tall youth waved his arm, and the dark green snake that coiled around his arm like a bamboo leaf also pounced, turning into a giant snake that was 20 feet long. They each pounced on the black rogue youths who were frantically fleeing out of the lion's garden. The pair of Taoist companions moved together and chose a place near the garden. One of them unsheathed the long sword on his back, like a sword master controlling a sword to kill the enemy. The other formed a seal with both hands, stepped on the dipper steps, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dense spiritual aura. It spread into the garden like a fog that enveloped the flowers and trees. In the blink of an eye, in the garden, there were all kinds of phantoms with the height of an arm. When they caught up with the black rogue youths, those phantoms exploded with a bang. Qin Pingan, Shi Ro, and Zhang each occupied one side. Together with the master, disciple and Taoist companion, there were a total of 4 people guarding the west side of the lion's garden. Qin Pingan stood on the wall and punched. Shi Ro used the golden dragon whisker demon binding rope to block. However, there were too many demonic illusions. There were still nearly 40 black rogue youths on the 4 sides of the lion's garden's outer wall. They were constantly crashing into the wall with the golden talisman flood dragon. Zhang's master Dugu did not allow Meng Long to use her intrinsic flying sword, and he himself was watching from the sidelines. Therefore there were many fish that escaped the net. Even so, the god of night was too intimidating. Many of the demonic illusions that were originally running towards Zhang's high wall changed their escape route at the last moment. Zhang's direction was the one with the least number of collisions. Although the west side had many people, and had 4 cultivators overseeing it, it was the most dangerous area where the number of collisions was highest. As for Shi Ro's side, she was slightly flustered. After all, she was not the kind of ghost that was good at killing. Furthermore, she did not dare to use the trump card that Cui Dongshan had given her. Therefore, nearly 10 black rogue youths crashed into the wall and were then melted by the long river of golden light on the outer wall. Some of the illusions that were lucky enough to break free continued crashing into the wall, facing death with equanimity. Fortunately, Shi Ro did not make too many mistakes. Qin Pingan's punches did not seem to be fast, but he blocked them with the most ease. Using the 6-step stance, he turned back and forth on the wall, flipped his sleeves and sent out a mighty fist aura. However, the golden flood dragon that used the snow-white wall as a river had already dimmed a little. As for the surrounding walls, there were countless small doors that had been smashed into countless holes. Qin Pingan seemed to be dealing with these dazzling black rogue youths again after drawing talismans. His pure true chi was insufficient and he had to stop to take a breath. At this moment, over at the Liu family's ancestral hall, it was as if a turtle had flipped its back. Then there was an earthquake in all directions, rumbling loudly. The commotion was the most intense in the west. Meng Long suddenly stood up, formed a seal with both hands, closed her eyes, and used a secret technique to send her spirit out of her body, attaching it to the god of night. The golden-armored deity opened his eyes, bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. A huge pit appeared under his feet. The 30-foot-tall god of night flew towards the west. The god of night's feet stepped on the west side's high wall garden, sinking deep into the ground. Then he squatted down, raised an arm and smashed heavily into the ground, sending mud flying. He forcefully broke a small mountain root under the lion's garden. Master Dugu hesitated for a moment, but still did not make a move. A handsome young man of 50 to 60 feet in height broke out of the ground, almost as tall as the monster, and rushed towards the wall over there. The golden flood dragon that circled around the wall was like a tripping rope for the black rogue youth. It, who had revealed its true form, continued to roar and stride forward, so that the talisman's golden light from other places was dragged in its direction. It had already smashed through the wall, but there was still a golden talisman's rope stuck to its knees. It raised its leg high, but still could not break free from the troublesome rope, so it simply continued to run forward. The golden flood dragon that was originally connected from head to tail suddenly snapped. It was pulled forward by the black-robed great demon that had revealed its golden body, swaying on the ground. It was like a big fish that had not left the hook, but its strength was so great that even the fishing line and the fishing rod had to be dragged away. Chen Pingan reached out and pressed on the opening of the blade-strengthening gourd, thinking, "Something's wrong, let's wait a little longer." A slender figure that had been standing on the top of the pavilion all this time, a white rainbow hung in the sky, and the pavilion under its feet collapsed suddenly. Lu Boqi, who had finally made a move, was already taller than Zhang, and directly cut the golden body into two halves. She did not even look at the real golden body and sneered, "Go!" A person holding a blade floated out from her back. He was taller than a normal person, and his body was like the mercury thunder liquid. He held a slender black blade that was even longer than a person. It disappeared in a flash. The next moment he stabbed the tip of the blade into a small hole in the wall and stood still. Shiro swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked down. She saw that the tip of the blade had stabbed into a snow-white, palm-sized wriggling monster. Lu Boqi rushed to the wall near Shiro, and walked towards the deity holding the blade. The two of them overlapped again and only Lu Boqi remained. However, the extremely long blade was still there, still floating in the air. Lu Boqi walked to the tip of the blade and smiled, "Got you." She did not immediately put the treasure-level demon into her bag, but turned to look at the tall wall far away, at the young man in white whose hand had already left the blade-strengthening gourd, and asked, "What do you say? You have more people, do you want to fight for it?" Chen Pingan smiled, "Don't pretend to be a good guy after getting the advantage." Lu Boqi said, considerately, "I don't deny that you did a lot to catch this guy, but I don't have the habit of sharing treasures with others, so I'm afraid you'll be unhappy. Why don't we fight to decide who this little thing belongs to? I can promise not to kill anyone, and after that you'll be convinced. Maybe you'll feel lucky that you're still alive." Chen Pingan walked along the wall toward the female champion of the Saber Division. At the embroidery tower, Zhu Lian rushed out and stood on a raised roof near Lu Boqi, exactly the same as when the female champion first appeared in their courtyard. Shiro walked a few steps and stopped in the air, first giving way to Chen Pingan on the wall. When Chen Pingan brushed past her, she followed him. Chen Pingan first waved his hand at Zhu Lian. Lu Boqi also came to the wall and walked towards Chen Pingan. Lu Boqi left the natal item Jiazhua where it was and only held the unsheathed blade. "Wushin." She had a strange look in her eyes and asked, "Just you alone?" Chen Pingan reached behind her and continued forward, already holding the hilt of the sword deity. A female champion of the Saber Division. A pure martial artist with a half-immortal weapon on his back. The two were only 50 steps apart. Lu Boqi suddenly turned to look at the peak of a green mountain. Chen Pingan turned his head almost at the same time, and saw an old man's figure disappear over there. Lu Boqi looked away and from the corner of his eye, he saw the Lu clansmen running over. Among them was a poor limping scholar. Lu Boqi sheathed his blade. "I'll take 70%, you take 30%. Seeing Chen Pingan's confusion, she was angry. "What, you don't want it?" Chen Pingan remembered her gaze just now and had an idea. He let go of the sword hilt, put one hand behind his back, and stroked the blade-strengthening gourd with the other and smiled. "I'll agree to a 50-50 split." Lu Boqi narrowed his eyes. "Don't push your luck. It's a good habit to stop while you're ahead." Shiro sighed, looking regretful as if she was persuading Chen Pingan, but also as if she was afraid that Chen Pingan and Lu Boqi would fight. She said softly, "Young master, why don't we just let it go? You're not just from the mountain, and it's not bad to have a good reputation. Let's just let the deity take advantage of you." This made Pei Qian breathe a sigh of relief. After skimming through about half of the bamboo slips, the old man asked with a smile, "The biggest fist is the biggest principle in the world. Little girl, do you believe this?" Pei Qian said without hesitation, "Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I practice my stool and my sword skills every day at such a young age? Jianghu is very dangerous. There are countless bad guys." Pei Qian originally wanted to say a few words about her lofty ambitions, but she suddenly remembered what Old Wei said. It was taboo in Jianghu to talk too much with strangers, so she held back. These heartfelt words should be kept in her own heart. It was enough that her master alone knew. In the distance, the middle-aged Confucian habitually frowned. But the old man laughed heartily. Pei Qian didn't know what was so funny. She turned over some of the bamboo slips nearby to bask in the sun. As she worked hard, she said casually, "But my master taught me that if I want to explain this principle clearly, I have to talk about the order. The order can't be wrong. As a person, you have to be reasonable first, and then when your fist is big, it's more convenient to reason with unreasonable people. It's not like persuading people to only talk about whether your fist is strong or not, and then you forget to be cautious, restrain yourself, ask yourself, and so on. Alas, my master said that I'm young, and that it's enough to remember these. Whether I understand or not, it's all waiting for me in the book." Pei Qian finally came to a conclusion. Therefore, what old Mr. said is reasonable but not complete. The middle-aged Confucian's face became slightly better. The old man didn't laugh at Pei Qian, nor did he say anything. Pei Qian's eyes were shining. "Old man, is my master's knowledge very great?" The old man replied, "Just from your master's words, I can't tell whether his knowledge is great or not, but at least he's right. Yes, he's not wrong. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult. It's even more difficult to practice this principle." Pei Qian raised her eyebrows and angrily blocked the old man from continuing to look at the bamboo slips. She crossed her arms. "Then old man, you should look at less bamboo slips." The old man smiled. "Oh, this little girl is quite vengeful." Pei Qian nodded. "Respect the old and love the young. Old man, you're old and I'm young, so we're even. Old man, don't take advantage of your seniority in front of a little girl." The old man could only say, "Your master's teaching is right. What's even more commendable is that he was able to preserve your spiritual qi. Your master is very powerful." Pei Qian smiled happily at first, then shook her head. "Old man, do you want to look at more bamboo slips?" Fine, look, I'm afraid of you old masters. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. Alas, it's worrying." As a result, even the middle-aged Confucian had a smile on his face. Qin Pingan knew that it was a family matter of the embroidery building. However, Qin Pingan would not get involved in these matters. In these few days, Lu Boqi went to the small courtyard to look for Qin Pingan twice. The first time was to tell Qin Pingan that she had beaten the willow tree queen half to death. She should be very obedient for the next 100 years. The second time was to split the spoils with Qin Pingan. A treasure realm demon could not be cut in half with a magical knife. In fact, any treasure realm demon in the world, as long as it was raised and trained properly, it could achieve great Tao. Of course, even if it was a waste of divine money and opportunities, killing it and seizing its treasures would still be a huge fortune. Therefore, Lu Boqi converted it into a sum of money and treated it as Qin Pingan's reward for winning. After Lu Boqi left, Qin Pingan and Pei Qian, master and disciple, faced the small mountain of money on the table. Pei Qian smiled brightly. Qin Pingan also smiled and patted Pei Qian's head. "Then I won't pull your ear." Pei Qian was confused. "What?" Qin Pingan bent over the table and did not give an answer. He looked at the small mountain of money. Pei Qian crossed his arms and straightened his back. He did not think about that sentence and asked happily, "Master, I didn't lose money this time, did I?" Qin Pingan sat up and stretched out his hands with a smile, rubbing Pei Qian's cheeks and flattening them. Julien sat at the door and flipped through a book. He was focused on reading and could not bear to turn the page when he saw something interesting. He missed that old senior Sun. Shiro glanced at Julien's book and almost angered her to death. On the last day of the Lion's Garden, just as Qin Pingan's group was about to leave for the capital, Lu Boqi came alone at daybreak. He handed Qin Pingan the treasure he had taken out from the wooden box and said expressionlessly, "This is what old Assistant Minister Lu agreed to in the beginning. It's yours. If you use it to refine your natal item, it will be extremely outstanding. Because in this small gold nugget, other than the remnant literary luck of a secular dynasty, it also contains the literary luck of the Lu family after hundreds of years in the Lion's Garden. I have no use for it, but if you, Qin Pingan, succeed in refining it, it will have a miraculous effect on a half-educated person like you. Most importantly, even if you already have a metal natal item, you can still refine it and melt it. It can even help your original natal item improve a grade. In the future, on the path of cultivation, you will naturally have twice the results with half the effort." Qin Pingan took the small treasure and examined it carefully. Then he handed it back to Lu Boqi and said softly, "Help me secretly put it back in the study room of Luqing Mountain. Remember not to put it in an eye-catching place." Lu Boqi frowned and said, "You don't want it? You think I'm lying to you and that this treasure does not live up to its name?" Chen Pingan could not be bothered to explain it to her. He called for Pei Qian, who already had a bag slung over her shoulder and a walking stick in her hand. They left the courtyard and walked along the quiet path outside the lion's garden. Lu Boqi remained in the courtyard and suddenly smiled. If Chen Pingan dared to accept it, she would draw her blade and kill him. In that case, why did Chen Pingan reject this gift that was perfectly justified? Was it because he sensed her motives and did not dare to accept it, or was it because he really did not want to accept it? Lu Boqi did not think too deeply about it. Since the treasure was left behind, then Chen Pingan's thoughts had nothing to do with her. Pei Qian bounced along beside Chen Pingan, who was walking the 6-step pile. She asked curiously, "Master, why don't you want that piece of gold? It looks very likable. And that crown princess also said so many benefits." Chen Pingan smiled as he walked the pile. "The literary luck of the Lu family is tied to it. If we take it away, what about Luqing Mountain? He even gave you a book." Pei Qian thought for a moment and nodded, "That's right. Uncle Cripple is already so pitiful. Let him keep it." Then Pei Qian followed Chen Pingan to walk the pile. Pei Qian laughed coldly, "Master, isn't this called a gentleman not taking what others like?" Chen Pingan did not stop punching and walked slowly. He shook his head and said, "I am still far from being a real gentleman." "How far? Is it that far from the lion's garden to here?" "Probably farther than the lotus flower blessed land to the lion's garden." "So far?" "Yes. Master, but no matter how far it is, we can still walk, right?" "Yes. The premise is that we don't go the wrong way." Pei Qian suddenly stopped and stood still for a while. She waited until Zhu Lian and Shi Ro walked past her. Then she quietly reached behind her butt and clenched her fist. She ran to Zhu Lian and asked with a smile, "Do you want to know what I'm hiding in my hand?" Zhu Lian's face darkened. "Get lost." Pei Qian reached out to Shi Ro. "Sister Shi Ro, why don't you guess? If you guess correctly, I'll give it to you." Shi Ro rolled her eyes. Chen Pingan was secretly laughing, but when he saw Pei Qian looking at him with a smile, he did not wait for her to speak and immediately knocked her down. His eyes lit up and he asked Chen Pingan, "Are you the child Chen who joined hands with the female immortal master to save our lion garden?" Chen Pingan nodded and asked tentatively, "Are you Magistrate Lu?" The green-robed man laughed heartily. "I'm Lu Qingfeng, Lu Qingshan's eldest brother." Old Assistant Minister Lu's eldest son, Lu Qingfeng, was now a county magistrate. Although he could not say that he had a meteoric rise, he could be considered a scholar who had a smooth career. However, when his father was Lu Jingting, who had a smooth career and a famous scholar, Lu Qingfeng seemed very mediocre. At his age, Lu Jingting was about to become the Assistant Minister of Rights of Qingwan. Lu Jingting was also recognized as the leader of the literary world and a refined master of the country. Now, looking at his eldest son Lu Qingfeng, it was no wonder that people would sigh for a tiger father and a dog son. It should be known that after Lu Jingting passed away, he would definitely receive a first-class title in the imperial court. This was something that was set in stone. As for what the word after literary was, could it be righteous, loyal, or even the slightly inferior respectful or cheng? Both were possible. Both required the emperor's special edict and could not be decided by the ministers. Previously, the imperial court thought that the former was more likely. However, after the second son, Lu Qingshan, became a cripple, the expectations were greatly lowered. Not to mention that there were only a handful of literati in the history of Qingwan, they even felt that it was a bit difficult to become a literati. Chen Pingan called Pei Qian. Pei Qian, who had been like being stuck with an immortal's talisman, felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She ran all the way to Chen Pingan, bowed to Lu Qingfeng and the young attendant, and loudly explained her many mistakes. In fact, in her heart, Pei Qian did not feel that she had done anything wrong. She even complained that Lu Qingfeng was too useless. However, her master was angry. What could she do? Not to mention an apology that would not make her lose her flesh, even if she was asked to pay for it and move things out of the treasure box, Pei Qian could only do it obediently. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly spoke for Pei Qian. Only then did Pei Qian feel better. She felt that this scholar who had become a county magistrate was quite sensible. After that, of course, he urged Qin Pingan to go back to the Lion Garden together. However, when Qin Pingan said that he wanted to go to the capital to see if he could catch up with the end of the debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Lu Qingfeng felt embarrassed to persuade him again. Qin Pingan first helped Lu Qingfeng repair the ox cart. Then they said goodbye and continued on their way. After turning into the official road, Zhu Lian said with a smile, "I think Lu Qingfeng, the eldest son of the old assistant minister of the Lion Garden, is more suitable to be an official than his younger brother, Lu Qingshan." In addition, the emperor of the Tang family had always been strong, so he, as an assistant minister, had always had a strong back when facing immortals and cultivators. It was just that it was difficult for an honest official to resolve family disputes. Lu Qingfeng signaled his father with his eyes that he knew what to do. He said to Lu Qingshan, "Qingshan, I believe in you. If you like her, you really like her. You have carefully considered her appearance, background, and character. I also believe in your taste. As your brother, I won't talk about this and I won't criticize you too. Then let's assume that the female Taoist priest from another continent named Lu Boqi may marry into our Lion Garden and become Qingshan's legal wife. Then we have to consider two things. First, Lu Boqi is a cultivator, so we don't ask her to deal with daily necessities. The question is she willing to cultivate in the Lion's Garden and treat Lu Qingshan with sincerity as husband and wife? Or is she going to think that she is the immortal master of the mountain and is above Lu Qingshan in everything and even meddle in the household affairs of the Lion's Garden? Second, Qingshan, did she say anything to imply that you should cultivate magic with her? Did she want you to abandon all the holy books, leave the Lion Garden and climb the mountain? In the beginning, the love between men and women in the world makes people feel that everything is beautiful and moving. Just like this Lion Garden, built in the green mountains and clear waters, like a paradise. Generations of people have respected the land goddess Willow Tree. What happens when things come to the end? If it weren't for the fact that goddess Willow Tree couldn't move, she would have left the Lion Garden and fled far away. 7 generations of the Lu family had established good karma and incense offerings. In the end, in the ancestral hall, in front of so many ancestral tablets, weren't Queen Willow's words also extremely hurtful? So, Qingshan, it's not that I don't want you to be with Lu Boqi. I just want you to understand that there are 2 different worlds on the mountain and below the mountain. A scholarly family and a cultivator are 2 different worlds. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After marriage, will Lu Boqi accommodate you or will you, Lu Qingshan, obey her? Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it clearly? Yes, Lu Boqi has done a great favor for the Lion's Denver. Not only did he subdue the demon and save our Lu family from the brink of collapse, but he also spent a lot of money on our behalf. However, Qingshan, you have to understand that it's not that our Lu family is unwilling to repay Lu Boqi's great kindness. From father to me to the entire Lion's Den, you don't have to bear the burden alone. If the Lu family of the Lion's Den can't repay Lu Boqi's kindness in 1 generation, then 2, 3 and so on. As long as Lu Boqi is willing to wait, we're willing to continue to repay him. Lu Qingfeng sighed and said, "Don't blame me for being so materialistic and gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. It's really that if we think more today we will have less to worry about in the coming year. No matter what I say, I still hope that you, Qingshan, can live well. At the same time, of course, I have my own selfish motives. As your elder brother, I admit that I don't have the ability to carry the Lu family's teachings and traditions of the Lion Garden. You still need to inherit them." Lu Qingshan got up. Because of his lame leg, his shoulders were crooked. He looked free and easy. He bowed and said, "I'll go and ask." Lu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He said softly, "There are many immortals in the world. Qingshan, don't worry, I can cure you. I can promise you." Lu Qingshan only thought that his elder brother was comforting him and left with a smile. Lu Jingting, on the other hand, was experienced and insightful. He was most familiar with his eldest son's temperament. He was unusually calm and open-minded, far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, the old assistant minister's face changed slightly. Lu Qingshan closed the door after Lu Qingfeng left the study room. Lu Qingfeng looked tired and said with a smile, "On the way here, I happened to meet Qin Pingan." Lu Jingting suppressed the trembling in his heart and said with a smile, "What do you think?" Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "An extremely rare mountain person. He's more like a serious scholar from a rich family." Lu Jingting smiled and said, "Indeed." Lu Qingfeng wanted to say something but stopped. Lu Jingting stood up and put his hand on his eldest son's shoulder. Don't be so polite. Qingshan will understand your good intentions in the future. As for father, to be honest, I don't think you're right, but I don't think you're wrong either. Lu Qingfeng looked sad. Lu Jingting said, go and see Qingqing. She is close to Qingshan, but she is in awe of you. Therefore, some words are more useful for you to say. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, I'll sit for a while. After I meet the two gentlemen, I'll go to the embroidery building. Lu Jingting sighed and said, of course. The old assistant minister left the study room first. Lu Qingfeng sat alone in a chair and turned to look at the couplet. Thousands of troops in the pen, thousands of horses and soldiers in the poem. Li Deqi through the ancient and modern times, Bibliotheca taught the descendants. In fact, this was not written by the owner of the study room, Lu Qingshan. It was written by Lu Qingfeng himself as a gift to Lu Qingshan during his brother's coronation ceremony. Lu Qingfeng looked bleak as he walked out of the study room to meet the old master Fu Sheng and the middle-aged Confucian scholar Mr. Lu. The former was not at the school, only the latter was. Lu Qingfeng asked the latter some questions about knowledge before he left and went to the embroidery building to find his sister Lu Qingqing. After Lu Qingfeng left, the old master Fu Sheng appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged Confucian scholar asked, Sir, what Lu Qingfeng did was right to drag Lu Qingshan into the vortex of the battle between the three sects of Qinghuan Kingdom. Fu Sheng smiled and said, didn't someone say that what happened yesterday died yesterday, and what happened today lives today? Today's right or wrong may not be right or wrong in the future. It still depends on the person. Besides, this is the Lu family's matter. I also want to take this opportunity to see how much Lu Qingfeng has read. The integrity of a scholar can only be achieved through hard work. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was helpless. It was not polite for Mr. Fu to talk about the actions of the Confucian scholars with Buddhist teachings. However, Mr. Fu was highly respected in the Confucian temple of the Central Plains. He also knew that Mr. Fu's vision was very far. If it did not involve the deviation of Lu Qingfeng's path, Mr. Fu would not interfere. If Lu Qingfeng didn't stand up for Queen Willow in the ancestral hall this time, Lu Qingfeng would only know for the rest of his life that the two teachers in the family school had stayed in the lion's garden for so many years and then returned home one day, never to be heard of again. In fact, all kinds of opportunities in the world were like this. There might be differences in size. The 100 schools of thought and the immortals on the mountain had their own paths to take in disciples. The entry point of choosing disciples was different, but in fact, the nature was the same. It still depended on whether the person who was tested could grasp it. The Taoist immortals especially liked this. Compared to Mr. Fu Sheng's view, it was more bumpy and complicated. The ups and downs of honor and disgrace, the separation of life and death, the relationship between father and son, husband and wife, many worries and many temptations might need to be tested. Even in history, there were some famous disciple recruitment processes that took a very long time and even involved reincarnation and training in the blessed land. It was soul-stirring and magnificent. Fu Sheng suddenly said, actually, Lu Qingfeng is suitable to be your direct disciple. The middle-aged Confucian shook his head and said, I know that this person has a good temperament and has great ambitions. At the same time, he does complicated things. Unfortunately, he is not suitable to inherit my small school of knowledge. Fu Sheng smiled and said no more. He did not say anything. Mr. Fu was teaching disciples. Was it really as simple as the disciple listening to the teacher's teachings? Was the disciple really unable to find and fill in the gaps of the teacher's knowledge? It was just that this could not be said by outsiders. It had to be thought of by oneself. The Holy Master had once been worried that the higher the knowledge of the Confucian sage, the higher his status would be. If the position of the god kept moving away from the mortal world, then what would happen to the mortal world? The sage of rites, the second sage, Fu Sheng or Fu Sheng, and the two vice-hierarch of the Confucian school all had their own answers. But the Holy Master was still frowning. Later on, there was the birth of the old scholar from the shabby alley. That era was shining brightly. In the two battles between the three sects, the two groups of Buddhists and Taoists with outstanding Tao seeds resolutely turned to the Confucian school. There were more than one or two of them. A young immortal from the Baek Okekyung building who had participated in the debate, asked a question. Since the Confucian school advocates that human nature is good, since everyone is already good by nature, then what is the merit of the Confucian school's education? The middle-aged Confucian suddenly asked, what if Lu Qingshan first traveled with the chief nun of the saber room, Lu Boqi, and eventually became husband and wife? The old master Fu Sheng or the great sage of the Confucian school, Fu Sheng, smiled and said, What's the big deal? The views of the three sects are only true in terms of knowledge. The middle-aged Confucian was puzzled again. The old master nodded and said, Lu Qingfeng has roughly guessed our identity. Because the Lion's Garden had a way out, there was this gamble between Lu Qingfeng and Dali Xiuhu. The middle-aged Confucian snorted coldly. The old master sighed and said, if there were a few more Cui Dong and Lu Qingshan among the old scholar's disciples, they would not have lost. Perhaps they would still have lost, but at least they would not have lost so badly. Lu Qingfeng stood at the bottom of the embroidery building and asked the maid Zhaoye to invite his sister Lu Qingqing downstairs. Zhaoye was a little embarrassed. After knowing the general truth these days, the young miss was heartbroken, especially when she knew that her second brother Lu Qingshan was crippled because of her. She even had the thought of committing suicide. If she had not found out quickly and removed the scissors, the Lion's Garden would have been overjoyed and overjoyed. Therefore she accompanied the young miss day and night and did not leave her side. In the past 2 days, the young miss was even more haggard than when she was in trouble. She was so thin that she was almost skin and bones. Lu Qingfeng said indifferently, go and ask her to come downstairs. Zhaoye was frightened and immediately turned and ran upstairs. Lu Qingqing walked downstairs timidly and did not even dare to let Zhaoye help her. Lu Qingfeng glanced at his sister and did not speak. Lu Qingqing lowered her head and was terrified. Since she was young, she had been afraid of her brother who was not as good as Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingfeng softened his tone and said, the sky will not fall. I will accompany you. Half an hour later, Zhaoye stood worriedly at the embroidery building and looked forward to it. When she found that her young miss came back, there were still tears on her face, but she seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. Lu Qingqing lifted the hem of her dress and went up the embroidery building. Zhaoye followed behind her in confusion. Lu Qingqing suddenly asked with a smile, will you accompany me to the mountain to cultivate? Zhaoye was stunned. She looked at the young miss who was no longer lifeless and nodded. Lu Qingfeng walked alone in the Lion's Garden. It was impossible to be a mellow scholar who was extremely knowledgeable. Since Lu Qingfeng had taken that step, he was destined to struggle in the mud for the rest of his life. Lu Qingfeng's heart was filled with sorrow and bitterness. Which scholar did not want to devote himself to the study room and write moral essays that would be immortalized for generations to come? Which scholar did not want to have students all over the world? Which scholar did not want to be regarded as the leader of the scholarly circle? Which scholar did not want to be clean and honest? Which scholar did not want to be clean and honest? However, someone had to be an official who was the most difficult to be independent. Someone had to be the one who haggled over every penny for the common people. Fortunately, it was said that if one was extremely knowledgeable, one could still achieve both. Lu Qingfeng turned his head at the small bridge and saw Lu Qingshan and the female Taoist priest walking over side by side. Finally, Lu Qingshan walked towards Lu Qingfeng alone. He smiled and said, I want to travel to the Aquarius continent with Lu Boqi first. I want to go to the Lakeview Academy, the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy, and the northernmost Dali Longquan County's newly built academy. Lu Qingfeng smiled and asked, have you thought about it? If you have, remember to greet the 2 gentlemen first and see what they think. Lu Qingshan nodded and said, Lu Boqi said that my leg can be cured, but I don't think there's a need to rush. Otherwise, I will owe her another favor. If that time comes. Lu Qingfeng joked, if we're a family there's no need to be so calculative. Lu Qingshan turned to leave. Lu Qingfeng suddenly called out to his younger brother and said, I thank you on behalf of the Lu ancestors and all the scholars of Qingluan. The Lu family's scholarly style is still the same as before. The scholars of Qingluan can hold their heads high. Lu Qingshan was puzzled. What? Big brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Lu Qingshan helped Lu Qingshan tidy up his clothes and smiled. Silly boy, don't worry about this. Just focus on your studies and strive to become the scholarly sage in the future and bring glory to our Lu family. Lu Qingshan joked, Big brother, have you become an official? You're only a county magistrate now. What will you do when you become an assistant minister or minister? Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, it's up to you. Lu Qingfeng asked, when you go to say goodbye to the 2 gentlemen, can I flirt with Lu Boqi? Don't worry, just a few words. Lu Qingshan nodded and said, that's nothing. Lu Qingshan went to tell Lu Boqi and Lu Boqi agreed. When Lu Qingshan went to find Master Fu and Mr. Lu, Lu Qingfeng took Lu Boqi to the Lu family's ancestral hall. Along the way Lu Qingfeng did not speak. For the first time Lu Boqi felt anxious. Of course, it was mainly because after falling in love with Lu Qingshan at first sight, she always felt that she was inferior to Lu Qingfeng and Lu Jingting in terms of seniority. However, Lu Boqi also had a strange intuition that this Lu Qingfeng might not be simple. Lu Qingfeng stopped outside the ancestral hall and asked, "Lu Boqi, if my brother, Lu Qingshan, only had a short lifespan of a mortal teacher, what would you do?" Lu Boqi replied, "I'm now an earth immortal, and it won't be difficult for me to reach the upper 5 realms in the future. Therefore, I'm willing to delay my life for 100 years for Lu Qingshan." Lu Qingfeng asked again, "Then if Lu Qingshan has a bright future and aspires to become one of the 3 immortals of the Confucian school, and has a chance of achieving it, what would you do?" Lu Boqi replied, "If you marry a chicken, then follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, then follow the dog. If anyone dares to ruin my husband's Tao, they'll have to ask my saber and life armor first." Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Lu Boqi frowned. "Then what do you want me to do?" Lu Qingfeng said softly, "When it comes to important matters, especially those life and death decisions, I hope that my sister-in-law can stand from Lu Qingshan's point of view and consider the problem. Don't think that your first thought is I, Lu Boqi, feel that this is the best for Lu Qingshan, so I'll do it for him. The Tao is rugged and fighting and killing are inevitable. However, since you said that you'll follow the chicken, then I still hope that you can truly understand Lu Qingshan's thoughts and desires. Therefore I can tell you clearly now. In the future you'll definitely suffer some grievances or even great grievances." Lu Boqi was originally very uncomfortable when he heard the words sister-in-law, but when he heard the latter part of the sentence, Lu Boqi was only left with heartfelt admiration. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm convinced by these words, sincerely convinced. I'm a stubborn person, but I can still distinguish between good and bad words." Lu Qingfeng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled and said, "My brother has good taste." Lu Boqi stretched out his palm towards the ancestral hall. "You're an immortal on the mountain. Just kowtow to our Lu family's ancestral hall 3 times." Lu Boqi did as he was told. But he discovered that Lu Qingfeng also kowtowed 3 times from afar. Lu Boqi's heart was heavy. Lu Qingfeng said softly, "If there are no accidents, my name will be removed from the Lu family's genealogy very soon. At that time I will no longer be Lu Qingshan's elder brother. At that time, if Lu Qingshan receives a letter from home and wants to give up on his long journey, no matter if you are in Aquarius continent or Central continent, if he insists on returning to Lion's Den and denouncing me, you must stop him and protect him as he continues his long journey." Although Lu Boqi did not know the reason behind it, he still nodded. He then smiled bitterly and said, "You want me to be the bad guy so soon? You don't regard me as an outsider." Lu Qingfeng changed the topic. "I heard that you taught Queen Willow a lesson?" Lu Boqi began to feel guilty. Lu Qingfeng squinted his eyes and smiled. "When I was very young I wanted to do that. I originally thought that it would take another 7 or 8 years before I could do it. Thank you again." Only at this moment did Lu Boqi begin to fully acknowledge the Lu family style. In the distance, Lu Qingshan limped towards the ancestral hall. Lu Qingshan found that his elder brother was chatting happily with the woman he loved. As long as his elder brother nodded, then his marriage with Lu Boqi should be secure. Lu Qingshan smiled. This young scholar only felt that there was nothing in the world that was difficult. Qin Pingan's group successfully entered the capital of Qingyuan. After Old Dragon City, this once again gave people the feeling that the world was bustling with activity. In the end, Qin Pingan still gave Zhu Lian some gold, silver and white items, allowing him to purchase the paintings that Shi Ro hated bitterly. Qin Pingan himself also found a century-old shop and bought a lot of fine rice paper that cost a copper coin. Before entering the city, Qin Pingan emptied the bamboo boxes in a secluded place and placed the items within close proximity. Cui Dongshan had previously mentioned the inside story of this debate at the 100 Flowers Garden Inn. Among them was the Baiyun Temple that was unknown in Qingyuan, so Qin Pingan deliberately avoided this place. He felt that he had used up most of his good luck in the Lion's Garden. He should not be too ostentatious and take the initiative to enter the sites of the Jiang family of Yinlin and the Tang family of Qingyuan. While eating in a restaurant in the downtown area, the diners in the capital were all talking about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that was nearing its end but had not truly ended. They were in high spirits and beaming with joy. Whether it was worshipping Buddhism or Taoism, it was difficult to conceal the pride of being a citizen of Qingyuan in their words. In fact, this was one of the manifestations of a country's strength and fate. Qin Pingan had seen it in some places. For example, he had seen it on the scouts of Dali's border army in the snow, on the people of the Great Sway Kingdom's capital, on the young girl in the carriage in Old Dragon City, and on the inverted mountain. A few tables nearby were talking about a wonderful thing that had just happened in the capital, which was widely spread. Qin Pingan listened. When Pei Qian saw that Qin Pingan was listening carefully, he slightly let go of the half-delicious roast chicken and pricked up his ears to listen. Zhu Lian secretly stretched out his chopsticks and wanted to put a drumstick into his bowl, but Pei Qian quickly blocked him with his chopsticks. The old man and the young man stared at each other and moved their chopsticks quickly. When Qin Pingan picked up the food, they beat the gong to retreat. When Qin Pingan lowered his head to eat, Pei Qian and Zhu Lian began to compete again. Qin Pingan was too lazy to pay attention to this pair of buffoons, but he was curious about the seemingly accidental exchange of words. It turned out that there was a heavy rain in the capital yesterday. A scholar came to the capital to take shelter from the rain under the eaves, and a monk held an umbrella in the rain. So there was a wonderful conversation. The content was not much, but it was meaningful, which made the diners near Qin Pingan ponder countless mysteries. At that time, the scholar asked the monk if he could give him a ride to take shelter from the rain. The monk said that he was in the rain and the scholar was under the eaves. Where there was no rain, there was no need to cross. The scholar walked out of the eaves and stood in the rain. The monk shouted and went to find an umbrella. In the end, the scholar returned to the eaves in a daze. Most of the diners marveled at the monk's profound dharma, saying that this was great mercy and the true dharma. Because even though the scholar was also in the rain, the monk was not drenched because he had an umbrella in his hand, and that umbrella represented the dharma of salvation for all living things. What the scholar really needed was not the monk to cross him, but the dharma of salvation in his heart. So he was finally awakened by the monk's shout. It was really difficult to get a drumstick under Pei Qian's nose, so Zhu Lian poured a bowl of chicken soup for himself. He drank a mouthful and curled his lips, saying, "The taste is not very good." Qin Pingan laughed. "You are still a scholar in your bones, of course you would think that the taste is ordinary." Zhu Lian nodded. "That's right, the hard work is not worth it. If it were the young master or the Lu brothers, they would have to obediently take out an umbrella to shelter the scholar from the wind and rain and take him home. Maybe they would step into a puddle on the way, or the scholar's shoulder would get wet from the rain, and the scholar would remember your kindness. If it were the stinky cow's nose, there would probably be no such thing. You would not even look under the eaves and directly leave." Qin Pingan thought for a while and asked with a smile, "If after a shout, the monk lent the umbrella to the scholar, and they walked together in the wind and rain, how would the taste of this bowl of chicken soup be?" Zhu Lian shook the chicken soup in the bowl and smiled. "It would probably be much better." Shiro understood. Pei Qian was confused, not to mention he was busy eating the drumstick. Qin Pingan smiled at Pei Qian. "Don't just eat the drumstick, eat more rice." Pei Qian nodded vigorously, his body slightly leaning back, holding up his round belly, proudly saying, "Master, I ate quite a lot." In the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital of Qingyuan, there were actually many strange things that happened. There were monks who chopped up Buddha statues and used them as firewood. There were also monks who casually drank wine and ate meat in the marketplace, shouting that the wine and meat passed through the intestines, but the Buddha remained in the heart. It could be said to be enlightening to the deaf, and inevitably caused people to think deeply. The Taoists of Qingyuan, on the other hand, did not have any shocking actions or words. They were gentle and slow, and it was said that the immortals and spiritual masters of the famous Taoist temples had gradually fallen into a disadvantageous position in the debate between the two sides. Especially the case of the White Water Temple in the south of the capital. At the beginning, it seemed to be a breakthrough for the Taoist immortals to attack the Buddhists. But the virtuous monks seemed to have anticipated it, and with a solemn speech, refuted the Taoists until they were speechless. Qin Pingan had only heard those rumors, so he let it go. After lunch, he took Pei Qian and the others shopping. He bought a pair of green glazed go jars. The shape of the jars was relatively large, but they were elegant and refined, which was not easy to make. The shop owner said that these jars were once used by the imperial court of Yun Shao, which was rarely burned, so it should be true. Qin Pingan was born in the porcelain industry, so he still had a good eye for things. The key was that the go jars had a lid, which was not added in later generations, so it was expensive. The shop asked for 50 taels of silver for a pair of jars, and Qin Pingan was willing to pay. He also bought a small gourd for Pei Qian, which was elegantly called the gold in the grass. It was very small in size, but its appearance was very good. Back then on the wall of the lion's garden, The female Taoist Lu Boqi used a similar small gourd to capture the real body of the slug monster. Of course, this small yellow gourd was just an ordinary worldly item for people to play with. Qin Pingan took a liking to it at first glance, and seeing that Pei Qian was also staring at it, he bought it. Because in Pei Qian's mind, those who walked the Jianghu were probably like her master, Qin Pingan, who needed something to hold wine and drink. This small yellow gourd looked very expensive at first glance, and Pei Qian felt that it was just the right age for her. Of course, Pei Qian did not dare to ask for it. Seeing that Qin Pingan took the initiative to buy it, she immediately smiled from ear to ear, carefully held it in her hands and shouted that there was wine to drink. In the end, she was hit by a chestnut, which made her squat on the spot. Although her head hurt, Pei Qian was still very happy. In the Baishui temple, the monk in white sat next to the well that had been blocked for many years and murmured, "Lost, lost. It's not that Buddhism lost, it's that we lost." The young monk's face was full of tears and he looked into the distance. "If people follow me, it's like entering the devil's den. I was wrong, I was wrong." In the Baiyun Taoist temple in the capital, a woman near the small Taoist temple and a child who had thrown a kite kept scolding. The middle-aged Taoist priest hid far away. The little Taoist priest cried and went to find his master. He said sadly, "Master, why don't we cut down those trees? We've been scolded by our neighbors and the pilgrims have run away. Then we won't have any incense anymore and we'll starve. Master, you won't be able to afford those books in the future." Of course, the middle-aged Taoist priest would not cut down those ancient trees, but his little disciple was crying so sadly, so he had to comfort him. He held the little Taoist priest's hand and went to the study room. The little Taoist priest sniffled. After all, he had been through a lot in the Baiyun Taoist temple. After being sad, he immediately returned to his child's naivety. He was not so bad. Some of his senior brothers had even been scratched on the face by some shrews who complained about their morning bells and evening drums. Anyway, the senior brothers in the Taoist temple were like rats running across the street every time they went out. They just needed to get used to it. The Taoist priest said that this was cultivation. In the summer, everyone was too hot to sleep and so was the master. He would run out of the house and fan himself with them under the tree to enjoy the cool air. He asked his master why they were still hot after doing so much homework. His master could not give him an answer, so he just laughed. The little Taoist priest would be so angry that he would snatch the fan from his master. Fortunately, his master never got angry. At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist priest helped the little disciple settle down. He took out a Confucian book and showed it to the child. The middle-aged Taoist priest continued to read the legalism book on the table. Previously, he had read a sentence, "Even if you lose your hair, you have to do it." Thus, he began to annotate the book. To be precise, he was annotating his reading experience again. Because there was no place left for him to write on, he could only take out the cheapest paper so that after he finished writing, he could sandwich it between the pages. The little Taoist boy did not like to read. In the past, he liked to listen to his master telling him stories from the books. He put down the book and walked to his master's side. He saw his master writing something that he could not understand. He stood on his tiptoes and looked at the book that was open. He turned to his master and asked curiously, "Master, what are you writing?" The middle-aged Taoist priest put down the writing brush in his hand and put it on his self-made wooden carving brush holder. He smiled and said, "I read a sentence in the language of legalism again and felt inspired. So I wrote something so that the next time I read it, I can reflect on myself and know what I thought yesterday. Then I can verify my thoughts tomorrow." After many rounds of practice, the knowledge can be transformed from the books of the sages into our own knowledge. The little Taoist boy nodded, but was still a little unhappy. He asked, "Master, we can't bear to cut down the tree, but we also have to be despised by our neighbors. They hate us as if everything we do is wrong. When will this end? My senior brothers and I are so pitiful." The middle-aged Taoist priest looked kind and smiled apologetically. He said, "Don't blame the neighbors. If there is any resentment, just blame our master. Because our master does not know." The little Taoist priest scratched his head. The Taoist priests of Baiyun Taoist temple all wore square headscarves instead of hibiscus, fishtail, or lotus.